Chapter 1299. I don't need a slave like you. Yang Feng walked out of the void and stabbed the Silver Emperor with the green sun halberd, and a fearsome devour force erupted and frantically devoured the Silver Emperor's origin force. He also killed the Silver Emperor. Now is the time when the Heaven Holy is at his weakest, but also when he is at his strongest. What a pity. Why didn't he die together with the Silver Emperor? It would have been perfect if the Silver Emperor died together with him. Among the spectating saints and great holy, many of them stared at Yang Feng with malice in their eyes, their gazes drifting over zero from time to time. At this moment, Yang Feng was already close to the end of his rope, he was at his weakest. A great holy can slay him directly. But with zero standing guard in front of him, she cut off everyone's greed and malice. In the universe, the soul imprint of the Silver Emperor imprinted in the depths of the universe collapsed. In an instant, the energy within millions of light-years surged this way. Along with flashes of light, countless universe flowers containing various laws of the universe appeared and radiated resplendent light. The Silver Emperor died. The Silver Emperor was devoured by the Heaven Holy. Universe flowers, this is a phenomenon that only appears when an Empyrean promotes to a higher rank Empyrean. I didn't expect it to appear when the Silver Emperor died. It seems that our universe really hates the Silver Emperor. It seems that we love the Heaven Holy to the extreme. The eyes of the saints and great saints flickered with envy when they saw the universe flower appear in front of them. Originally, when an Empyrean dies, there should be a phenomenon of stars falling and a rain of blood. However, although the Silver Emperor advanced to an Empyrean in the world of warlocks, but his soul carries the mark of the Gamana universe, which is why he was rejected by the world of warlocks. The universe flowers turned into streams of light and entered Yang Feng. The large hole in Yang Feng's heart that was pierced by the Silver Emperor began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the Tsangji plane and the 36 primary material planes, golden clouds churned and surged, and golden raindrops fell from the golden clouds to the ground. Gold rain sky. The Silver Emperor was slain. This is gold rain sky. The Silver Emperor was killed by a sky saint. As expected of the Heaven Holy, our human race's future 9th Warlock Emperor. You're truly boundlessly powerful. This is the 4th Emperor that has fallen at the hands of the Heaven Saint. He hasn't even become an emperor, but has already surpassed the King of Dawn. The Silver Emperor has fallen. That was an emperor. He actually died at the hands of a sky saint. Looks like the sky saint's strength is comparable to an emperor. In the Tsangji plane, human warlocks were full of jubilation, full of excitement, and discussed spiritedly. The other races were silent. Apart from the races that were on good terms with the human race, not many other races were cheering. It's time. In a secret room on the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent, Regina opened her eyes, and saint-grade power fluctuations spread from her body. The golden rain within a radius of several million kilometers was swept away, turning into a vortex that entered Regina's body. Holy Spirit Warlock. The Battle Demon Sect has another Holy Spirit Warlock. The foundation of the Battle Demon Sect has become even stronger. When the forces monitoring the Battle Demon Sect saw the vortex rising above the Battle Demon Sect, their eyes shimmered with a complicated shade. These forces wished they could kill Regina. But because they were afraid of Yang Feng, none of them dared to do anything. Whirlpools rose in the Tsangji plane, and the geniuses hiding in the Tsangji plane broke through and advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. With the death of the other race emperors and the golden rain filling the sky, this is the best time to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Breaking through to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm at this time will bring you great benefits. Golden clouds emerged above Yang Feng, and a large expanse of golden rain fell on Yang Feng, nourishing his fleshly body and soul. An incomparably terrifying devouring black hole appeared and devoured the golden clouds in the sky in a frenzy. When Yang Feng opened his eyes, they blossomed with resplendent light. There's no chance. Curses. Why didn't he die together with the Silver Emperor? The eyes of many holy and great holy flashed with hidden malice and disappointment, and they disappeared from this area. Along with flashes of light, the God Eye Holy and the Holy Ones of the Human Supreme Council flew to Yang Feng's side. Yang Feng looked into the void, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes, except for you, no one else took action. Aren't they afraid that the Silver Emperor will wipe them out one by one after defeating me? When Yang Feng and the Silver Emperor fought fiercely, some powerhouses have already arrived nearby. But apart from the warlocks of the Human Supreme Council, no one came to support him. They just watched coldly from the sidelines. The God Eye Holy's eyes shimmered coldly. They have long been dissatisfied with our human race dominating the universe. I'm afraid that they are hoping that you and the Silver Emperor will die together. The Myriad Star Holy frowned slightly. The Gamana universe has 3 eternal sovereigns who unite the power of the entire universe, which is why they can send one expeditionary force after another to attack our universe. Our universe, on the other hand, is in a state of disunity. The future is not good. Since the human race dominates the universe and occupies many fertile lands, many races hope that the human race and the Gamana universe can fight to the bitter end. They are conserving their strength and waiting for an opportunity to rise. The Wind God Holy suddenly asked, "Heaven Holy, can you advance to the Empyrean realm?" The gazes of many human Holy Spirit warlocks focused on Yang Feng. "I can't advance to the Empyrean realm in a short period of time." Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he looked towards the depths of the universe and observed the laws of the universe. After devouring the first true ancestor, as long as he refines the first true ancestor's life source, Yang Feng is confident that he can advance to the Empyrean realm perfectly. Unfortunately, the Silver Emperor advanced to the Empyrean realm in one fell swoop and occupied the only Empyrean realm position in this era. The eyes of many human Holy Spirit warlocks shimmered with regret. However, there was also a flash of joy in the eyes of some Holy Spirit warlocks. Yang Feng said flatly, 10 years later, I will establish the 9th Warlock dynasty, the Devour dynasty, in the Zhangji Plain. I will be the ruler of the Devour dynasty, and I will integrate the power of the human race. After leaving this sentence, Yang Feng and the huge fleet disappeared into the distance. The Heaven Holy wants to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. 10 years later, he wants to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. Is he crazy? He hasn't promoted to the Empyrean realm yet. What qualifications does he have to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty? Empyrean. Isn't there an Empyrean beside the Heaven Holy? With the support of that Empyrean, he naturally has the qualifications to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. After all, that Empyrean isn't from the human race. I refuse to accept a warlock supported by a different race Empyrean ascending to the Empyrean realm. Even without relying on the other race Empyrean, the Heaven Holy is already invincible. What's wrong with establishing the 9th Warlock dynasty? The Heaven Holy is indeed invincible now. But when the sleeping Empyreans wake up, he is not the opponent of those Empyreans. They will only bring disaster to the human race. When the human race's 8 warlock dynasties were established, they went through countless battles. There were even Empyreans who wanted to destroy the human race's 8 warlock dynasties. What if the Heaven Holy isn't strong enough to resist the siege of those Empyreans? As soon as Yang Feng's words fell, the Zhangji Plains we've set off stormy waves. Countless human warlocks commented spiritedly. If Yang Feng established the 9th Warlock dynasty after advancing to the Empyrean realm, then there would be no suspense. No one would be able to resist this momentum. But Yang Feng is just a quasi-Empyrean, after all. He is still half a step away from the Empyrean realm. If it wasn't for Zero's support, even a hardcore ally like the Divine Eye Great Holy wouldn't support Yang Feng establishing the 9th Warlock dynasty. Once the 9th Warlock dynasty is established, it will integrate the resources of the human race, occupy the essence of the world of warlocks, and expand outwards. There are only so many resources in the universe. If the human race occupies more, the other races will naturally occupy less. Once the 9th Warlock dynasty is established, it will plunder the resources of the universe for its own use. Even the sleeping Empyreans will have to intervene. At the time, the 8 Warlock Emperors fought fiercely against the awakened Empyreans. The 7 Warlock Emperors defeated the awakened Empyreans and obtained the title of Invincible Overlord. The Dawn Lord was defeated and forced to retreat to the Zhangji Plain. 10 years later, when Yang Feng establishes the 9th Warlock dynasty, it will surely attract countless powerhouses. There will even be Empyreans who will awaken and come to fight Yang Feng and Zero. In the world of warlocks, there is a mysterious ancient celestial body hidden in layers of barriers. A group of 10-meter-tall ancient apes covered in golden fur knelt in front of a golden altar and prayed devoutly. The golden-furred ancient ape in the lead exudes quasi-Empyrean rank breath. The golden altar shone with countless runes and radiated golden light. Above it, there is a twisted torrent. In the torrent, there is a black stone egg floating, and wisps of Empyrean might slowly diffuse from the black stone egg and suppress the surroundings. A dignified voice came from the black stone egg. Heaven holy, you haven't even promoted to an Empyrean realm, yet you want to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. How arrogant. 10 years is enough for me to form a fleshly body that can walk in the world. Chapter 1300. In the universe where the world of warlocks is located, in the deepest part of a celestial body covered by endless sea water, there is a beautiful blue palace. In the center of the blue palace, there is a blue altar. Below the blue altar, there are millions of handsome extraordinary life forms with fish tails, who look 80% to 90% similar to mermaid powerhouses kneeling. In the center of the blue altar, there is a blue lake, and in the middle of the lake, there is a blue lotus in full bloom. In the center of the lotus was a peerless beauty with long blue hair. She was an extraordinary beauty that could cause the downfall of cities and nations. Wisps of immortal Empyrean might slowly spread from the beautiful woman. The 9th Warlock dynasty. The Heaven Holy dares to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty at this time. How bold. Unfortunately, he is doomed to fail. No one wants to see him establish the 9th Warlock dynasty at this time. An incomparably powerful will reverberated in this area. The whole universe was shaken by the news that Yang Feng is about to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. The sleeping emperors began to struggle to wake up. Emperors like the primal chaos mother spider who have lived since ancient times cannot wake up from their slumber. If they are careless, they will be devoured by the backlash of the order of time, and their soul will decay and die like the first true ancestor. However, emperors from the archgod age who are closer to the modern era can barely wake up if they pay a certain price. After the Silver Emperor was slain by Yang Feng, the environment of the universe began to change dramatically. The whole universe is waking up. The Tsangji plane and the 35 primary material planes are waking up, and the elemental energy in the air has become extremely rich. This is enough to wake up the emperors. After Yang Feng decided to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty, the Human Supreme Council began to split. The Time Imperial Court, the Taboo Imperial Court, and the Star Imperial Court agreed to join the 9th Warlock dynasty and become a part of it. The Warlocks of the Transcendent Imperial Court, the Death Imperial Court, and the Magic Note Imperial Court chose to be independent, not planning to join the 9th Warlock dynasty. The Human Supreme Council is a place where the 7 major forces negotiate with each other to deal with various matters. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng is not qualified to order a Holy Spirit Warlock of the Human Supreme Council to do things. However, once the 9th Warlock dynasty is established, as the ruler of the 9th Warlock dynasty, Yang Feng has the right to order any warlock subordinate to him. Even a quasi-martial emperor would not be able to disobey his orders. When many powerful human warlock groups heard that Yang Feng was going to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty, they sent emissaries to discuss with Yang Feng about joining the 9th Warlock dynasty. In the boundless universe, there were countless stars. Many human warlock groups had no choice but to flee into the deepest parts of the universe to avoid being hunted down by their enemies due to their defeats in struggles. Among those warlock groups, there were even quite a few terrifying existences whose strength was second only to the 8 great warlock dynasties. In addition to human warlocks, there were also many powerful extraordinary races that sent envoys wanting to join Yang Feng's 9th Warlock dynasty. In each of the human clan's 8 great warlock dynasties, there were large numbers of other races active. Many other race experts were loyal and devoted to the 8 warlock emperors. They were the most loyal subordinates and comrades of the 8 warlock emperors. Yang Feng didn't refuse the extraordinary races who came to seek refuge. Instead, he let Wu Maiying negotiate with them about joining the 9th Warlock dynasty. The core world, a forbidden area shrouded in endless fog. The fog forbidden area was one of the core forbidden areas of the core world. Without permission, even quasi-emperor rank powerhouses couldn't enter it. Ripples flickered, and a figure walked out of the void and stepped into the fog forbidden area. This is the fog forbidden area. Only human warlock emperors can enter. Who are you? A furious shout came from the fog forbidden area, and a person dressed in a scarlet warlock robe and exuding great holy step fluctuations of power walked out of the void and barked. Heaven Holy! You are the Heaven Holy Yang Feng. When the great holy saw the figure, his face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. He bowed to Yang Feng and said, Heaven Holy, I'm very sorry. I am the guardian of the fog forbidden area, the Heaven Guardian Great Holy. This is the ultimate secret of the human race. Historically, only human warlock emperors can enter. Please forgive me. Yang Feng glanced at the Heaven Guardian Great Holy and said flatly, In 10 years, I will establish the 9th warlock dynasty. I want to go in now, you can't stop me. The Heaven Guardian Great Holy smiled bitterly. Heaven Holy, in the fog forbidden area, there is a light demon battle ape sealed by the Time Lord. He has warlock emperor rank strength and has guarded the secret of the forbidden area for generations. If you want to go in, you have to defeat him. There is no other way. We Guardians guard this place because we don't want human elites to die in vain. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered brightly, and he exclaimed in admiration, to be able to seal an warlock emperor rank light demon battle ape, as expected of the Time Lord. Amazing. Any warlock emperor rank existence is an invincible existence in the same rank who has opened up their own path. Every single emperor was an extremely firm and resolute existence, and they were proud and arrogant existences. Yang Feng killed the Silver Emperor without hesitation because he knows that he can't subdue an Empyrean. As for Zero, she is an existence created by Yang Feng. As the creator, Yang Feng can trust her wholeheartedly. For the Time Lord to be able to subdue an warlock emperor and serve him for countless years, this is simply heaven-defying. Without any hesitation, Yang Feng stepped into the dense fog. The fog Great Holy smiled bitterly and followed him in. Sure enough, I can't stop him. How could I dissuade such an invincible figure? The fog contains a mysterious power. Even if it is a warlock emperor, they will be disturbed by the mysterious fog, unable to distinguish between north and south. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with brilliant light, and he looked at the fog and saw the truth behind it at a glance. In the thick fog, there was a path that led to a huge pagoda. The pagoda was engraved with countless profound runes that emitted a sacred and dazzling light. In front of the pagoda, there is a 10-meter tall transparent crystal. Inside the crystal, there is a white-furred demonic ape exuding an overbearing aura. Light demon battle ape. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with scorching fighting spirit, and he strolled to in front of the pagoda. In front of the pagoda, the transparent crystal shone with countless runes, and then split into 12 pieces. The light demon battle ape opened its eyes, and overbearing Empyrean might diffused from it. What a comfortable sleep. Are you the challenger of this era, human? What's your name? The light demon battle ape stretched its body, sat on the ground, and asked indifferently, without the demeanor of an Empyrean. Yang Feng replied with a smile, Senior light demon battle ape, my name is Yang Feng. I am the lord of the 9th warlock dynasty, the Devour Lord. The light demon battle ape grinned and uttered, the lord of the 9th warlock dynasty? Amazing. You are just a quasi-emperor, yet you can establish the 9th warlock dynasty. That's amazing. The 9th warlock dynasty has been established. According to the Time Lord's prophecy, this should be the end of the universe. According to my agreement with the Time Lord, I will help him guard the Origin Tower one last time. Yang Feng, if you want to enter the Origin Tower, you must defeat me. Are you sure you want to fight me here? I won't go easy on you. Yang Feng replied, Of course. But before that, I want to ask you something. Senior, if you leave this place, will you become an enemy of the human race? The light demon battle ape is an Empyrean, an invincible existence that can destroy a plane with a casual strike. If he becomes an enemy of the human race, it will be a disaster for the human race. The light demon battle ape uttered with a smile, if the human race doesn't provoke me. Naturally, I won't make things difficult for the human race for no reason. I have an agreement with your Time Lord. I will guard the Origin Tower for him. He will help me sleep until now, live to this era, and fight for the eternal opportunity. Since you are the 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race, apart from the Eternal Sovereigns, there is no one else in the world who is your senior. Just call me Luminous Demon. Although the Light Demon Battle Ape possesses heaven-defying battle prowess, but it isn't proficient in self-sealing spells. It can only rely on the Time Lord. In the long history of the world of Warlocks, because many Empyreans aren't proficient in self-sealing spells, they can only exhaust their lifespan, and eventually their soul decays and turns into a pile of bones. Empyreans who can seal themselves and sleep in the river of time are extremely powerful and terrifying. Yang Feng uttered unhurriedly, but in this era, powerhouses are as common as clouds. There is only one eternal opportunity. The Light Demon Battle Ape's eyes radiated resplendent light, and a smile appeared on its monkey face. Even so, I still have to fight for it in this era. If I don't step into the eternal realm, once my lifespan is up, I will eventually turn into a pile of yellow soil. Even if I live for more than 100,000 years, what's the point? In any case, I will fight for the eternal opportunity and advance to the eternal realm. Besides, it feels great to be able to compete with the supreme geniuses of countless eras. Indeed, it's great to be able to compete with the supreme geniuses of countless eras. Light Demon, your first opponent in this era will be me. Infected by the Light Demon Battle Ape's boldness, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with scorching fighting spirit. Countless runes flickered on the Twilight God armor, and he beckoned with his hand, and the green sun halberd appeared in his hand. Chapter 1301. Boy, you're bold enough, I like it. Eat my fists. I won't show any mercy, don't die. A scorching shade flashed in the eyes of the Light Demon Battle Ape, countless runes shone on its body, and a vast sea of light emerged. Anyone below the Infinity Warlock rank will be blinded once they see the sea of light. A terrifying fist that can run through the sky and easily destroy a world emerged from the mysterious sea of light and barreled towards Yang Feng. A copious amount of divine light radiated from the fist, blinding Yang Feng's eyes in an instant. The green sun halberd flew out, exuding a terrifying immortal emperor might as it slashed at the fist. Boom! Along with a loud noise, Yang Feng was blasted back 100 kilometers, and a fearsome shock wave spread in all directions. In front of the Tower of Origin, there is a small world that can accommodate a fierce fight between Empyreans. Countless runes diffused from the Tower of Origin and absorbed the shock wave from the fight between Yang Feng and the Light Demon Battle Ape. Hiding in a corner of the small world, the Heaven Guardian Great Holy watched this scene with shock in his eyes. How fearsome! The Heaven Holy is indeed the most peerless genius in the history of the human race. To be able to block an attack from the Light Demon Battle Ape in the Quasi-Emperor realm. It seems that the information that he can contend against Empyreans is true. What a monster! To be able to block my punch. That's the Emperor of the human race's 9th Warlock dynasty for you. Again, smiling excitedly, the Light Demon Battle Ape sent one punch after another barreling towards Yang Feng while riding a sea of light. Yang Feng brandished the green sun halberd to resist, but was blasted away again and again, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. Too weak. Yang Feng, you're too weak. If this is all you have, then you can't even compare to the weakest Dawn Lord. For such a waste to want to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty, what a pipe dream. I can guarantee that your 9th Warlock dynasty will be torn to pieces at the moment of its establishment. The Light Demon Battle Ape frowned slightly, disappointment shimmered in its eyes, and it stopped attacking and uttered flatly. Light Demon, let's start the second round. I will fight you in my strongest state. The fourth form. The god armor of Dawn shone, and a vague phantom emerged from the armor and merged with Yang Feng. A terrifying level 4 desolation and invincible aura diffused from Yang Feng and suppressed the surroundings. This is an Emperor-grade secret treasure that perfectly matches your path. What a great treasure! It can actually raise your strength to this level. This is great. In this state, you have the qualifications to fight me with your full strength. There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of the Light Demon Battle Ape. Surging with fighting spirit, it sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng while riding a sea of light. Blood-colored light revolved around young Feng, and a blood domain emerged. Restless bloodline. You've obtained the power of the first true ancestor. It was a pity that he was far inferior to him. When the first true ancestor was at his peak, he was able to force me to use 1% of my power to suppress the agitation of my bloodline. Your ability can only make me consume half of my power to suppress the agitation of my bloodline. Surprise flashed in the eyes of the light demon battle ape, and it used a trace of power to suppress the agitation of his bloodline and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng sent a fist flying, and a gold horn extended from his right fist and turned into a gold beam that slammed into the fist of the light demon battle ape. Boom! The two extremely powerful forces collided and exploded. The terrifying shockwave sent the light demon war ape flying hundreds of miles away. Yang Feng, on the other hand, only shook slightly. Dumbfounded, the Heaven Guardian Great Holy couldn't believe his eyes. Amazing. His strength surpasses that of the light demon battle ape. The light demon battle ape is an Empyrean with a perfect immortal body. Again, with a flash of excitement in his eyes, the light demon battle ape rode a sea of light and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. Countless runes appeared on Yang Feng's body, and a vast, almost endless silver sea emerged and swept towards the light demon battle ape. The light demon Warapi's white fur started to turn silver as it was engulfed by the boundless silver ocean. What kind of essence is this? How weird. I've never seen it before. The eyes of the light demon battle ape shimmered, and countless mysterious runes appeared, and it slammed a fist into the silver sea. Fearsome light filled the sky and smashed the silver sea. At the moment when the silver sea was destroyed, the green sun halberd flew out and pierced the chest of the light demon war ape, piercing into its body and into its flesh. With a flash of madness in its eyes, the light demon battle ape punched the green sun halberd, and a fearsome force erupted and blasted the halberd away. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the wound on the chest of the light demon battle ape healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the light demon battle ape, and it brandished its fists and sent a sea of light barreling towards Yang Feng. No matter what spells Yang Feng cast, they were shattered by the sea of light controlled by the light demon battle ape. The eyes of the light demon battle ape flickered fiercely, and it barked and smashed Yang Feng's halberd ray with a punch. Yang Feng, what else do you have? If this is all you have, then you're doomed to be defeated by me today. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and he turned into a black hole that can devour everything and swept towards the light demon battle ape. In an instant, the light demon battle ape was drawn inside. Essence of devour, open. A dignified look in its eyes, the light demon battle ape bellowed and sent its fists barreling towards the black hole that can devour everything. A sea of light erupted, as if to smash the black hole. Mysterious runes appeared in the middle of the black hole, devouring all power and the endless sea of light. Mysterious runes appeared on the luminous demon war ape's body, firmly locking its life source. It brandished its fists and sent out dozens of punches in a row in an attempt to smash the black hole. But no matter how the light demon battle ape attacked, it couldn't smash the black hole. The light demon battle ape stopped attacking, and its eyes shimmered with admiration. Amazing. Yang Feng, I admit defeat this time. The black hole collapsed and disappeared, revealing Yang Feng's figure. Yang Feng looked at the light demon battle ape shrouded in mysterious runes and uttered flatly, "You haven't lost. Keep fighting. I'm going all out. I just promised the Time Lord to test my qualifications. I don't intend to risk my life for this trivial matter. My contract with the Time Lord ends here. Goodbye, Yang Feng." The light demon battle ape smiled, turned into a ray of light, tore through the sky, and disappeared from this place. Yang Feng watched the light demon battle ape disappear into the distance with a dignified look in his eyes. Light demons can already walk in this world. It seems that it won't be long before all emperors awaken. The light demon battle ape is a powerhouse of the same era as the Time Lord. It is also one of the emperors closest to the modern era. It is because of this, coupled with the Time Lord's time manipulation spells, that he can walk in the world. However, this also means that some emperors very close to the modern era can already awaken and walk in the world. Yang Feng threw all his worries to the back of his mind. Looking at the Tower of Origin, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he strode towards it. Countless runes shone inside the Tower of Origin, fearsome ripples diffused, and a powerful repulsive force enveloped Yang Feng. Even a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse will be shrouded by the repulsive force, unable to approach the Tower of Origin. With a calm expression on his face, Yang Feng walked forward under the fearsome repulsive force and stepped into the Tower of Origin. The Heaven Guardian Great Holy's eyes flashed with shock. He went in. He entered the Tower of Origin that only Warlock Emperors can enter. Amazing. That's a Heaven Holy for you. Only Warlock Emperors of past dynasties can enter the Tower of Origin. In the history of the human race, there have been many peerless quasi-Empyreans who have attempted to enter the Tower of Eternity. Those quasi-Empyreans were seriously injured by the light demon battle apes guarding the tower. Only Yang Feng in the quasi-Empyrean realm can step into the Tower of Eternity. Inside the Tower of Eternity, there is a jade table with 13 jade plates placed on it. Rays of light flickered, and the projection of the Time Lord appeared in the Tower of Eternity. He held black stones that exuded the aura of eternity and placed them on the 13 jade plates. The Time Lord smiled and said, "I am the Time Lord. I searched the world and found 13 eternal source stones. They will be left here as the foundation of the human race. Future martial emperors could take these eternal origin stones. However, I hope that you can leave some treasures for the future emperors, so that we humans won't be bullied by other races without a foundation." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with bright light, and he praised, "As expected of the Time Lord, your bearing is extraordinary. Eternal source stones are rare treasures left from the eternal era. Only eternal sovereigns can create them. They are extremely precious and possess extraordinary power. For emperors, who are already at the pinnacle of the universe, it is very difficult for them to extend their lifespan. Even some eternal fruits cannot extend their lifespan. However, eternal source stones are different. With an eternal source stone, even if the soul of an emperor has decayed and is extremely weak, they can still extend their lifespan by 100 years. Chapter 1302. Of the human 8 Warlock Emperors, the Time Lord has been alive for the shortest time. Since the Archgod Age, when powerhouses were plentiful, he slaughtered his way to the top. In the Archgod Age, powerhouses were plentiful. After the Time Lord advanced to an Empyrean realm expert, he suffered many origin injuries. After he refined the Wheel of Time, he became invincible, defeating, suppressing, sealing, and killing opposing Empyreans one by one. Although the 13 eternal source stones cannot heal the Time Lord's origin injuries, but they can let him live for another 1,300 years. With the Time Lord's proficiency in the essence of time, he can even live for another 10,000 years like a zombie in a half-asleep, half-awake state. However, the Time Lord has an extraordinary bearing. He left the 13 precious eternal source stones for the benefit of future generations. Yang Feng feels ashamed of his inferiority. Ripples flickered, and the Taboo Lord, who is covered in armor and whose face cannot be seen, appeared and took away the 13 eternal source stones without a trace of politeness. After the projection disappeared, another projection appeared. The Taboo Lord picked up the 10 eternal source stones and placed them on a jade plate. At the same time, he placed 3 black ores on the jade plate. An extremely arrogant voice came from the Taboo Lord's projection. "I used 3 of the 13 eternal source stones. The parts that I used will be replaced with these 3 True Dragon Raw Dragon Stones. True Dragon Raw Dragon Stones are a kind of universe treasure. According to legend, the first true dragon in the world was born from a True Dragon Raw Stone. In theory, a True Dragon Stone can cultivate an Empyrean rank True Dragon. Of course, even with the means of human warlocks, it is almost impossible to cultivate an Empyrean rank True Dragon with True Dragon Stones. But even so, True Dragon Stones are one of the most precious ores in the universe. Any one of the 3 True Dragon Stones can become an invincible Empyrean secret treasure or even an eternal treasure core material." After the Taboo Lord's projection disappeared, another projection flickered. The heroic and domineering demonic lord walked over. Looking at the treasures on the jade plate, he smiled proudly. Even without the gifts from the predecessors, I can still be invincible in this world. There was a flash of green light, and the handsome Star Lord dressed in a green Star Warlock robe walked out, arrived in front of the jade plate, and said with a bitter smile, "My talent can't compare to that of the predecessors. I'll accept these treasures." The Star Lord didn't hesitate to take all the treasures on the jade plate, and then he turned around and left. Not long after, a Lord of the Stars appeared in the projection once again. However, this time, he was in high spirits, exuding the confidence and elegance of an invincible overlord. Of the 10 eternal origin stones, I used 6 to repair my foundation. I also used a true dragon raw stone to create my exclusive artifact. I've wandered the world these past few years and I've gained some things. I've come to find them and leave them for future generations. The Star Lord smiled slightly, put the 4 eternal origin stones and the 2 true dragon raw stones back, and then placed 20 precious treasures of heaven and earth on the jade plate. Although the value of each of the 20 treasures of heaven and earth couldn't compare to that of the eternal origin stones, but their combined value far exceeded that of the star origin stones and true dragon raw stones the Star-Lord used. With a flash of distorted light, the Death Lord, shrouded in the aura of death and with a gloomy expression, walked in. "Although the treasures are good, but they aren't what I want. 2 life flower. Where is it?" The Death Lord swept the treasures on the jade plate with a glance, sighed faintly, and strode away. With a flash of light, the Magic Note Lord, who is covered in all kinds of mystical secret treasures, came to the jade plate and looked at the materials on the jade plate. His eyes lit up and revealed a look of excitement. Eternal Origin Stone, True Dragon Raw Stone, True Phoenix Blood Essence, Immemorial Flower, Ice Realm Tear, these are all alchemy materials that are already extinct in the outside world. "That's great." With a look of excitement in his eyes, the Magic Note Lord swept the treasures on the jade plate clean, turned around, and left. With a slight flash of light, the projection of the incomparably handsome Magic Note Lord, who was exuding the light of a secret treasure, appeared again. Of the 4 eternal origin stones, I used 1 and dissected 1 for research. The other 1 and the true dragon raw stone, along with various treasures of heaven and earth, refined this unbreakable shield. This is my greatest masterpiece, an emperor-grade secret treasure refined with countless treasures of heaven and earth. My descendant, this is my greatest masterpiece, a secret treasure with the potential to advance to the eternal realm. Its value is far above those materials. With this shield, you will have an extra life. If we can meet in the future, you must thank me. Ha. The Magic Note Lord laughed heartily and placed an eternal origin stone and a palm-sized platinum shield inscribed with countless mysterious runes on the jade plate. Sure enough, the Golem Lord and the Dawn Lord aren't here. The Dawn Lord might have been blocked by the Light Demon, but why is the Golem Lord nowhere to be seen? Yang Feng waited for a while, but no other projections appeared. His eyes shimmered with doubt, and then he stepped forward and took the Eternal Origin Stone and the Platinum Shield Unbreakable Shield. As soon as the Eternal Origin Stone fell into Yang Feng's hand, a steady stream of power poured into him and healed the injuries to his body and soul. In the fight with the Silver Emperor, Yang Feng was seriously injured, a serious injury close to the origin. That injury hasn't fully healed, but was hidden as an internal injury. Now, under the nourishment of the Eternal Origin Stone, Yang Feng's internal injury began to heal slowly. When Yang Feng grasped the unbreakable shield, a fearsome will came from the unbreakable shield and crushed towards Yang Feng. The fearsome will contained in the unbreakable shield surpasses that of any Empyrean-grade secret treasure Yang Feng has ever come into contact with. Ordinary quasi-emperors can't resist the will of the unbreakable shield. They will be crushed and become prisoners of the unbreakable shield. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and Yang Feng operated a secret method recorded in the Eternal Soul text, condensed it in his sea of knowledge, and unleashed a powerful offensive secret method barreling towards the giant shield formed from the unbreakable shield. Boom! 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 Loud sounds erupted in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, and the giant shield formed from the unbreakable shield trembled and flickered with ripples. After Yang Feng devoured the Silver Emperor, his battle prowess is comparable to that of an ordinary Empyrean, and his spirit offensive secret method is even more terrifying. But no matter how he attacks, he can't smash the giant shield formed from the unbreakable shield. Although the unbreakable shield's defense is heaven-defying, but without a master to control it, it can't provide a steady stream of power. 4 hours later, traces of taming intent came from the unbreakable shield, acknowledging the existence of Yang Feng as its master. Holding the unbreakable shield in his hand, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy. What the Magic Note Lord said is true. With this unbreakable shield, it's equivalent to having an extra life. The Magic Note dynasty is also known as the Secret Treasure dynasty. The Magic Note Lord is the most powerful alchemist among the 8 Warlock Emperors. In terms of fighting strength, the Magic Note Lord is not a match for the other 6 invincible overlords. But in terms of alchemy, the other 6 invincible overlords are no match for him. If it weren't for the limitations of the universe's energy level and various materials, the Magic Note Lord might even be able to refine an eternal treasure. The Unbreakable Shield is one of the Magic Note Lord's greatest masterpieces. Not only does it have a terrifying defense, but it also has the potential to advance to an eternal treasure. Yang Feng was just about to put away the Unbreakable Shield, when it shrank, turned into a platinum ring, and flew to Yang Feng's index finger. Yang Feng said with a smile, "What a treasure with a personality. Many treasures with a spirit don't like to be put away in the storage space. Instead, they like to be carried by their masters, or put in places with abundant life magic energy or elemental energy. In this way, they can absorb life magic energy, elemental energy, and the power of their masters to evolve. As Yang Feng's exclusive secret treasure, the God Armor of Twilight will only leave his body under very few circumstances. The God Armor of Twilight continuously absorbs universe energy to strengthen Yang Feng, and at the same time, it will also absorb his power to strengthen itself. Behind the jade table, there is a gate made of white jade. Yang Feng pushed the gate open and walked inside. Behind the gate, there is a world filled with tremendous origin force. The Time Lord used a heaven-defying method to refine this Tower of Origin by locking a small part of the universe origin force. This divine pagoda contained traces of the terrifying power of the origin source of the universe. Yang Feng looked into the distance and saw that there are 6 stars in the void, each of which has countless mysterious runes suspended in the air, which contain traces of the path of the 6 invincible overlord rank human Empyrean path. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a huge devour star and appeared in the void at once. A steady stream of universe origin force was devoured by Yang Feng and repaired the hidden injuries he suffered during the fight with the Silver Emperor. The universe's favor on Yang Feng disappeared continuously. At the same time, with every breath of time, he is evolving and transforming, becoming more and more terrifying. A figure flew out from behind Yang Feng and revealed itself. It is Zero. Countless mysterious runes appeared in her eyes, and she evolved into a star and frantically absorbed the universe origin force contained in the Tower of Origin. At the same time, she is evolving and transforming. Chapter 1303. Time passed, and 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. In a desert of the Tsangji Plain, blue seawater suddenly gushed out, filled the blue desert, and formed a blue sea. Countless powerhouses who are 70% similar to mermaid powerhouses are active in the sea. The Blue Moon Sea Empress has awakened and descended upon the world. A pillously handsome half-step emperor powerhouse walked out of the ocean and announced to the world, causing a huge storm in the world. The Blue Moon Sea Empress is an empress from the Archgod Age. The Sea Empress of the Blue Moon was an emperor from an era before the Lord of Time, and she was an empress. An empress has finally descended upon the world. It turns out that Lady Shashware isn't the Blue Moon Sea Empress. I thought that Lady Shashware was the reincarnation of the Blue Moon Sea Empress. When the Blue Moon Sea Empress emerged, she shocked the world. In the weave, a terrifying storm was set off, and countless powerhouses discussed animatedly. A different race powerhouse said, "The Blue Moon Sea Empress has awakened, and the other emperors are not far from awakening. This era is no longer the era of the human race." A different race powerhouse also spoke in the human weave. In this era, the Silver Emperor has occupied the only spot to advance to the Emperor realm. If the Heaven Holy can't advance to the Emperor realm, then no matter how strong he is at most the strongest person under the Emperor realm. A human powerhouse retorted, "The human Heaven Holy is not only powerful, but also has an emperor assisting him. Even if he isn't an emperor, but he surpasses an emperor, enough to establish the human race's 9th Warlock dynasty. A different race powerhouse said, that emperor is just another person, after all. The Heaven Holy is too weak to be the human race's 9th Warlock emperor. If he establishes the 9th Warlock dynasty, he will only bring disaster to the human race. In the weave of the human race, countless experts of the foreign races and the human race were arguing with each other endlessly. Although the other races are hostile to the human race, but the human race has Yang Feng and Zero, two terrifying existences, after all. Moreover, Yang Feng is ruthless. Along the way, who knows how many powerful enemies he has killed. Countless saints and great saints had become his stepping stones, and most of the outsiders' faces had changed at the mention of Tian Sheng's name. Before the Blue Moon Sea Emperor had made a move, no one had dared to make an enemy out of him. The experts of the other races quarreled with the humans in the weave. Many experts from different clans chose to submit to the Blue Moon Sea Emperor, making the Blue Moon Sea tribe's power grow day by day. Time flew, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. In an extremely vast mountain range, the ground suddenly shook violently and split open. A gigantic mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles tall and seemed to pierce through the clouds appeared, emitting a brilliant golden light. At the very top of the enormous mountain range that was like a star was a layer of dense fog that was filled with a divine aura, and a sacred ancient tree that was covered in golden leaves and inscribed with countless mysterious runes was rooted at the top of the mountain. Countless golden-haired primates were jumping happily in the sacred ancient tree. Golden-furred ape emperor revives the world. A pseudo-emperor golden-haired ancient ape spoke, causing a terrifying storm in the universe once again. The gold-fur ape emperor was a fearsome emperor of the arch-god era. According to legend, he once killed a true spirit-rank Chileen. Another emperor has awakened. The position of overlord of the human race is finally going to be shaken. Finally, someone can restrain the Heaven Holy. With the awakening of the Empyreans, this era is no longer the era of the Heaven Holy. When the other race experts heard that the gold-fur ape emperor had awakened, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they cheered. The human 8 warlock dynasties suppressed the universe and plundered countless resources from it. The human warlocks covered the universe, forcing the other races to make concessions. It is because of this that when the human race faced danger, the other races just watched with folded arms. They let the humans and the Gamana universe's powerhouses fight. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, the human race declined. But after Yang Feng's rise, the other races felt suffocated again. Now that all the monarchs had awakened and experts had risen, the weaker races had the chance to take advantage of the situation and rise up. At the time, under the leadership of the Time Lord, the human race took advantage of the contradictions between the Empyreans to fight and reap benefits, and finally rose. Many other races have the same idea, eager to take advantage of the contradictions between the Empyreans to rise. 2 Empyreans have awakened. Will the Heaven Holy still dare to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty? Those are 2 Empyreans. If the Heaven Holy doesn't establish the 9th Warlock dynasty, they can coexist peacefully with the Heaven Holy. But once the Heaven Holy establishes the 9th Warlock dynasty, they will never allow it. Those are 2 Empyreans. Even if the mysterious Empyrean beside the Heaven Holy can block one of them, but who can block the other? In the MagicNet forum, countless powerhouses discussed spiritedly, and many of them revealed worry in their words. Some powerhouses who have been supporting Yang Feng before wavered. After all, 2 Empyreans have awakened. Each Empyrean is a terrifying existence who is invincible in the same rank and can run amok in the universe. When the Silver Emperor just advanced to the Empyrean realm, he defeated Yang Feng. If it wasn't for Zero, Yang Feng would have been killed by the Silver Emperor. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor and the Gold Fur Ape Emperor are both veteran Empyreans. Although they aren't invincible Overlord rank existences, but they are still fearsome existences who are stronger than the Silver Emperor. At the time, the Silver Emperor has just advanced to the Empyrean realm, and has yet to fully grasp the power of an Empyrean. As for the Blue Moon Sea Emperor, they are old freaks who have lived for countless years. They can even seal themselves and survive to this day. Their strength is simply terrifying. Under the attention of countless powerhouses, the preparations for the Ninth Warlock dynasty are still going on. A year passed in a flash. On September 13th next year, the human race's Ninth Warlock dynasty will be officially established. A piece of news came from the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent and spread throughout the universe at an astonishing speed. He actually dares to establish the human race's Ninth Warlock dynasty. He's just a quasi-Empyrean. That's crazy. He's probably the weakest Warlock Emperor in the history of the human race. He's even weaker than when the Star Lord established the Star Dynasty. Unfortunately, the Silver Emperor occupies the only position in this era to advance to the Empyrean realm. Otherwise, he would be able to advance to the Empyrean realm and become a fearsome Empyrean. Discussions emerged in the human weave. Many other races aren't optimistic about the Ninth Warlock dynasty founded by Yang Feng. Even among the humans, there are many dissenting voices. However, no matter how much quarrels there are in the weave, the establishment of the Ninth Warlock dynasty is still proceeding in an orderly manner. In the center of a mysterious ancient celestial body, there is a beautiful and luxurious palace. An old man in a silver warlock robe stared at the weave with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. Exuding quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power, he said in a low voice, "The Ninth Warlock dynasty. The Heaven Holy is really bold. If the Ninth Warlock dynasty can really be established, then we humans may have hope to survive the universe's end tribulation." There was a flash of light, and the old man dressed in a silver warlock robe disappeared from where he stood. In a mysterious ancient celestial body, there is a dense jungle full of poisonous insects exuding fearsome fluctuations of power. Among them, there is no lack of 100-meter-long poisonous insects shuttling through the jungle and fighting each other. A 1,000-kilometer-long golden bat that covers the sky flew over from afar, opened its maw, and golden ripples enveloped the earth. The extraordinary venomous insects exuding terrifying fluctuations of power above the glorious sun realm were directly swallowed by the golden bat. The Ninth Warlock dynasty. Heaven Holy, even if you're in existence invincible under the Empyrean realm. In the end, you're just an Empyrean. To dare to establish the Ninth Warlock dynasty, let's see how you die. The eyes of the golden bat shimmered fiercely, and it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In the vast universe, countless rays of light shone, and one holy expert after another used various secret methods to cross the void and fly towards the Tsangji plane. Only holy experts, who are pinnacle powerhouses of the universe, can cross millions or even tens of millions of light-years and arrive at the Tsangji plane with the help of secret treasures. The establishment of the Ninth Warlock dynasty is related to the changes in the forces of the universe. Once the Ninth Warlock dynasty is established, the human race will gain the upper hand and receive more favor from the universe. After all, the universe needs a powerful unified force to contend with the Gumana universe. Time passed, and 1 year went by in a flash. September 13th. The Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent. Bell tolls came from the continent and spread in all directions. The entire Tsangji plain heard the magnificent bell tolls. It's begun, the founding ceremony of the Ninth Warlock dynasty. This is the day that will decide the fate of the universe. Whether the human race can continue to dominate the universe or be knocked down to the mundane world will depend on this day. The human race is bound to fail. The collapse of the Ninth Warlock dynasty would be for the best. We can take this opportunity to take a bite out of the human race. The gazes of countless experts in the Tsangji plane focused on the weave, paying attention to the live broadcast of the Ninth Warlock dynasty's founding ceremony. Only holy experts or the leaders of major forces and major races are qualified to enter the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent to participate in the official founding ceremony. Ordinary powerhouses, even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, are not qualified to enter the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent. Chapter 1304. In the center of the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent, in the center of a huge palace that covers an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, there is a magnificent Devour Temple engraved with countless mysterious runes. In the Devour Temple, there is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure throne, the Magic Note Throne. There is a person sitting on the throne, it is Yang Feng. Wisps of incomparably terrifying emperor might permeated the Magic Note Throne, blooming with incomparable brilliance. After the Great Cloud Dynasty withdrew from the stage of history, this Empyrean-grade secret treasure finally fell into Yang Feng's hands. Inside the Devour Temple, the leaders of the major warlock groups looked at Yang Feng sitting on the magic note throne with enigmatic light in their eyes. Once the 9th Warlock dynasty is truly established and recognized by the universe, the magic note throne, this Empyrean-grade secret treasure, will be able to exert terrifying power. When a warlock dynasty is at its strongest, the magic note throne can even confer the title of an Empyrean, 4 quasi-emperors, 16 great holies, and 48 Holy Spirit warlocks. Although the Empyreans conferred the title of magic note throne are far inferior to true Empyreans in terms of lifespan, use of power, and other aspects. But after all, they are Empyrean rank powerhouses with fearsome battle prowess that can threaten true Empyreans. The Magic Note Lord's alchemy is known to be unparalleled in the world. He is recognized as the #1 alchemist of the human race. Not only does he surpass the human warlock emperors, but he also surpasses any human alchemist. Only the legendary eternal sovereigns can surpass him in alchemy. It is thanks to all kinds of incredible and powerful secret treasures that the Magic Note Lord was able to run amok in the world and remain invincible for an era. I didn't expect that a minor character of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the past would become a legendary warlock emperor. In a corner of the Devour Temple, the former emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty Bai Wuqing looked up at Yang Feng sitting on the Magic Note throne with a complicated look in his eyes. At the time, Bai Wuqing was the emperor of the Eastern World's Great Cloud Dynasty, a fearsome pinnacle infinity warlock rank powerhouse. When Yang Feng first rose to prominence, he was just a moonlight warlock. But now Yang Feng is the founder of the 9th Warlock Dynasty, while the ambitious Bai Wuqing is just a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. In the past, a warlock monarch rank powerhouse was virtually invincible. But in the universe war, a warlock monarch doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in a fight between two emperors. The huge difference naturally caused Bai Wuqing to feel extremely complicated. Below the Magic Note throne sat Mikalia and Shi Yu. Below them, there are quasi-emperors subdued by Yang Feng. Below the quasi-Empyreans, there are great sages and holy ones subdued by Yang Feng. Incomparably terrifying auras emanated from the bodies of those experts, pressuring many experts to the point of suffocation. Huang Yihe sat between the great sages and sages, looking down at the experts below with an incomparably joyous smile on his face. Among the experts below, many of them were legendary existences to Huang Yihe. But now, those legendary human almighty beings could only sit below the throne and look up at him, which made him feel extremely good. So strong. There are so many quasi-emperors, great sages, and holy ones. To subdue so many powerhouses, as expected of the Heaven Holy. In terms of the number of holy ones alone, the 9th Warlock dynasty doesn't lose to the 8 Warlock dynasties of the past. Unfortunately, the position of emperor of this era was occupied by the Silver Emperor. If the Heaven Holy can ascend to the position of emperor, he will be able to become the 9th Warlock Emperor. Inside the temple sat the leaders of the universe's various human warlock groups. They looked at Yang Feng sitting on the throne with regret in their eyes. After Yang Feng returned from the Eternal Path, he became invincible and swept away all enemies. Even Empyreans such as the Red Caltrop Lord and the First True Ancestor died at his hands. Both enemies and allies admit that as long as Yang Feng doesn't die, he will be able to surpass everyone in the universe, advance to the Empyrean realm, and become the 9th Warlock Emperor. But no one expected that the Gamana universe's Divine Eyes Eternal would be willing to split his eternal origin and let the Silver Emperor cross the universe, descend to this world, and forcibly advance to the Empyrean realm and occupy the position of emperor in this era. Even though Yang Feng has the support of the Empyrean rank powerhouse Zero, but not many people are optimistic about the 9th Warlock dynasty he founded. The Transcendent Dynasty's Wind God Holy is here. Greetings, Devour Lord. Congratulations to the Devour Lord for establishing the Devour dynasty. This is a small gift, please accept it. The Wind God Great Holy came in with 2 Great Holy and 8 Holy Ones of the Transcendent Imperial Court, bowed to Yang Feng, presented him with a big gift, and then sat down on a seat. The Death Dynasty's Heavenly Corpse Holy is here. A heavenly corpse great sage, who was shrouded in a dense death chi and looked like a corpse, but emitted a trace of quasi-emperor power fluctuation, walked into the hall with a great sage and 2 saints from the Death Empire. Greetings, Devour Lord. Congratulations on the establishment of the Devour dynasty. With an expressionless face, the heavenly corpse wholly saluted young Feng, offered a big gift, and then sat down on his seat. The Magic Note dynasty's 1,000 treasures wholly is here. A handsome young man dressed in countless secret treasures, looking 60% similar to the Magic Note Lord, stepped into the hall, followed by 1 great sage and 6 holy ones. The Magic Note Lord. When young Feng saw the handsome young man, his eyes congealed slightly, and for the first time, he revealed a dignified look, and stormy waves set off in his heart. In the Eternal Wall and the Tower of Origin, young Feng has seen the soul projection of the Magic Note Lord twice. He is very familiar with the soul fluctuations of the Magic Note Lord. The soul fluctuations of the handsome young man, who looks 60% similar to the Magic Note Lord, are 90% similar to the Magic Note Lord's soul fluctuations. Greetings, Devour Lord. Congratulations on the establishment of the Devour dynasty. This is a small gift from the Magic Note dynasty. I hope you like it. This is the last component of the Magic Note throne. The 1,000 treasures wholly smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and a blue crystal appeared, turned into a stream of light, and flew into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng took the blue crystal and looked at it carefully, and his eyes shimmered with admiration. The blue crystal contains endless mysteries, and it is completely compatible with the Magic Note throne. Once the blue crystal was added to the Magic Note throne, the Magic Note throne would be upgraded to the next level. Originally, the Magic Note throne can only confer the title of an Empyrean rank Imperial Preceptor. Once the blue crystal was fused, the limit of the Magic Note throne would be able to confer the title of 2 Emperor-level Imperial Advisors to the Empire. 2 Empyrean rank Imperial Preceptors are enough to contend against an ordinary Empyrean. Young Feng replied, "Thank you, it's nothing. Besides, only you can use this treasure." The 1,000 treasure great sage smiled and led the experts of the Magic Note dynasty to their seats in a carefree manner. The Nebula Patriarch is here. After the quasi-emperors of the 3 warlock dynasties entered, the leaders of powerful races appeared in the Devour Temple and presented Yang Feng with congratulatory gifts. Myriad races gathered. The Dawn Lord is here. A voice suddenly rang out, and Ahimiro, who was giving off traces of Emperor's might, stepped into the devouring temple. A boundless and terrifying immortal Emperor's might slowly spread out from his body and swept out in all directions. Behind Aximiro, there are 2 blazing angels, 1 male and 1 female. Each blazing angel exudes quasi-Empyrean rank might. The Dawn Lord. The 8th human warlock emperor, the Dawn Lord. He finally awakened through a secret method. The divine son Aximiro is indeed a vessel for the resurrection of the Dawn Lord. It's the 9th human warlock emperor versus the 8th human warlock emperor. This is going to be a world-shaking collision. There can't be 2 tigers on the same mountain. Since the Dawn Lord is here, it seems that there's going to be a good show. The 2 invincible human warlock emperors are finally going to collide. Inside the palace, the eyes of many human warlocks shimmered with worry. The experts of the foreign races all revealed looks of schadenfreude. The eyes of the Dawn Lord flickered, and he uttered, "Yang Feng, you haven't promoted to an Empyrean realm yet. You aren't qualified to sit on that throne. End this farce and come down. As long as you join the Dawn dynasty, I can promise to make you the sole heir of the 8th Warlock dynasty and help you ascend to the Empyrean realm in the future." Yang Feng spoke, "Dawn Lord, I appreciate you very much. As long as you join my Devour dynasty, I can give you the position of an Imperial Preceptor. Your position will be just below Zero and me, so the name of the Emperor behind him is Zero." Zero? Who was he? How come I've never heard of this name? Zero, could it be that he is an emperor that has not been recorded in the ancient books? When the powerhouses in the Devour Temple heard Yang Feng's words, they speculated in their hearts. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the Dawn Lord, and immortal Empyrean might far beyond that of the Silver Emperor spread from him and swept in all directions. Human warlock emperors must be Empyrean. Otherwise, it would only bring disaster to the human race. Young Feng, if you don't end this farce. As such, I have no choice but to suppress you and save the human race from a calamity. Chapter 1305. Sitting on the magic note throne, Young Feng uttered domineeringly, "Then let's go to the battlefield of Empyreans. Let's see who suppresses who." The Dawn Lord smiled coldly, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. "What big talk. I hope you won't regret it." Young Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the void. In a vast void without any life stars within millions of light-years, 2 rays of light flickered, and 2 figures appeared. They are the Dawn Lord and Young Feng. Numerous terrifying sage wills descended and hid in the distance, watching the battle from afar. The Dawn Lord radiated dazzling divine light of dawn and said indifferently, "Young Feng, the fight between us is a fight between men, a one-on-one duel in a struggle for the position of Empyrean. Outsiders are not qualified to participate." The Empyrean rank powerhouse Zero, who suppressed the Silver Emperor together with Young Feng 10 years ago, showed extremely terrifying battle prowess. The Dawn Lord doesn't want to be enemies with Young Feng and Zero at the same time. Young Feng said indifferently, "No problem. It's a fair one-on-one duel. She won't interfere." "Very well. In that case, you're going to lose." A cold ray flashed in the Dawn Lord's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation. Countless wisps of dawn divine light emerged and formed a giant hand that stretched for 10,000 kilometers and pressed towards Young Feng. The void was filled with the power of all kinds of laws. The entire void was frozen, and all kinds of evasive secret techniques were restricted. Only powerhouses most proficient in the essence of speed may be able to escape the strike of the giant hand. "Dawn Lord, you're too weak." Young Feng's eyes shone brightly, and he smiled coldly and beckoned with his hand. Silver light shone brightly and formed a boundless silver sea, and a dense swarm of silver arrows barreled towards the 10,000-kilometer-long giant hand like meteors. Under the bombardment of the terrifying silver arrow, the terrifying giant hand that was thousands of miles long was directly smashed into pieces. The silver light that filled the sky turned into silver arrows that shot straight towards the King of Dawn. That's the essence of silver of the Silver Emperor. So strong. The Heaven Holy actually grasped the essence of silver of the Silver Emperor. How terrifying. This was the peak of the devouring power Upanishad. It can devour the power of the one being devoured for its own use. As expected of the Master Devourer. That's a terrifying power comparable to an emperor. The spectating saints and great saints stared at the boundless and terrifying silver ocean with their mouths agape and eyes filled with shock. Any human warlock emperor will master countless secret methods to deal with all kinds of complicated situations. However, their strongest secret technique was still a secret technique that was compatible with their own path. Only a secret technique that was compatible with one's own path could unleash the terrifying power of an emperor. Young Feng can freely control the essence of silver of the Silver Emperor and exert Empyrean rank power. This is simply heaven-defying. A look of anger flashed in the King of Dawn's eyes. He spread his fingers, and the divine light of dawn that filled the sky formed a terrifying boundary of dawn in front of him. The countless silver arrows struck the glimmer of dawn boundary, causing ripples to form. Open. Among the countless silver arrows, Young Feng suddenly appeared and slashed down with the green sun halberd. Carrying an overbearing aura, the halberd split open the glimmer of dawn boundary, and then slashed towards the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord's face fell, and he cast countless secret methods, and defensive barriers appeared one after another. The green sun halberd pierced through the sky, destroying everything in its path. It shattered the terrifying defensive barrier and slashed at the Dawn Lord's body, leaving behind a terrifying wound. It was as if the Dawn Lord was going to be split apart, and a large amount of Emperor's blood dripped from the wound into the sky. The Dawn Lord was actually injured first. How is this possible? That's the Dawn Lord, the 8th Warlock Emperor of the human race. That's terrifying. The Heaven Holy has undergone such a terrifying evolution in the past 10 years. That's terrifying. His battle prowess is comparable to that of a true Empyrean. That's terrifying. As expected of a peerless genius who founded the 9th Warlock dynasty. He's so powerful. Devourer Lord. The eyes of the surrounding holy and great holy experts shimmered with incredulity. At the time, When Yang Feng contended against the Silver Emperor as a quasi-emperor, it was already unbelievable. But now, Yang Feng can even suppress the Dawn Lord, the 8th Warlock Emperor of the human race. This is simply a miracle. In the starry sky, countless rays of dawn light shone and sent the green sun halberd flying. As if an invincible god of war, Yang Feng brandished the green sun halberd and slashed at the Dawn Lord from all directions. The Dawn Lord cast various top-notch secret methods that have been lost, yet they were still broken by Yang Feng one after another. Wounds appeared on his body, and drops of Empyrean blood dripped down. Amazing. Even the legendary Empyrean like the 8th Warlock Emperor isn't his opponent. That's amazing. Inside the Devour Temple, Bai Wuqing looked at the projection in the hall with shock in his eyes. Amazing. So strong. Worthy of the ruthless person who founded the 9th Warlock dynasty. That's the legendary 8th Warlock Emperor. In the hall, the leaders of the human warlock groups looked at the scarred Dawn Lord bathed in Empyrean blood with an enigmatic gleam in their eyes. Although the Dawn Lord is known as the weakest Warlock Emperor among the 8 Warlock Emperors. But after all, he is an Empyrean who can suppress the universe. When the Dawn Lord was alive, no other race Empyrean set foot on the Zhangji plain. This shows how powerful he is. But now the legendary 8th Warlock Emperor is being suppressed by Yang Feng, which naturally shocked everyone. Yang Feng, give up. A fierce ray flashed in the Dawn Lord's eyes, and he took out a scepter full of holy fluctuations. Countless runes flew out of the scepter and entered the void. The void split open, and a holy mountain filled with the light of dawn and filled with countless angels and light life forms, Mountain Paradise, emerged. Dazzling divine light of dawn burst out from Paradise Mountain and pressed down on Yang Feng. Mountain Paradise, the ultimate secret treasure of the Dawn Lord. Legend has it that Mountain Paradise is a broken eternal treasure. At the time, the Dawn Lord obtained this broken eternal treasure, which is why he chose dawn as his path, became invincible, and advanced to the Empyrean realm. The Dawn Lord is really going all out. Inside the Devour Temple, when many human warlocks saw Mountain Paradise, their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Mountain Paradise is the core secret treasure for the Dawn Lord to advance to the Empyrean realm, as well as his most powerful trump card. It was because they were afraid of the power of Mountain Paradise that many Empyreans acquiesced to the establishment of the 8th Warlock dynasty. As soon as Mountain Paradise appeared, the light of dawn sprinkled the sky, and the space within millions of years turned into a huge dawn divine country. Amidst the dazzling light of dawn, countless angels of dawn formed from divine light attacked Yang Feng from all directions. At this moment, Yang Feng feels like he has broken into the divine country of a supreme god. He is suppressed by the divine country in various ways. At the same time, he has to face an endless stream of divine legions. In the divine country of a supreme god, even an Empyrean will be suppressed by the power of the divine country. At the same time, it is difficult to absorb outside force, and there is the possibility of being exhausted to death. At the Time Lord once suffered a great loss in the divine country of an ancient supreme god. What an amazing secret treasure! This eternal treasure has been repaired by 80%. Unfortunately, it was repaired with faith force, which has huge flaws. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and the dawn god armor shone, and he entered the second form. Countless runes shone, and Yang Feng turned into a black hole and flew towards Mountain Paradise in the center of the divine country. Countless dawn angels flew out, were swallowed by the black hole, and then spat out and fell into the distance. The dawn angels, which are made of dawn divine light, are highly toxic to Yang Feng. When Yang Feng devours a dawn angel, he needs to consume more power to refine it before he can truly use it. Otherwise, he will hurt himself. Sure enough, I can't stop you, Yang Feng. However, you're going to lose. Standing on Mountain Paradise, the Dawn Lord's eyes shone coldly, and he silently recited an incantation, and countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. On Mountain Paradise, countless mysterious runes shone, fearsome dawn divine light gathered, and a heaven battle spear capable of slaying Empyrean powerhouses appeared on the mountain, turned into a stream of light, and shot towards Yang Feng. Countless runes shone on Yang Feng, and he brandished the green sun halberd, and 1,000 green suns appeared and merged into one that slashed at the heaven battle spear. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the heaven battle spear was smashed by Yang Feng's halberd. A torrent of time emerged, and Yang Feng appeared on Mountain Paradise in a step and slashed with his halberd. Boom! Following a loud explosion, Mount Paradise trembled slightly, and a huge hole appeared halfway up the mountain. The entire divine kingdom was trembling at a terrifying rate. Seeing this scene, the Dawn Lord's eyes flashed with pain, and he shouted, "Stop! Devour Lord, I lost this fight." Hearing that, Yang Feng stopped his attack on Mountain Paradise. Countless rays of dawn divine light shone, and Mountain Paradise crossed the void and disappeared. "I lost this fight. I wish you good luck." The Dawn Lord took a deep look at Yang Feng with complicated emotions in his eyes, and then sighed, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. Chapter 1306. The Dawn Lord has been defeated. The Devourer Lord defeated the Dawn Lord. From today on, the Heaven Holy is the true Devourer Lord. To defeat an Empyrean as a quasi-emperor, that's really terrifying. The Devourer Lord. In the world of warlocks, countless people watched the battle between Yang Feng and the Dawn Lord through various spells, and their eyes shimmered with shock. As expected of the Devourer Lord, the strongest warlock emperor of the human race in the future, the Devourer Lord can contend against Empyreans now. When he steps into the Empyrean domain in the future, he will definitely be an invincible Overlord rank existence. The Devourer Lord is really strong. The establishment of the human race's 9th warlock dynasty will be smooth. In the human webs, countless human warlocks cheered for Yang Feng's victory. The defeat of the Dawn Lord means that the human race has given birth to an even more terrifying powerhouse. The human 9th warlock dynasty will only become more powerful and awe the world. The eyes of the other race experts shimmered with disappointment, and they kept silent, not daring to speak carelessly. Once the human 9th warlock dynasty is truly established, the entire universe will belong to the human race, and the human race will become more prosperous and occupy more resources. The other race experts who have emerged now will become the focus of the human 9th warlock dynasty's attack in the future. There was a flash of light, and Yang Feng's figure appeared on the throne of the Devour Temple. Many other race leaders came here with the intention of watching a good show. As such, they don't really respect the quasi-emperor Yang Feng. After the Dawn Lord was defeated by Yang Feng, the hearts of the other race leaders turned cold, and they looked at him with awe in their eyes. "Lan Yu, the Sea Emperor has arrived." A slightly trembling voice came from outside the door. A boundlessly vast and terrifying aura that was like a sea of stars surged over from the outside world. Amidst a wisp of blue divine radiance, the peerless empress with a peerless appearance and extraordinary bearing stepped directly into the palace. This peerless empress with a peerless appearance and extraordinary temperament was an incomparably powerful empress, the Blue Moon Ocean Empress. She was also known as the strongest expert in this world. In terms of appearance, the Blue Moon Sea Emperor was slightly inferior to the Charm Demon Queen, but she had an emperor's aura around her. Overall, she exuded an amazing charm that far surpassed the Charm Demon Queen. Behind the Blue Moon Oceanic Emperor was a man and a woman from the Blue Moon Oceanic race. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Blue Moon Ocean Emperor. He really did come. Of course, once it was devoured, the dynasty would be established. The human race has taken over this universe. Just the Demon Note throne alone can give the human race another emperor-level expert. Coupled with Lord Devourer and Lord Zero, there are 3 emperors. When the foreign race powerhouses saw the Blue Moon Poseidon, their eyes revealed traces of excitement. A copious amount of blue sea water intertwined and formed a blue throne in the void. Sitting on the blue throne, the Blue Moon Poseidon looked at Yang Feng. In the Devour Temple, only the Blue Moon Poseidon has the same position as Yang Feng. Before the establishment of the human race's 9th warlock dynasty, emperors were on equal footing with Yang Feng, or even higher. But after the establishment of the 9th warlock dynasty, even emperors are inferior to Yang Feng in the Devour Temple. Yang Feng spoke, "Blue Moon Poseidon, what brings you here?" The beautiful eyes of the Blue Moon Poseidon flickered with bright light, and she uttered flatly, "Lord Devourer, I don't think the human race's 9th warlock dynasty should be established here. After you promote to an emperor, it will be the best time to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. Yang Feng looked at the blue moon Poseidon with an enigmatic smile. What if I want to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty now? Then I'll destroy your 9th Warlock dynasty. A ruthless voice erupted above the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent, and a huge star 100,000 kilometers in diameter dropped from the sky and barreled towards the Devour Temple. Standing behind Yang Feng, Zero's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the celestial body and punched the huge celestial body 100,000 kilometers in diameter. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the huge star with a diameter of 50,000 kilometers was shattered by Zero's punch. Countless fragments shot back like cannonballs towards the golden-haired ape emperor, who was radiating golden divine light. The gold fur ape emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, and he waved his hand, and resplendent golden light shone and sent the golden fragments flying. Yang Feng, do you dare to fight me in the eternal duel arena? If you don't dare, then immediately cancel this nation's founding ceremony. A quasi-emperor like you can't establish a dynasty. The gold fur ape emperor's eyes radiated a fierce ray, and he barked. Fearsome sound waves reverberated on the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent and suppressed in all directions. Within the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent, countless warlock towers shone brightly and activated a powerful barrier to resist the gold fur ape emperor's sound waves. Without the barrier, all existences below the great warlock rank on the Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent would be shaken to death by the gold fur ape emperor's roar. Yang Feng said frigidly with a cold look in his eyes, "What will you do if I don't agree?" The gold fur ape emperor's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "If you don't agree, every day, I will destroy a planet that you humans live on, until all of you are dead." When the gold fur ape emperor's ferocious words came out, a chill welled up in the hearts of the human powerhouses. If an Empyrean disregarded face and put aside all dignity, they can destroy a celestial body every day. Any grade 4 plane or below can't withstand an all-out blow from an Empyrean. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll kill you in the eternal duel arena." With a flash of light, Yang Feng disappeared from the Devour Temple. The Eternal Path collapsed, and the Eternal Path merged with the world of warlocks. Various eternal relic sites on the Eternal Path appeared in the world of warlocks. The Eternal Duel Arena is the most famous one. In a duel to the death in the Eternal Duel Arena, even if it is two Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, only one can survive in the end. With a flash of blue light, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch disappeared and flew towards the Eternal Duel Arena. The Devour Lord and the Gold Fur Ape Emperor will enter the Eternal Duel Arena to fight to the death. The Eternal Duel Arena, this is a fight to the death. Of the two powerhouses, only one can survive in the end. The one who can survive must be the Devour Lord. He is an existence who defeated the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord reincarnated through a secret method and was reborn in this era, but he was suppressed by the Devour Lord. He hasn't recovered his full strength, which is why he was defeated by the Devour Lord. The Gold Fur Ape Emperor is at his peak. His battle prowess is heaven-defying, far surpassing that of ordinary emperors. I'm afraid that the Devour Lord is in grave danger this time. Unfortunately, the Silver Emperor has occupied the only seat of emperor in this era. Otherwise, the Devour Lord is bound to advance to an emperor and become invincible. Many human warlocks on the Weave discussed spiritedly, their words revealing traces of unease and unwillingness. If the Silver Emperor hadn't occupied the only seat of emperor in this era, Yang Feng will definitely advance to an emperor. With Yang Feng's underlying strength, once he advances to an emperor, he will be comparable to an invincible overlord like the other 7 warlock emperors. An invincible overlord rank emperor, even if other emperors awaken, can suppress other emperors and forcibly establish a warlock dynasty. The Eternal Duel Arena, surrounded by starlight and exhaling cosmic energy, exudes a mysterious and mighty aura. This is a relic site refined by an eternal sovereign. If an emperor wants to destroy the Eternal Duel Arena, they will have to go to great lengths and spend 1,000 years. Once they enter the Eternal Duel Arena, even an emperor won't be able to escape the shackles of the Eternal Duel Arena. Two terrifying figures appeared in front of the eternal duel arena. It is Yang Feng and the Gold Fur Ape Emperor. The two looked at each other, and their eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Without saying any nonsense, they turned into two streams of light and entered the eternal duel arena. Yang Feng, you're doomed to die here today. Do you think you can hide the act you put on with the King of Dawn from the world? For a trifling quasi-emperor like you to be able to defeat a veteran emperor like the Dawn Lord, that's too fake. Go to hell and become a stepping stone on my path of evolution. The eyes of the Gold Fur Ape Emperor shone fiercely, and countless golden rays shone brightly, and he took out a 100-meter-long, crystal-clear eternal leg bone and barreled towards Yang Feng. Countless runes shone, and sacred voices emanated from the eternal leg bone. Containing the essence of power, the eternal leg bone crushed everything in its path and crushed towards Yang Feng. Although the 100-meter-long eternal leg bone is not an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, but its power is not the slightest bit inferior to that of many Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Only invincible Empyrean-grade secret treasures can surpass it. A play. What a fool. It's you who's going to die. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he brandished the green sun halberd in his hand. The halberd tore through the sky, and 1,000 suns emerged, merged into one, and slashed at the resplendent eternal leg bone. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the golden-furred ape emperor was blasted thousands of miles away. Chapter 1307. The eyes of the gold fur ape emperor shimmered with incredulity, and he exclaimed, "How can you be so strong? The silver emperor has already occupied the only Empyrean position in this universe. The Gold Fur Ape Emperor has determined that Yang Feng hasn't advanced to the Empyrean realm, which is why he came to fight Yang Feng. But Yang Feng is far more powerful than he imagined. Gold Fur Ape Emperor, thank you for coming to die today. I'll use your head to shock the world." Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, countless runes shone on the divine armor of dawn, and he entered the second form. With a flash of an after-image, Yang Feng appeared in front of the Gold Fur Ape Emperor as if teleporting, and green halberd rays stabbed towards the Gold Fur Ape Emperor like a storm. Boom! 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 The golden-haired ape emperor's body shone with golden divine light as he brandished the eternal leg bone violently, forcibly blocking the green halberd light. However, the terrifying power of the halberd continued to send him flying. Within the green halberd radiance, there were traces of the terrifying devouring ultimacy that continuously devoured the energy of the golden fur ape emperor. Yang Feng, die! The eyes of the gold fur ape emperor flickered fiercely, countless runes shone, and he blurred into motion and grew 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of the 6 arms is holding 6 eternal bones. Countless runes shone, and the gold fur ape emperor brandished his 6 arms and controlled the eternal bones to attack Yang Feng. In an instant, thousands of collisions erupted in the eternal battlefield, and the gold fur ape emperor tore apart Yang Feng's defenses and slammed a blow into his left shoulder, causing the Twilight God armor and Yang Feng's left shoulder to collapse. Amazing. True Empyreans are really powerful. However, you're going to die here today. Yang Feng spewed out a mouthful of blood, and a cold ray streaked past his eyes. The gold fur ape emperor with 3 heads and 6 arms possesses heaven-defying battle prowess, surpassing that of the Dawn Lord. Fourth form. Countless runes shone on the divine armor of dawn, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with Yang Feng. The Kunmo Duskstone, which has never stopped absorbing energy, spewed a tremendous amount of power into Yang Feng. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the halberd of the god of battle appeared and slashed towards the gold fur ape emperor. In an instant, 2 emperors appeared from the river of time. One of them had a green face and fangs. He was 10 meters tall and carried a terrifying saber on his back. The other emperor was 2 meters tall. He looked really handsome and gave off an extraordinary aura. He held a giant spiked club in his hand. As soon as the 2 Empyrean rank projections appeared, they frantically extracted the energy inside Yang Feng. If it wasn't for the Kunmo stone supplying him with power, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to withstand the arrival of the 2 Empyrean sovereigns. I never thought that I would see this world one day. Old ape, eat my blade. A wisp of emotion flashed in the emperor's eyes. He drew the saber in his hand and a burning gaze flashed in his eyes. He burned his life force and slashed down. In an instant, the only thing that was left in the world was that dazzling saber light. It brought with it a terrifying might that could destroy and pierce through everything as it slashed towards the golden-furred ape emperor. Not good. A hair-raising feeling welled up inside the golden-furred ape emperor, and he waved the bone of eternity to block. With a flash of a fearsome saber ray, the golden-furred ape emperor was split in two, and a large amount of Empyrean blood spilled. Countless runes flickered, and one of the golden-furred ape emperor's heads exploded, and the severed body automatically healed in an instant. The 3 heads and 6 arms secret method is an origin secret method of the golden-furred ape emperor race. Once it is cast, it is equivalent to having 2 more lives. Along with flickering after-images, the handsome Empyrean rank projection jumped out of the shadows, silently brandished the giant spiked club, and slammed it into the back of the golden-furred ape emperor. A terrifying force erupted in an instant, and stars containing shadow energy erupted and broke the golden-furred ape emperor's spine, and a large amount of Empyrean blood spilled in the sky. Go to hell! The eyes of the golden-furred ape emperor shimmered fiercely, and he slammed the bone of eternity into the Empyrean rank projection that jumped out of the shadows and smashed it into pieces. The law of karma extended along the way and slammed into Yang Feng, causing him to tremble slightly and spit out a mouthful of blood. Countless drops of bloody light mixed with the river of time, looking strange and mysterious. Riding the strange river of time, Yang Feng appeared in front of the golden-furred ape emperor and brandished his halberd to attack the golden-furred ape emperor. The golden-furred ape emperor roared and brandished the bone of eternity to fight Yang Feng. Mysterious runes flickered, and the wounds on the golden-furred ape emperor's body can hardly heal. Drops of Empyrean blood entered the void and disappeared. When the golden-furred ape emperor saw this scene, shock flashed in his eyes. Essence of blood, you actually grasped the ability of the first true ancestor. Your essence of devour has reached this level. After the essence of devour evolves to the apex, it can easily grasp the essences of those it devours. This has always been a legend, because no powerhouse who has grasped the essence of devour has ever reached this level. Yang Feng smiled and pointed with a finger, and silver arrows shot towards the golden-furred ape emperor like raindrops. The golden-furred ape emperor brandished the bone of eternity and smashed the silver arrows one by one. However, his gold fur has been strangely silverized, and his body has been eroded by the silverized force, weakening him continuously. Like an invincible god who descended into the secular world, Yang Feng suppressed everything and unleashed all kinds of incredible essences barreling towards the golden-furred ape emperor. The eyes of the gold fur ape emperor shone fiercely, golden light shone, and he roared again and again. Exuding a domineering and invincible aura, he exchanged blows with Yang Feng, exchanging blow for blow. In the eternal arena, the earth cracked, the stars shattered, and fearsome fluctuations spread in all directions. A large amount of Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. Golden-furred ape emperor, you're really amazing. That's an Empyrean for you. I really want to have a fair fight with you. However, today is a great day for me to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. If I can't take care of you as soon as possible, how can I show the means of the 9th Warlock Emperor? A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, countless runes flickered, and spatial portals appeared. The 12 holy followers walked out of the spatial portals and attacked the golden-furred ape emperor with various offensive secret methods. Although the 12 holy followers have soul fluctuations, but in fact, they are mechanical creations, which fall under the category of alchemy. As such, they can be brought into the eternal arena. Countless spaces flickered, and holy step mechanical rulers appeared and resonated with the mechanical rulers who have advanced to the quasi-Empyrean rank. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he joined the battle and besieged the golden-furred ape emperor together with the 12 holy followers. Spatial blades, lightning spears, fearsome blade rays, and other attacks barreled towards the golden-furred ape emperor, riddling him with wounds. Yang Feng, you're despicable and shameless. To use golems, what kind of hero are you? Do you still deserve to be the 9th Warlock Emperor? If you have the guts, then fight me fairly. Furious, the golden-furred ape emperor roared wildly and tried to blast the 12 holy followers and holy step mechanical rulers to pieces. Although the 12 holy followers are far weaker than the golden-furred ape emperor in terms of strength, but they cooperate with each other to block the golden-furred ape emperor's attack. I'm proficient in alchemy, and these golems are part of my strength. Just like the golem lord, every time he fights, there will be countless golems. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Taking advantage of the moment when the golden-furred ape emperor was distracted, he slashed down with his halberd and beheaded the golden-furred ape emperor. Countless gold runes shone, and the golden-furred ape emperor recovered, and the severed heads grew back one by one. It was just that the heads that grew out no longer had the extraordinary power that could take the place of death. Riding a torrent of time, Yang Feng brandished his halberd and slashed at the golden-furred ape emperor. Besieged by the 12 holy followers and 1,000 holy step mechanical rulers, the golden-furred ape emperor destroyed more than 30 blade rulers, and then was cut in two by Yang Feng's halberd. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the golden-furred ape emperor, and fearsome life force gushed out of the golden-furred ape emperor and nourished Yang Feng's body and soul. The golden-furred ape emperor died. The devourer lord actually killed the golden-furred ape emperor. Outside the eternal arena, the blue moon sea monarch's beautiful eyes shimmered with shock when she saw this scene. The golden-furred ape emperor is a veteran Empyrean with tyrannical strength. Yet Yang Feng killed him, which is completely beyond the blue moon sea monarch's imagination. The devourer lord killed the golden-furred ape emperor. We humans are destined to be invincible in the world. A message was sent in the weave and set off another uproar. The golden-furred ape emperor died. That's great. He's so stupid. The devourer lord is an invincible overlord who defeated the Dawn Lord. For him to go to the eternal arena to fight the devourer lord, he's simply courting death. After today's battle, we humans will rise again and become invincible in the universe. The devourer lord is eternal. There was jubilation in the weave. Most of the human warlocks were excited. Once the 9th warlock dynasty is established, the power of the human race will take a terrifying leap. Just the magic note throne alone will enable the human race to produce many venerables and great holies. Chapter 1308. Countless stars fell from the sky and landed on the Tsangji plain. Countless blood-colored dark clouds emerged and rained down on the 36 primary material planes. Stars fell. A rain of blood filled the sky. The Golden Ape Emperor really died. Another emperor has fallen in our universe. Why can't they get along? Fight against the Gumana universe's powerhouses together? Get along? That's too difficult. In this era, our universe only has one chance to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm. How can emperors unite in order to compete for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm? The experts in the cosmos sighed when they saw the falling stars and the rain of blood filling the sky. If it wasn't for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm in this era, the emperors wouldn't have fought with a powerhouse like Yang Feng for no reason. However, countless prophecy masters and warlocks have prophesied that there will be an opportunity to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm in this era. Naturally, the emperors can't unite. They are fighting endlessly for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm. Yang Feng founded the 9th Warlock dynasty in order to use the general trend of the human race to gather the power of all human warlocks and make himself stronger and more perfect. All of a sudden, the infernal planes separated from the endless abyss shook violently. The infernal planes exploded, and mountains crumbled and the earth cracked, as if the end of the world has arrived. Looking at the collapsed plane, a devil Grand Duke's eyes shimmered with panic, and he roared wildly, "What happened?" An ancient devil as large as the sky, blind in one eye, and ferocious as hell slowly crawled out of a plane, and terrifying demonic might suppress the surroundings. That's the legendary Sky Devil GE, the primogenitor of our race, the emperor of our devil race. In the hell plane, the eyes of many devil overlords flashed with excitement when they saw the devil overlord, who was covered in countless shackles and exuded a fierce aura. The Sky Devil exuding a fearsome aura is GE, who once defeated Taboo Lord, who has yet to ascend to the Empyrean realm. This is an extremely fearsome Sky Devil. At the time, he was once chased by the invincible Taboo Lord, yet he managed to escape from him. His battle prowess is heaven-defying. GE struggled wildly, and the countless shackles entangling him collapsed. In the instant that the countless shackles collapsed, the entire hell plane collapsed. GE opened his mouth and inhaled. A terrifying black aura came out of his mouth and swept towards the layers of hell. No. No. A Grand Devil Duke's expression suddenly changed. All of the energy in his body was sucked dry, and he turned to ash and disappeared. Why? Aren't you the ancestor of us demons? A devil viscount roared in GE's direction. In a single breath, he was sucked dry and turned into ashes. That's right, I'm your ancestor. Therefore, your lives are bestowed by me. Now, return all of your lives to me and become nutrients for my recovery. A cruel and domineering voice echoed in the layers of hell. Rays of black demonic light sprinkled down from the clouds of the hell plane, descending upon the hell plane. Enveloped by the black demonic light, the god-rank devil overlords had their bloodline power sucked away without any resistance. They turned to ashes and disappeared without a trace. A copious amount of black light entered Nage and restored his aura, making him fearsome. I'm here. Devourer Lord. GE's eyes shimmered with a ferocious gleam, and he tore apart space with his hands and rushed into the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, a humongous portal appeared in the outer space of the eternal battle arena. When the portal opened, GE walked out of it. Sky Devil GE. When the Blue Moon Sea Monarch saw the Sky Devil GE exuding distorted demonic light, her pretty face flickered at once. Every single emperor was a monster amongst monsters. They were peerless geniuses of an era and were boundlessly strong. But at the same time, there are different ranks among emperors. The strongest are naturally invincible overlords like the Time Lord and the other 6 warlock emperors. The weakest is the Silver Emperor who has just advanced to the Emperor realm. The Sky Devil GE is an emperor infinitely close to the invincible Overlord rank, his strength far surpassing that of the Blue Moon Sea Monarch. GE glanced coldly at the Blue Moon Sea Monarch, then his figure fluttered, and as if a demonic star descended, he fell into the eternal arena in an instant. Devourer Lord, come and fight me to the death. The winner can plunder everything from the loser. I'm going to kill you, plunder all your treasures and resources, and set foot in eternity. If you don't fight me, I'll destroy the stars you humans rely on in the outside world. GE's eyes flashed fiercely, and he radiated demonic light. Like a demon ancestor, a fierce and berserk aura slowly spread from him. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered decisively, "Fine, I'll fight you to the death." Countless mysterious runes appeared, and the eternal duel arena, which had just opened, closed again. Countless runes flickered on Yang Feng's god armor of dawn, and a blurry projection merged with him, allowing him to enter the 4th form in an instant. In an instant, a terrifying silver ocean appeared and swept towards GE. Silver transformation. Don't use such petty tricks. GE glanced at the silver sea, which can easily silver a star, smiled coldly, and blurred into motion. He turned into a beam of light, tore through the silver sea, appeared in front of a holy rank blade ruler, and slapped the blade ruler. In an instant, the sharp blade ruler was blasted into pieces by GE. Boom. 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 GE was like an invincible devil, his entire body emitting black demonic light. He casually bombarded the Saint-class mechanical rulers, tearing them apart one by one. GE's battle experience was extremely rich. He immediately attacked those sacred-grade mechanical rulers, destroying them one by one. Although the attacks of the holy rank mechanical rulers can't be fatal, but they can still injure him and pose a certain threat to him. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, and he brandished his halberd, and 2 Empyrean rank brave souls emerged from the river of time and attacked GE. The 12 hegemonic apostles launched their own attacks at GE. It's no use. The brave souls summoned from the river of time are nothing but dead people. How can dead people be my opponent? GE smiled ferociously, shone with demonic light, and sent a punch flying. In an instant, the soul phantoms of countless devils, fiends, angels, elves, dragons, and other powerful extraordinary life forms appeared, roared mournfully, their eyes shot with blood, and unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards the 2 Empyrean rank brave souls and the 12 holy apostles. Besieged by the endless soul phantoms, the 12 holy apostles were blasted away by 10,000 kilometers. The 2 Empyrean rank brave souls were entangled by the countless extraordinary life forms soul phantoms, and they fought each other. GE shone with demonic light, chased after the holy rank mechanical rulers and smashed them one by one. He didn't even let their core microchips escape. So strong. This is the ancestor of the devils, Sky Devil GE. As expected of a fearsome existence who once fought to Boo Lord and didn't die. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and he frantically extracted the power of Kunmo Jusha and slashed at GE with his halberd. A torrent of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole emerged, suppressed the void, and slashed towards GE. Devour Lord, are you finally going all out? Unfortunately, you're too weak. You're too weak. Even if you go all out, you'll be the one to die. GE smiled ferociously. His remaining demonic eyes flickered with countless mysterious runes, and a fearsome demonic head composed of countless eyeballs flew out. The eyeballs opened, shone with demonic light, converged, and barreled towards the 4 images in the sky. Under the bombardment of the terrifying demonic light, the torrent of time disintegrated, the spatial portal collapsed, the power star shattered, and the devour black hole was annihilated. The remaining demonic light slammed into Yang Feng. In an instant, Yang Feng felt a sharp pain in his head, weakness in his limbs, the flow of power in his body became sluggish, and all kinds of incredible curses entangled him. Yang Feng's fleshly body has evolved into a perfect immortal body, which is comparable to that of a true Empyrean. Only his soul is slightly inferior to that of a true Empyrean. Originally, it would be difficult for any curse to hurt him. However, devils are innately proficient in all kinds of curses. As the ancestor of devils and one of the 6 sky devils, GE's curses have reached the pinnacle. Even an Empyrean can't resist his curses. Go to hell! GE's eyes shone fiercely, and he appeared in front of Yang Feng with a teleport and sent a claw stabbing at Yang Feng's heart. Now that Yang Feng is at his weakest, it is a great opportunity for GE to inflict a heavy blow on Yang Feng in one fell swoop. Ripples flickered behind Yang Feng, and Zero emerged from behind him and slammed the whip of the ruler in her hand into GE like a poisoned dragon capable of tearing apart the sky and suppressing everything. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, GE's body caved in, and blood sprinkled in the sky. Chapter 1309. GE's countenance changed dramatically, and he roared wildly, "It's you. You're Zero. How can you appear here?" Even though he was asleep, GE split off a wisp of his consciousness to walk the world and collect all kinds of information. Naturally, the information on the Empyrean rank powerhouse Zero couldn't escape his collection. He never thought that he would see Zero here. "Golem, you're a secret treasure golem refined by the Devourer Lord. After all, GE is one of the 6 sky devils. He's extremely smart." With a thought, a chill welled up in his heart, and he roared wildly. A cold look in his eyes, Zero didn't say a word. He brandished the whip of the ruler, tore apart the sky, and lashed at GE. GE's bones cracked, and Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. If Zero entered the Eternal Arena, then who is this? When the Blue Moon Sea Monarch saw this scene, a chill welled up in his heart, and he looked at the other Zero standing not far away. The other Zero smiled at the Blue Moon Sea Monarch, and fearsome Empyrean might exuded from him. A second Empyrean. The Devourer Lord has 2 Empyrean followers. That's terrifying. Moreover, the 2 Empyrean rank powerhouses are golems he refined. How heaven-defying. When the Blue Moon Sea Monarch thought of this fact, a chill welled up in his heart. Any Empyrean rank powerhouse is an invincible existence in the universe. It is virtually impossible to refine them with alchemy. At the time, the Golem Lord used the living golem secret method to transform the Empyrean rank powerhouses he suppressed into Empyrean rank golems. The Magic Note Lord was the #1 alchemist of the human race, yet he had never refined an Emperor-grade alchemy golem. For Yang Feng to refine an Empyrean rank mechanical golem with alchemy, this was simply incredible and beyond everyone's imagination. Within the Eternal Arena, countless mysterious runes flickered on the divine armor of Dawn Yang Feng, and devour black holes emerged and devoured the curses on him. In an instant, Yang Feng recovered his full strength and slashed at GE with the halberd of the god of battle. A torrent of time appeared, containing countless mysterious runes that enveloped Zero and GE. In the torrent of time, Zero's speed was increased by 300 times, while the time around GE slowed down by about 2 times. All of a sudden, Zero seemed to have split into 300, leaving behind countless afterimages as he controlled, Whip of the Ruler, and lashed out at GE from all directions. Countless mysterious runes shone, and a hexagram barrier appeared around NAGE. The Whip of the Ruler shattered the hexagram enchantments one after another, and it lashed at GE's body, leaving one wound after another on his body. Countless rays of demonic light flickered, and the wounds on GE's body strangely healed at a rapid pace. The Devil race's regenerative abilities were second only to the True Blood races. Even if some Grand Dukes were beheaded and only their hearts were left, they could still be reborn. Some saints of the Devil race could even be reborn with a drop of Devil blood. As the ancestor of the Devil race, GE's defense and recovery ability can be rated as heaven-defying. Even though he was continuously injured, but he still healed his injuries at an astonishing speed. Lord! Zero barked, and Yang Feng flew out from the side, brandished the halberd of the god of battle, and slashed at GE. A cold look in his eyes, demonic light surged all over GE, and he brandished his fists. Fighting 1 versus 2, he forcibly blocked the siege of Yang Feng and Zero like a fortress with invincible defense. In the void, ripples emerged, and the level 7 stronghold emerged. The destruction cannon locked on GE, flashed, and fired a beam capable of destroying Emperors barreling towards GE. Shit! GE's face fell, and he was just about to cast a spell to escape, when he found that the void has been sealed by Zero and Yang Feng, making it impossible for him to escape. GE's eyes flashed fiercely, and his remaining eye shone, and a strange head formed from countless eyes appeared, radiated strange light, and blessed him. Boosted by the strange light, GE's fluctuations of power suddenly doubled, and he sent a fist barreling towards the beam capable of destroying Emperors. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the beam of light that could annihilate Emperors was shattered by GE's punch, and his right hand was vaporized by the blow and completely disappeared. 4 visions of a torrent of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole emerged, and Yang Feng walked out of the river of time and slashed at GE's back with his halberd. GE, who smashed the destruction cannon's attack head-on, is at his weakest. When the halberd slashed at him, his body split open, and a large amount of blood spilled on the ground. Zero also brandished the Whip of the Ruler and slashed at GE, and his body caved in. Countless twisted devilish heads flew out of GE's wounds, opened their bloody maws, and mercilessly bit at Yang Feng and Zero. Die! GE bellowed, and a fearsome demonic head formed from countless demonic eyes flew out of his single eye, radiated fearsome demonic light, and barreled towards Yang Feng and Zero. Yang Feng appeared in front of Zero, and an unbreakable shield appeared in his hand. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the unbreakable shield activated a formidable barrier that absorbed the light of the curse of the demonic eye. Zero retreated behind Yang Feng, and the 12 holy apostles flew to his side. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the 12 holy apostles, radiated resplendent light, and entered Zero. The level 7 stronghold floating in the void radiated resplendent light, and a steady stream of power entered Zero's body. This is a very powerful spell. I can't let it finish. An ominous glint flashed in GE's eyes, and he no longer consumed power to repair himself. Instead, he frantically burned his origin force and poured it into his remaining eye. GE's remaining demonic eye burst out with fearsome demonic light. The power absorbed from the sacrifices of countless devils over the past hundreds of millions of years erupted and turned into a beam that can destroy everything and even seriously injure eternal sovereigns barreling towards Zero. With the unbreakable shield in hand, Yang Feng used all his power to activate a powerful barrier and blocked in front of Zero. Boom! The demonic light that erupted from GE's demonic eye slammed into the barrier of the unbreakable shield, causing the barrier to tremble unceasingly, as if it would collapse at any time. Yang Feng clenched his teeth and frantically extracted the power of the Kunmo stone and the small world inside him to maintain the unbreakable shield's barrier. Zero floating in the void opened her eyes, which are filled with majesty. She brandished the Whip of the Ruler and tore through the sky and barreled towards GE. Damn it! With a flash of anger in his eyes, GE clenched his teeth, brandished his remaining left hand, and sent a fist barreling towards the whip of the ruler. The whip of the ruler, which is surrounded by countless mysterious runes, mercilessly slammed into GE's right hand, smashed it, and then devoured it. After smashing GE's right hand, the whip of the ruler slammed into GE's head, and a fearsome power erupted and blasted GE's head apart. Boom! 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 The ruler's whip was like a terrifying poisonous dragon as it smashed into GE's body. GE's bones cracked, and his demonic blood splattered everywhere. After being struck tens of thousands of times in a row, GE's body is twisted, and there isn't an inch of good bone left. The source of your power is this demon eye. Since the Taboo Lord destroyed one of your eyes, I'll destroy the second one. Floating in the void, Zero's pretty face shimmered with enchanting charm, and she uttered coldly. The whip of the ruler flew out and stabbed towards GE's remaining eye. No! GE roared, and the remaining eye erupted with a fearsome aura, and countless runes flickered and formed a black barrier. The progenitor eye is the name of GE's remaining eye, and it is one of the most powerful eyes in the world of warlocks. Even an Empyrean cannot escape the curse of the progenitor eye. According to legend, even eternal sovereigns will be affected by the progenitor eye's demonic light. As the source of GE's power, the progenitor eye is extremely powerful. The black barrier it formed forcibly blocked Zero's whip of the ruler. Amazing. Unfortunately, there are two of us. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in front of GE, slashed with his halberd, and cut GE in two. A devour black hole appeared, swallowed GE's lower body, and frantically devoured GE's origin force. No. Seriously injured, GE issued a miserable scream, and the barrier in his right eye collapsed. The whip of the ruler stabbed into GE's right eye and dug out his progenitor eye. A devour black hole appeared, swallowed GE, and frantically devoured his life origin. GE is a fearsome existence infinitely close to the invincible Overlord rank. Even though he was seriously injured by Yang Feng, but he still struggled frantically in the devour black hole. After a quarter of an hour, GE's soul was completely obliterated, and a tremendous amount of life origin poured into Yang Feng. Chapter 1310. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch looked at Yang Feng in the eternal arena with a flash of coldness in his eyes. He died. He is one of the 6 heavenly devils, the ancestor of the devil race. GE was one of the 6 heavenly devils, the ancestor of the devil race, and the most powerful devil. At his peak, he could even compete with the Taboo Lord. GE revived ahead of schedule, but he devoured all the devils of the infernal plane and turned them into his nutrients. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch admitted that he was not the opponent of GE. Yet such a fearsome demon ancestor was slain and devoured by Yang Feng. This was simply shocking. Stars fell from the sky like a meteor shower and landed on the Tsangji plain. Blood-colored clouds gathered in the sky, and a rain of blood fell. Another Empyrean died. Who is it? Who is it that has fallen? Could it be the Blue Moon Sea Monarch? Looking at the vision in the sky, many human warlocks made guesses. The devil ancestor GE of the 6 heavenly devils challenged the Devourer Lord and was slain by the Devourer Lord in the eternal arena. A piece of news appeared in the weave and set off an uproar. GE was slain by the Devourer Lord. How is that possible? He was an invincible Overlord rank existence in the past, the ancestor of the devil race. Even though Taboo Lord dug out an eye, but he shouldn't have been slain by the Devourer Lord. That's the 6th heavenly devil GE. The Devourer Lord hasn't promoted to an Empyrean yet, so how could he be his opponent? Although GE had an eye dug out by Taboo Lord and his origin was injured, but he was still an existence infinitely close to the invincible Overlord rank. How could he be defeated by the Devourer Lord? That's impossible. Many human warlocks in the weave didn't believe this piece of news. As one of the 6 heavenly devils, GE was definitely a pinnacle existence in the universe. In the distant past, he was once an invincible Overlord-level powerhouse. However, after the Taboo Lord dug out one of his demon eyes, he was knocked down from his divine altar. His origin was injured, and his strength declined. Even so, as a devil ancestor, GE was definitely the most powerful existence in the universe. It is impossible for him to be defeated by Yang Feng, who has yet to advance to the Empyrean realm. The devil ancestor Daggett tore apart hell and devoured the power of all the devils in hell. He went to the eternal duel arena to fight the Lord Devourer to the death. Lord Devourer and his alchemy soul puppet, Zero, joined forces and killed GE with the help of 1,000 Saint-Tier mechanical marionette. A more concrete piece of information was transmitted through the weave. Zero is the Emperor beside Lord Devourer. He was actually an alchemical creation of the Lord Devourer. It's too heaven-defying. Lord Devourer is merely a quasi-emperor, so how could he possibly refine an emperor? This is unbelievable. 1,000 Saint-class mechanical puppet. Truly terrifying. His puppeteering technique has already surpassed that of the Golem Lord. It was actually able to refine an emperor. I'm afraid that the Devourer Lord's alchemy has already surpassed the Magic Note Lord's. Within the weave, all the races were blasted out, and discussions were going on. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. That pseudo-emperor level puppet had once appeared in history. This is the first time that a human warlock has refined an emperor-rank alchemy golem has appeared. Terrifying existences that had emperor-level power from birth could only be those true spirit-level transcendent beings that were born when the universe first appeared. The most powerful life forms created by humans are quasi-emperor-level existences. There is only one mechanical golem that possesses emperor-rank power from the moment they were born. If Zero and the rest of the Saint-Tier mechanical marionettes besieged them, they would indeed have a chance to kill GE. After all, GE was seriously injured by the Taboo Lord and seized an ancestral demon eye. He is no longer an invincible Overlord rank existence. It's not impossible for him to be besieged by the Lord Devourer. No wonder the Lord Devourer dares to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. He's really fierce. Within the weave, everyone finally believed that GE was killed by Yang Feng. All the human warlocks were excited, knowing that no one can stop the establishment of the 9th Warlock dynasty. The other races, on the other hand, were uneasy, knowing that their good days are coming to an end. Outside the Eternal Arena, the Sea Monarch Blue Moon looked at Yang Feng inside the arena with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. She is well aware that after the 2 battles of emperors, Yang Feng has consumed a lot of energy. Although the Empyrean origin is a supreme treasure, but it takes time to devour and refine it. Yang Feng is now at his weakest. Inside the Eternal Arena, Yang Feng opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with brilliant light, and he stared at the Sea Monarch Blue Moon and said flatly, "Sea Monarch Blue Moon, would you like to fight me and verify my qualifications to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty?" The Sea Monarch Blue Moon hesitated for a while, then took a deep look at Zero standing quietly next to Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "Lord Devourer, your alchemy is unparalleled in the world. You are qualified to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. I congratulate you on establishing the 9th Warlock dynasty. This is my congratulatory gift." A blue jade box flew out and fell into Yang Feng's hand. "I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." A blue light flashed, and Blue Moon Poseidon disappeared from where he stood. Inside the Devour Temple, the complexion of the 2 Blue Moon Merfolk quasi-emperors changed dramatically. Their arrogance was suppressed, and they became well-behaved. Standing quietly in the Eternal Arena, countless Devour runes shone on Yang Feng, and 1,000 springs of immortality containing holy force poured on him and nourished his fleshly body and soul. Nourished by the springs of immortality, Yang Feng's fleshly body and soul are recovering and becoming stronger and stronger. An hour later, Yang Feng showed a faint smile. It seems that no one came to throw away their lives. What a pity. The hearts of the terrifying existences hidden in the void suddenly shook slightly, and several of them rejoiced. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared on the magic note throne of the Devour Temple. This time, the founding ceremony of the 9th Warlock dynasty proceeded smoothly. The Devour dynasty is officially established. After the last procedure was completed, a voice reverberated throughout the Tsangji plain. All extraordinary life forms above the Moonlight Warlock rank heard the fearsome voice reverberating in their minds. On the Demon Note Sovereign Throne, countless rays of light shone, and majestic and mysterious power gathered on the Demon Note Sovereign Throne, making it even more dazzling and full of mysterious power. Sitting on the magic note throne, strengthened by the mysterious power, Yang Feng became more terrifying and powerful. I hereby appoint Shi Yu as the teacher of the Devour dynasty. Yang Feng's voice reverberated in the Devour temple, and a mysterious and powerful force separated from the magic note throne and entered Shi Yu. A boundless and terrifying emperor's ripple spread out from Shi Yu's body. Empyrean. The teacher of the Devour dynasty is really an Empyrean. The demon note throne is indeed a treasure of the human race. The magic note lord is indeed the strongest alchemist of the human race. What a treasure! False Empyrean. Even if he is a false Empyrean, he can suppress all enemies. When the many powerful races saw the Empyrean aura exuding from Shi Yu, their eyes shimmered with envy and jealousy. Even if Shi Yu is a false Empyrean blessed by the magic note throne, she is definitely an Empyrean rank powerhouse. Any powerhouse under the Empyrean realm is not her opponent. Moreover, as a false Empyrean, she has limitations. She can only possess Empyrean rank power in the Zhangji plane. Once she leaves the Zhangji plane, she will lose Empyrean rank power. In addition, once the Devour dynasty collapses, she will suffer a backlash and suffer an injury to her origin. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shi Yu stepped forward, bowed to Yang Feng, and then retreated to Yang Feng's side. I hereby appoint Mikalia as the teacher of the Devour dynasty. A mysterious power flew out of the magic note throne and entered Mikalia, causing her cultivation base to break through and promote to the Empyrean rank. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mikalia bowed to Yang Feng in a well-behaved manner, and then retreated to Yang Feng's side. One after another, powerhouses came to the reception hall to accept Yang Feng's title, and their cultivation base improved by a large margin. Huang Yihe originally only possessed a warlock monarch rank cultivation base. But after he obtained the title of Grand Preceptor and was blessed by the magic note throne, he promoted to a Holy Spirit warlock. This made him smile from ear to ear. After being strengthened by the power of the magic note throne, the Devouring dynasty gained a huge amount of power as soon as it was established. The 9th warlock dynasty of the human race has finally been established. Henceforth, it is the era of the human race. The human race will continue to dominate the universe in this era. 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses. The Devour dynasty has 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses guarding it. Even if an invincible Overlord rank powerhouse wakes up, we can still fight them. 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses. This has already surpassed the Dawn dynasty and is infinitely close to the other 7 warlock dynasties. The Devour Lord is really amazing. In the Zhangji plane, all the human territories were in jubilation. The establishment of the 9th warlock dynasty shows that the following era will still be the era of the human race dominating the universe. Chapter 13:11. In the following days, countless races and human warlock groups joined the Devour dynasty, making the Devour dynasty even more powerful. The Devour dynasty strengthened at a terrifying speed, and countless treasures of heaven and earth entered the Devour dynasty. When the Devour dynasty was established, the human race was favored by the universe, and powerhouses emerged in large numbers. In the 5th year after the Devour dynasty was established, Zhu Ruoling advanced to a Holy Spirit warlock. In the 9th year after the Devour dynasty was established, Shi Yu advanced to a quasi-Empyrean with the help of a strange stone. 15 years after the Devour dynasty was established, Mikalia advanced to a quasi-Empyrean with the help of an ancient angel Empress heart crystal. Apart from that, an extremely outstanding human genius, Mo Ning, also appeared in the Devouring dynasty. He experienced dangers in secret realms and broke through. At the same time, he entered worlds with an abnormal flow of time and stood out against other human geniuses. 20 years after the Devour dynasty was established, he advanced to a Holy Spirit warlock. In addition to Mo Nin, geniuses and powerhouses emerged in the Devour dynasty. Under the leadership of countless human powerhouses, the Devour dynasty expanded and occupied one celestial body after another. Under the deterrence of the Devour dynasty's 4 Empyreans, the major forces could only concede and endure. The Devour dynasty has been around for 50 years. In a secret room on the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a vast and terrifying aura slowly spread from him. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the void, countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked towards the void. Wisps of universe laws emerged in Yang Feng's eyes. There was a flash of disappointment in Yang Feng's eyes. Not good. Sure enough, the only Empyrean position in the universe has been blocked. At this time, Yang Feng already has enough strength and a perfect grade immortal body. He is confident that he can advance to the Empyrean realm and let his soul undergo another perfect transformation. However, the Empyrean position has indeed been blocked by the Silver Emperor. With Yang Feng's current strength, he still can't break through the barrier and advance to the Empyrean realm. Of course, as time goes on, the barrier left by the Silver Emperor will become weaker and weaker. When the sleeping Empyreans fully awaken, the barrier will collapse. But at that time, Yang Feng's enemies will become more and more powerful. None of the invincible Overlord rank Empyreans are willing to see a powerhouse like Yang Feng set foot in the Empyrean realm. However, invincible Overlord rank Empyrean realm Yang Feng established. However, my 9th Warlock dynasty was not established for nothing. With a flash of light, Yang Feng disappeared from the void. Zero stood in front of the level 7 base and looked at it with envy in his eyes. And Empyrean Spirit Eye. Zero stood in front of the base and looked at it with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. In the control center of the rank 7 stronghold, there was also a mysterious and profound seal filled with mysterious runes. Yang Feng appeared in front of the level 7 stronghold and slashed with his hand. The void split open, and a boundless sea of souls emerged from the void and entered the center of the level 7 stronghold. Under the nourishment of the boundless soul power, the mysterious rune shone brightly and slowly condensed. An incomparably terrifying suction force spread out from the mysterious seal, madly absorbing the surrounding heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A fearsome energy storm set off in an area millions of light-years in radius, and a fearsome energy pillar entered the base. Devour Dynasty has another warlock who broke through. How prosperous! This era is destined to be the era of the humans. Seeing the fearsome energy storm, the other race powerhouses became somewhat numb. After the human Devour Dynasty was established, countless resources gathered in the Devour Dynasty. With the universe's favor, various human warlocks broke through and advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Many pinnacle Holy Spirit Warlocks broke through to the Great Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Almost every few years, a fearsome energy storm will be set off. The other race powerhouses have become accustomed to it. A level 7 base shone and opened, revealing a devastatingly beautiful woman with long blonde hair and a fiery figure. When the beautiful woman opened her eyes, brilliant light shone, and wisps of Empyrean rank fluctuations of power diffused from her. This blonde, sexy, and peerless beauty is the king of sovereigns born in the second level 7 stronghold Yang Feng refined. After the establishment of the Devour Dynasty, Yang Feng's influence in the universe skyrocketed. His tentacles spread all over the universe, and countless powerhouses found all kinds of rare materials for him. Moreover, after the establishment of the Devour Dynasty, it was favored by the universe. The warlocks of the Devour Dynasty had many fortuitous encounters, and it monopolized most of the eternal relic sites. When all kinds of treasures appeared, they fell into the hands of the Devour Dynasty. Under such circumstances, Yang Feng gathered the rare materials needed to build a second level 7 stronghold and refined it with the power of the entire imperial court. Greetings, my lord. The blonde woman jumped out of the level 7 base, showed a provocative smile to Zero, knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng, and uttered respectfully. Whether it is Zero or this newly born king of sovereigns, their creator is Yang Feng. Their soul as well as their cause are branded with Yang Feng's soul brand. As such, they cannot betray or disobey Yang Feng's orders. Yang Feng looked at the blonde king of sovereigns and showed a satisfied smile, saying, "Very good. From today on, you are called Shade." Shade stood up from the ground and showed a charming smile. "Yes, my lord." Shade looked at Zero with a provocative gleam in her eyes, and said with a smile, "Is this little sister Zero? You're really beautiful. It's just that your performance is a bit lacking. You're not from the same era as me. Follow me from now on, and I will take good care of you." Little sister Shadow. Let big sister teach you how to be a good little sister. Zero smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes shimmered fiercely, and she waved her lily-white hand, and the ruler's whip appeared in her hand. Yang Feng looked at the hostile Zero and Shadow with a glance, and very rationally shut his mouth. Originally, according to the Shizu's design, only one king of sovereigns will command all battle robots, which is the most efficient. However, Zero and Shade are both kings of sovereigns. Since they are essentially the same, it is natural for them to compete for the sole throne. Two incomparably terrifying spherical level 7 bases appeared and resonated with each other, directly distorting the void and creating a space with extremely shocking defensive power. Shade extended her lily-white hand, and an invisible and unperceivable Empyrean-grade secret treasure ruler's shadow spear appeared in her hand. In an instant, 1,000 shades appeared in the void, each of them exuding powerful Empyrean breath, making it impossible to distinguish which is the real one. Amazing. Even I can't tell which one is the real one. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he used the spell Eyes of Truth to look at the figures one by one. Originally, under the spell of True Sight, any illusion spell would be seen through. Unfortunately, as strong as Yang Feng is, he can't see through which one is the real one. Little sister Shadow. Your magic sucks. You're only suitable to be an assassin. Zero smiled proudly and brandished the ruler's whip. In an instant, the ruler's whip turned into stars of power that shot towards the void. Under the extremely domineering and terrifying power, the phantoms in the void directly collapsed and shattered one by one. Found you. Along with Zero's proud smile, the ruler's whip whipped towards the void like a poisonous dragon. Boom. Along with an earth-shaking blare, the shade holding the ruler's shadow spear was blasted away by 10,000 kilometers. The ruler's whip is terrifying. It's like a true spirit poison dragon. It doesn't show any mercy as it lashes at Shadow. Although Shade unleashed all kinds of exquisite martial skills, but they were still blasted apart by the ruler's whip, and bone-deep wounds appeared on his body. I admit defeat. Big Sister Zero, you have an extra Kunmo stone, you're really much stronger than me. After exchanging thousands of blows, Shade stopped attacking decisively, gritted her teeth, and glared at Zero with unwillingness in her beautiful eyes. As the first monarch of sovereigns Yang Feng refined, Zero consumed all the precious materials at his disposal and added Kunmodu stone, an eternal gem, to make it so powerful. Shade's battle prowess isn't inferior to that of the Gold Fur Ape Emperor, but Zero is too powerful, which makes him look weak. After the establishment of Devour Dynasty, Zero devoured and refined a lot of precious materials and became more terrifying and powerful. Naturally, the newborn Shade isn't an existence that he can contend with. Zero uttered with a smile, "Little sister Shadow, my lord will set foot in the eternal realm in the future. We will only get stronger and stronger. In the future, you may surpass me." A beautiful smile welled up on Shade's face. "Big Sister Zero, you jest. How can Shade surpass Big Sister Zero?" Yang Feng looked at the beautiful Zero and Shade with a satisfied smile in his eyes. "In this way, my Devour Dynasty will have 5 Empyrean rank powerhouses." Chapter 1312. Unfortunately, 2 Monarch of Sovereigns is almost the limit. Yang Feng looked at the 2 Monarch of Sovereigns Zero and Shadow with regret in his eyes. Each of the treasures of heaven and earth required to refine a level 7 stronghold is extremely precious. They are the main materials for refining Empyrean-grade secret treasures. As the ruler of the Devour Dynasty, Yang Feng can get most of the materials. However, there were some treasures that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. Every time one was used, there would be one less. It was extremely difficult to refine another king of sovereigns. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, it's hard to advance any further. On the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent, in a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and disappointment shimmered in them. The universe where the world of warlocks is located is recovering, and all kinds of universe treasures are collected by the Devour Dynasty and delivered to Yang Feng. But even so, Yang Feng's cultivation base seems to have stagnated, and his progress is extremely slow. From an earthling with poor aptitude, Yang Feng has evolved into a peerless genius with perfect soul aptitude. His soul aptitude is comparable to that of an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. But he is still trapped in the quasi-Empyrean realm, unable to improve his cultivation base any further. At Yang Feng's realm, even devouring Holy Spirit warlocks won't have much effect. Only by devouring Empyrean rank powerhouses can he have an obvious improvement. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. In that case, let's proceed to the next step. The Endless Abyss. In a luxurious palace, Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord Avatar opened his eyes, and quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power diffused from him. With the resources of the Devour dynasty, Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord Avatar has advanced to a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. Chloris. Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord Avatar uttered flatly. Greetings, Master. A beautiful succubus queen with blonde hair, blue eyes, a hot and sexy figure, dressed in black leather clothes, and exuding amazing charm appeared in the palace and knelt in front of Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord Avatar. The succubus Chloris was the first succubus youngling Yang Feng encountered. Over the years, she has become his pet and housekeeper, handling various chores for him. Under Yang Feng's full nurturing, the succubus Chloris has evolved into a powerful beauty queen with warlock monarch rank cultivation base, only slightly inferior to the succubus empress. She was the second most beautiful succubus in the Endless Abyss. Yang Feng said coldly, "Pass down my order. I command all the lords of the Abyss to submit to me and hand over their territories." "Yes, Master." There was a flash of excitement in Chloris's beautiful eyes, and her pretty face flushed. She exuded an amazing charm. Unifying the Endless Abyss was a peerless feat that only the Abyssal Demon Lord had achieved in the past. Ever since the Endless Abyss appeared, the number of Abyssal Demon Masters who could unify the Endless Abyss could be counted on one hand. The Endless Abyss runs through countless planes. In terms of area alone, it is much larger than the Tsangji Plain in its heyday. There are countless treasures in the Endless Abyss. Once Yang Feng unifies the Endless Abyss, Chloris can get more resources and become stronger. The Devourer Lord's Avatar wants to unify the Endless Abyss. Is he crazy? What does the Devourer Lord want to do? In the Endless Abyss, the hearts of the powerful existences shook, and they commented spiritedly. The 2341st floor of the Endless Abyss. A burst of spatial ripples flashed through the air, and a series of devilish battleships constructed from skeletons and souls flew out of the void, descending upon this level like raindrops. Anluan Skeleton Monarch, submit to my lord, or die. On top of a warship, Chloris, dressed in a black armor and revealing a large patch of snow-white skin, berated coldly. In one of the palaces, 100-meter-tall skeleton king, whose entire body was made of golden skeletons, stepped out of the palace on a black dragonbone horse. The skeleton monarch is followed by a group of 3,000 skeleton dragon knights, each of whom is riding a bone dragon and exudes glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power. This is my territory. Devourer Lord, I can submit to you and work for you. However, please allow me to keep my territory. The Anluan skeleton monarch raised his head and issued a heaven-shaking roar. Then go to hell. A giant hand that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens descended from the sky, slamming into the Anlun skeleton king and blasting him to smithereens. Then, the hand continued on to the 3,000 skeletal dragon riders. With a flash of gold radiance, more than 1,600 of the 3,000 skeleton dragon knights were smashed to pieces by the giant hand. Greetings, mighty Devourer Lord, we are willing to submit to you and work for you. When the remaining skeleton dragon knights saw this terrifying scene, a chill welled up in their hearts, and they knelt on the ground and uttered respectfully. When the Anluan skeleton monarch died, his abyssal fief turned into a bone ring that flew into the void. When the white bone ring was absorbed by Yang Feng's floor lord Avatar, the 2341st floor trembled and flew towards the floor controlled by Yang Feng along with loud rumbles. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the floor exploded, and an abyssal sage flew out and tried to escape elsewhere. A terrifying demonic claw descended from the sky and slammed into the devil saint, piercing his heart. A fearsome black hole emerged and devoured the abyssal sage. After killing the abyssal holy, the floor was directly devoured by Yang Feng's abyss. Boom! Boom! Along with loud noises, the floors of the abyss cracked open, and abyssal sages were forced to wake up from their slumber. The 12 holy apostles and the enormous saint-class mechanical ruler appeared one after another and clashed with the abyssal fiend sages, blasting them apart one after another. Boom! The 1999th floor of the abyss burst open, and an abyssal lord, who has a pair of goat horns on his head, is engraved with countless black runes, is as big as a star, and exudes a fearsome aura, opened his eyes, and fearsome empyrean might spread from him and swept in all directions. Over the long years, the endless abyss has never been unified. It is this abyssal lord who manipulates everything in the dark. The whip of the ruler tore through the sky, crushed everything, and slammed into the back of the abyssal lord. The bones on the abyssal lord's back cracked, and blood sprinkled. A torrent of time emerged from the torrent of time, and Yang Feng slashed the abyssal lord with the halberd of the god of battle and cut off the right hand of the abyssal lord who has just awakened. Devour Lord! Do you want to fight me to the death? The abyssal demon king's eyes flashed with rage as he roared in a frenzy. Countless runes appeared on the abyssal lord, and the entire abyss went berserk, and fearsome abyssal force surged towards the abyssal lord. Every single abyssal demon lord was the darling of the abyss. In the boundless abyss, they could even fight invincible Overlord rank emperors, and they could even fight invincible Overlord rank emperors until both sides suffered heavy injuries. With a cold look in her eyes, Zero whipped the whip of the ruler at the abyssal lord and covered the abyssal lord with wounds. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and countless runes flickered and turned into a black hole that can devour everything and frantically devoured the fearsome abyssal force. The abyssal force of the endless abyss is a condensation of dark and negative force in the universe. It can even slowly erode an empyrean. It is impossible for Yang Feng to completely devour the abyssal force drawn over by the abyssal lord. When the abyssal force was devoured, a small part was refined and absorbed by Yang Feng, while a large part was poured into Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar. Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar frantically absorbed the abyssal force drawn over by the abyssal lord, and his aura rose steadily, becoming more and more terrifying and powerful. When the abyssal lord saw that he couldn't draw over abyssal force, he knew that the situation is far from good. He cast a secret method, turned into a black beam, soared into the sky, and fled into the distance. A black magic box flew over from the void. The black magic box is an empyrean-grade secret treasure, the sealing magic box refined by the Magic Note dynasty, and it has the power to seal the void. When the black sealing magic box appeared, the projections of Shi Yu, Mikalia, and countless human warlocks of the Devour dynasty appeared behind it. This is the sealing magic box that gathered the power of the Devour dynasty's human warlocks to cross planes and activate. A terrifying black barrier opened and sealed the abyssal lord, Zero, Yang Feng's true body, and the 12 holy apostles in the void. When the abyssal lord slammed into the black barrier, he was sent flying back, and a large amount of blood flowed out of his body. Zero brandished the whip of the ruler. Yang Feng attacked the abyssal lord together with the halberd of the god of battle and the 12 holy apostles. Fearsome explosions rang out in the sealed void. In the end, the abyssal lord was beheaded and devoured by Yang Feng's halberd. The Devour Lord slayed the 5th abyssal lord. How savage! What do we do? Since the 5th abyssal lord was slain, we can only submit to the heaven holy. When the abyssal lord was slain, a chill welled up in the hearts of the abyssal lords in the endless abyss, and they no longer have the will to resist. Chapter 13:13. On the Tsangji plain, meteors fell, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. The Devourer Lord swept through the endless abyss and slayed the 5th demon lord. His invincible. A piece of news quickly spread through the weave. The abyssal force of the endless abyss can even erode empyreans. For the Devourer Lord to slay the 5th demon lord, that's heaven-defying. How is this possible? Even if the 5th demon lord isn't a match for the Devourer Lord, he should still be able to escape, right? How could he be slain by the Devourer Lord? I experienced it myself. The warlocks of the Devourer dynasty joined hands to operate the sealing magic box and sealed the 5th demon lord in the void. The Zero Emperor and the Devourer Lord acted together and slayed the 5th demon lord. The Zero Emperor took action? If she took action, she can indeed quell the 5th demon lord. That's right, the Zero Emperor is invincible. The human warlocks discussed excitedly on the human weave. Zero, on the other hand, was praised by countless human warlocks. The pitilessly beautiful Zero, who is even stronger than Yang Feng by 30%, has been respectfully called the Zero Emperor by everyone in the world of warlocks. Her popularity is many times higher than that of Yang Feng, who is the Devourer dynasty's lord. He finally took action. The Devourer Lord. He slayed the fifth demon lord with a thunderous move. The Devourer Lord has become more powerful. However, he has reached his limit. If he doesn't advance to the Empyrean realm, his strength will never improve by a large margin. He's very particular about who he chooses. Things like the Abyssal Demon Lord are capricious and a malignant tumor of our universe. No one knows which side they will stand on at the most critical time of the war. It seems that the Devourer Lord is making arrangements for the future war. Many powerful beings were hiding in different mysterious places, watching all of this quietly. They had no intention of interfering. The Endless Abyss is a body formed from the negative force of the universe. The Abyssal Lords born in the Endless Abyss are cruel, temperamental, and do whatever they want. No one knows which side they will stand on in the universe's decisive battle. Yang Feng forced the fifth demon lord out in advance and slayed him. The powerhouses of the world of warlocks looked on indifferently, and didn't intervene. If Yang Feng dared to attack the Blue Moon Sea Monarch for no reason, then the hidden powerhouses might jump out and make him an enemy. When the fifth floor lord died, the Abyssal Lords in the Endless Abyss were terrified. They no longer dared to refuse Yang Feng's orders. They swore allegiance to Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar and unwillingly handed over the Floor Lord authority in their hands. In the Endless Abyss, floor after floor flew over, fell into Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar, and began to fuse with the floor. With each floor of the abyss it accommodates, Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar becomes stronger. Rumble. 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 Layers upon layers of the abyss exploded, and demon sages awakened from the abyss and fled frantically. The Abyssal Saints have just woken up, when Zero blasted them into pieces with the whip of the ruler. Part of the Abyssal Saints became food for Yang Feng's true body, and the other part became food for Yang Feng's clone. An endless abyss plain split open, and a skeleton devil sage emerged from the ground, knelt on the ground, and shouted, "Zero Emperor, spare my life, I am willing to swear allegiance to the great Lord Devourer, please spare my life. Open your soul, or die." Zero's cold and dignified voice came from the void. Abyssal demons are chaotic and ferocious beings. They are capricious. If you don't have a way to control them, you will definitely be devoured by them. The skeleton devil sage hesitated for a moment. Once he opens his soul, Yang Feng will plant a restriction on him, and he will become Yang Feng's slave for the rest of his life. The skeleton holy gritted his teeth and uttered, "We can make a contract. I will serve the Devourer Lord for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, please return me my freedom, Devourer Lord." The whip of the ruler tore through the sky and crushed everything in its path. It slammed into the skeleton devil saint's body and blasted the skeleton devil saint to pieces. A devouring black hole appeared and swallowed the skeleton devil sage. So savage. As expected of the Zero Emperor. Sure enough, he has the same origin as the Devourer Lord. Seeing this scene, the demons hidden in the abyss inhaled a breath of cold air and dispelled all hope. "Zero Emperor, spare me. I am willing to swear allegiance to the great Devourer Lord. Don't kill me." An abyss floor split open, and an abyssal demonic dragon exuding great holy step demonic might flew out. Countless rays of soul light shone, and his soul emerged. The ruler's whip emerged from the void, and a black thread shot out, pierced into the abyssal demonic dragon's soul, and set up a rune. An opportunity. In the endless abyss, floors split open, and 20+ demons flew out and fled towards the outside of the abyss. Although the strength and lifespan of these abyssal demons will be reduced by more than half after they escape from the abyss, and there is almost no possibility of them advancing further in the future. But it's better than staying here and becoming Yang Feng's slaves. Zero smiled coldly. Idiot. 1,000 holy grade mechanical rulers suddenly appeared and, commanded by the 12 quasi-empyrean step mechanical rulers, barreled towards the 20+ demons. "Stop. I surrender. No. Don't kill me. I am willing to submit. When the 20-plus demons saw the 1,000-plus holy-grade mechanical rulers, their complexion changed dramatically, and they begged for mercy. The 1,000 saint-class mechanical rulers completely sealed off the demon sages' escape routes, frantically killing the fleeing demon sages. One after another, the holy-grade mechanical rulers blew up the demons. Watching this, the great holy step abyssal demonic dragon's back broke out in a cold sweat, and he rejoiced. Originally, it is a good thing for any dynasty to have a Holy Spirit Warlock rank demon lord join them. However, Yang Feng's ability to refine mechanical weapons is unparalleled. He can even refine Holy Spirit Warlock rank mechanical rulers. As such, he doesn't care about ordinary demons joining him. Zero Emperor, spare me. I am willing to submit to the Devour Lord. The earth cracked open, and a lick exuding Holy Spirit Warlock rank fluctuations of power flew out and roared. A mysterious phylactery flew out of the nether space and floated above his head. The existence of a lick could be said to be an unkillable existence to ordinary people. As long as their phylactery isn't destroyed, they can be reborn indefinitely. But for Zero, Holy Spirit Warlock rank liches are existences that can be whipped to death with a whip. The whip of the ruler emerged from the void, extended a tentacle, and pierced into the phylactery of the lick and left a mysterious soul brand in the phylactery. After the lick surrendered, various powerful existences flew out of the endless abyss, surrendered to Yang Feng, and allowed Zero to set up restrictions on their souls. One flaw after another fell into the plane where Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar is located and merged with the plane where Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar is located. A tremendous amount of abyssal origin force poured into Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar, making it more terrifying and powerful. Boom! Amidst a heaven-shaking explosion, an ancient, mysterious, and terrifying black coffin flew out of a planet like a bomb. It radiated an immortal emperor's might as it tore through the sky and flew off into the distance. You want to escape? Stay. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he emerged from the river of time and slashed at the black coffin with the battle god's halberd in his hand. It was a black coffin. The lid of the coffin opened, and a demonic hand covered in black scales stretched out and flicked its finger. An extremely condensed abyssal light shot out, absorbed the merciless force, and blasted Yang Feng 10,000 kilometers away. Zero flew over and brandished the whip of the ruler barreling towards the black coffin. The demonic hand covered in black scales extended a finger, and ancient and mysterious runes appeared. The runes flickered, and the abyssal origin force of the endless abyss surged and formed a fearsome barrier blocking in front of him. Zero's attack slammed into the fearsome barrier and set off ripples on it, yet it didn't break. An indifferent and cold voice came from the black coffin. Devour Lord. I am the first demon lord of the endless abyss. Let me go. I owe you a favor. You can do whatever you want in the endless abyss. If you insist on devouring me, then I can die together with your mechanical golem. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed. First demon lord. The first demon lord is the first Empyrean in the endless abyss as well as an invincible overlord rank existence. In the long history of the endless abyss, his figure can be seen from time to time. According to legend, the first demon lord is an old monster who has lived since the eternal sovereign era and has countless trump cards. If it wasn't for the fact that he hasn't fully awakened yet, Yang Feng and Zero would not be his opponent. Not enough, I still want these ores. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a black ray entered the black coffin where the first demon lord is located. Go to this place, and you can get what you want. The first demon lord flicked his finger, and a black ray entered Yang Feng's hand. Chapter 13-14. Yang Feng nodded and waved his hand, and the barrier covering the abyss dispersed, allowing the first demon lord to fly out of the abyss and enter the void. How smart. As expected of the Devour Lord. Curses, why doesn't he fight the first demon lord? It would be great if they both suffered. In each of the secret places, the terrifying existences all had a look of pity in their eyes. They all want to see Yang Feng and the first demon lord fight to the death. If it was before the Blue Moon Sea Monarch and the other Empyreans awakened, Yang Feng would have been able to suppress the first demon lord unscathed. But now that the world has awakened, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch and the other Empyreans have emerged. Under these circumstances, an invincible overlord like the first demon lord can, in fact, awaken for a short period of time. Of course, he has to pay a huge price. Whether it is the first demon lord or Yang Feng, neither of them is willing to fight to the death under these circumstances. Layers of the abyss merged into the abyss controlled by Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar. When half of the abyss was merged, Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar shone with gold light, a gold bone spur grew from his back, and a breath infinitely close to the Empyrean rank diffused from him. A false Empyrean. The Devour dynasty gained another false Empyrean. Fortunately, there are no more Empyrean positions in this universe, or else the Devour dynasty would have gained another Empyrean. In secret places, the eyes of the powerhouses flashed with apprehension. In the abyss, there is a huge plain that is even larger than the Tsangji plain. In the center of the plain, there is a magnificent and luxurious palace. Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar is sitting on the throne, and Empyrean rank might diffuses from him. After refining the origin force of countless abyssal saints and merging half of the abyss, Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar finally broke through the limit and reached a new level. In this endless abyss, he can display Empyrean rank battle prowess, and even the Blue Moon Sea Monarch may not be his opponent. However, once he leaves this plane, Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar will be a relatively powerful quasi-Empyrean, and his fighting strength will only be comparable to that of the 12 holy followers. Those who could only unleash the power of an emperor in a special environment were called false emperors. In the system of gods, most of the supreme gods were false emperors. Only a few overgods who had lived for countless years, almost since the primordial era, had the power to truly fight against emperors. After Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar merged with half of the abyss, it has reached its limit. It can no longer merge with the abyss. Only an invincible overlord like the first demon lord could fuse with the endless abyss almost limitlessly. According to the legends, when the first demon lord was still alive, the endless abyss was a huge plain. In the complete endless abyss, the first demon king was a supreme existence, an invincible existence. Later, according to the legends, the first demon lord offended a terrifying Eternal One, and was personally defeated by that Eternal One. He was seriously injured, and had no choice but to enter a deep slumber. When the second demon master and the other demon masters were given the opportunity to rise to power, in the long river of history, the first demon master was one of the strongest emperors. This was why Yang Feng made way and let him leave. At this time, he wasn't sure if he could defeat the first demon lord. After the first demon lord left, the endless abyss no longer had the power to contend with Yang Feng. Countless human warlocks and battle robots poured into the endless abyss to develop it. A steady stream of abyssal materials poured into the Tsangji plain, making the Devour dynasty's alchemists excited. The Tsangji plain, a sea shrouded in endless blue water. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared above the blue sea. The Devour Lord requests an audience with the Blue Moon Sea Emperor. A voice reverberated in the blue sea. The Devour Lord. Why is he here? Is he going to attack the Blue Moon Sea race? Below the blue sea, the Blue Moon Merfolk powerhouses looked at Yang Feng in the sky with apprehension and dread in their eyes. When Yang Feng's Devour dynasty took control of the endless abyss and slayed the fifth demon master, his might shook the universe. Naturally, the Blue Moon Sea race powerhouses were apprehensive. The blue sea suddenly churned and roiled, and countless azure extraordinary plants blue sea narcissus emerged and bloomed, and bursts of mysterious fragrance filled the air. Dozens of beautiful Blue Moon Sea narcissus dressed in splendid attire stood on both sides with smiles on their faces. Among the countless beauties, there stood a peerless empress with an extraordinary temperament. Her aura was overwhelming, and her beauty surpassed all the beauties. She was the Blue Moon Ocean Empress. Devour Lord, please. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor smiled sweetly and extended her lily-white hand, and the blue sea parted. A staircase full of sacred aura emerged and led to a beautiful, dreamlike mysterious palace. Yang Feng smiled faintly and stepped onto the staircase full of sacred aura. Inside a beautiful palace, the Blue Moon Sea Emperor and the Devour Lord sat down. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor asked, "Devour Lord, what brings you here?" Yang Feng answered, "I came to conclude an alliance treaty with you. If the Gamana universe's powerhouses attack, Please join me in fighting the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. The Gamana Universe's several invasions have been fought with the humans as the main force. The human race's powerhouses suffered heavy casualties, and they paid a huge price. When Yang Feng fought the Red Caltrop Lord and the Silver Emperor, many other race powerhouses were watching from the sidelines, wanting to see him and the two powerhouses suffer mutual destruction. Yang Feng must change this situation. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor smiled sweetly and said, I understand the principle of interdependence when the lips are gone. Devourer Lord, rest assured, if the Gamana Universe's powerhouses attack, my Blue Moon Sea race will definitely take action. As for the treaty, there's no need to sign it. Yang Feng said flatly, if you don't sign the treaty, then please take your Blue Moon Sea race and leave the Tsangji Plain. The Tsangji Plain only allows those who are willing to fight the Gamana Universe's powerhouses to live there. When this statement came out, the atmosphere in the palace became cold. As the core of the world of warlocks, the Tsangji Plain is constantly recovering. There are all kinds of treasures and tombs of Empyreans emerging one after another, and new eternal relic sites are emerging. Only in the prosperous holy land of the Tsangji Plain can a race become stronger. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor asked, must all powerhouses living in the Tsangji Plain sign this treaty? Yang Feng replied, that's right. Anyone who is unwilling to sign this treaty must leave the Tsangji Plain, or they will be hunted down by the Devour dynasty. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor pondered for a while, and then uttered decisively, okay, I'll sign it. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a STYX emerged, intercepted wisps of STYX's will, and formed a gold contract. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor looked at the contract carefully for a while, and then signed his name decisively. The restricted area Li Gui Province. Ever since Yang Feng left the Li Gui Province, he has never set foot in this area again. The stronger he is, the more he can feel the terror hidden in the Li Gui Province. The Li Gui Demon Mountain is one of the most dangerous places in the Tsangji Plain, where even saints will die. There were ripples in the void, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the Li Gui Demon Mountain. The Li Gui Demon Mountain is shrouded in dense demonic fog and exudes a mysterious and dangerous aura. Devour Lord, please come in. The dense demonic fog churned, and a passageway leading to the deepest part of the Li Gui Demon Mountain emerged. In the deepest part of the demonic fog, there is a huge palace 1,000 kilometers tall engraved with countless mysterious runes. Yang Feng smiled faintly, stepped into the passageway, and entered the huge mysterious palace. Hello, Devour Lord, I am the Li Gui Lord. I'm sorry, but it's not time for me to wake up yet. I can only come to see you in this form. On the throne of the gigantic Devil Hall, there was a black devil stone. Within the devil stone, there was a sculpture of a handsome devil cultivator. The stone sculpture is vivid and lifelike, and it exudes Empyrean rank fluctuations of power. Lord of Rage Ghosts, I'm here to sign an alliance treaty with you. Yang Feng repeated what he said to the Blue Moon Sea Monarch. The Lord of Violent Ghosts frowned slightly and said, it's not time for me to come out yet. Do I have to participate in such a battle? Yang Feng said, you can send an Emperor rank combatant, or you can leave the Tsangji Plain and go to another plane to wait for an opportunity to recover. Vicious Ghost Lord thought about it for a moment and said, then, I will send out an Emperor. The Tsangji Plain is the center of the universe. Only Emperors who awaken here can recover in advance and recover their full combat power. At the same time, they can obtain the favor of the universe. No one would give up easily. Tsangji Plain's Barbarian God Mountain Range. The Barbarian God Mountain Range was covered in an extremely powerful magic restraining region, and any expert that entered it would be unable to utilize any techniques. Even saints were no exception. Ripples flickered above the Barbarian God Mountain Range, and Yang Feng appeared above the Barbarian God Mountain Range. Lord Devourer requests an audience with Barbarian Ancestral God. A voice reverberated in the Barbarian God Mountain Range. Lord Devourer. He's here. Lord Devourer. The human race's 9th Warlock Emperor. In the Barbarian God Mountain Range, barbarian race powerhouses with tyrannical fleshly bodies looked at Yang Feng with curiosity in their eyes. Chapter 13-15. Above the Barbarian God Mountain Range, ripples flickered, and a star emerged from the void and appeared in this world. A 100-meter-tall barbarian ancestor god with bronze skin and a rough expression on his face emerged from the star and laughed heroically. "I am the barbarian ancestor god. Devour Lord, come, let's have a drink." Yang Feng smiled and entered the celestial body. A few days later, Yang Feng flew out of the star. In the following days, Yang Feng visited the Empyreans hidden in the Tsangji plain one by one. Most of the Empyreans chose to sign an offensive and defensive alliance with Yang Feng, agreeing to take action when the Gamana universe attacks. There were also several Empyreans who chose to leave the Tsangji plain. At the same time, there were also several Empyreans who chose to leave without even meeting Yang Feng. Time elapsed, and 20 years elapsed in a flash. Central Starfield, at the location of the sealed passage, two powerful forces of distortion surged, and a gorgeous flower that looks like it has gathered the essence of the universe suddenly bloomed. As soon as the gorgeous flower bloomed, it shone with dazzling light and doubled in size with every breath of time. In less than a quarter of an hour, the gorgeous flower became as big as a star, and it continued to expand until it was twice the size of the Tsangji plain before stopping. On a spiritual mountain in the Tsangji plain, the blue mirror of fate in Yang Feng's hand suddenly trembled, and wisps of mysterious heat flowed out of the blue mirror of fate. It finally appeared. The opportunity for me to promote to an Empyrean realm expert. Yang Feng's eyes radiated resplendent divine light, and he revealed a smile of joy. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared from where he stood. Along with flashes of light, one Empyrean after another appeared in the central starfield. "What's this?" When Yang Feng appeared in the central starfield, he looked at the gorgeous, huge, and vast flower that surpasses even that of the Tsangji plain, and his eyes shimmered with doubt. Even Yang Feng doesn't know the origin of this mysterious flower. This is a twin universe flower. It is an existence that will only appear when the universes devour each other, and it contains a sliver of an opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. "See Monarch Lan, you walked out from the void." Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she slowly said, "Twin universe flowers. This is one of the opportunities to enter the eternal realm. This is one of the opportunities for our universe to advance to the eternal realm. This is also the greatest danger. No matter what, we have to stake it all." Many extremely terrifying emperors were hidden in the void. Looking at the gigantic flower, their eyes flashed with excitement. Yang Feng asked the Blue Moon Sea Emperor curiously, "What is twin universe flower?" "That is a flower that can only be born during the end of the universe. It needs to absorb the origin energy of two universes to be born. The twin cosmos flowers connect two universes. Other than eternal sovereigns, any expert can enter the twin cosmos flowers. Once the twin universe flowers appeared, they would wither within 3 years. At that time, a stable passage that can allow emperors to pass through will appear between our two universes." The Blue Moon Sea Emperor's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified shade, and she said slowly. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he asked, "What is the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm in the twin universe flowers?" "The energy level of the universe in which the world of warlocks resides is relatively low. Even if the entire universe recovers, only one powerhouse can advance to the eternal realm." The Blue Moon Sea Emperor sighed, "I don't know. In the twin universe flowers, the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm is uncertain. However, one thing is certain. As long as we encounter the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm, we will know what it is." Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then nodded. Any emperor has the ability to transcend perception. As long as they see the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm, they will be able to sense it. A black coffin appeared in the distance and flew into the void. The lid of the coffin was pushed open, and a pilously handsome expert covered in terrifying abyssal devil chi slowly walked out of the coffin. He had a devil horn on his head and a pair of devil wings on his back. He exuded a terrifying devil might from all over his body, and his appearance was pilously handsome. First Demon Lord. The first Demon Lord of the Endless Abyss. He actually recovered at this time. He is an invincible Overlord rank powerhouse. It seems that he is going all out this time. For the sake of the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm, he can't care about anything else. Now is not the time for invincible Overlord rank powerhouses to recover. Once he recovers, he will die if he doesn't get the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm. He's going all out. When the powerhouses hidden in the void saw the first Demon Lord, shock appeared in their eyes. The energy level of the universe in which the world of warlocks resides can accommodate the awakening of ordinary emperors. However, invincible Overlord rank emperors have to pay a huge price to recover. As soon as the first Demon Lord appeared, his gaze fell on Yang Feng, and his eyes flickered with ferocious light. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor silently walked away from Yang Feng. His friendship with Yang Feng hasn't reached the point where he wants to fight an invincible Overlord rank emperor together with him. At the time, the Devourer Lord swept the endless abyss. Now there's a good show to watch. At the time, the first Demon Lord was driven away from the endless abyss. This time, a war is bound to break out. The eyes of the powerhouses in the void are full of expectation. They are eager to see the fight between the first Demon Lord and Yang Feng. No matter who wins, they will have one less powerful opponent to compete for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm. Ripples flickered, and Zero walked out of the shadow behind Yang Feng, stood quietly beside him, and looked the first Demon Lord in the eye. Zero Emperor. It's Zero Emperor. Sure enough, Zero Emperor is always following him. Gazes of envy and jealousy focused on Zero. Zero's existence makes Yang Feng's position as the Devour Lord as stable as a mountain. After the establishment of Devour dynasty, wherever Yang Feng went, all Empyreans gave way because of Zero's existence. When the first Demon Lord saw Zero, his pupils constricted, and he walked up to Yang Feng. The first Demon Lord took a deep look at Yang Feng and uttered, "Devour Lord, I want to recover with the help of Abyssal Force." The Endless Abyss is currently under Yang Feng's control. With the first Demon Lord's power, he can directly extract the power of the Endless Abyss to restore his cultivation base. But this will offend Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered, "Please." Countless mysterious runes shone on the first Demon Lord, and a vast and fearsome power poured out of the Endless Abyss, emerged from an unseen passage, and entered the first Demon Lord. The first Demon Lord's breath became more and more terrifying and powerful. The first Demon Lord is an invincible Overlord. Sure enough, the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm isn't that easy to obtain. The top powerhouses hidden in the void looked at the first Demon Lord with a dignified look in their eyes. Originally, the duo of Yang Feng and Zero was the most fearsome enemy in the eyes of these emperors. After the first Demon King appeared, everyone's gaze was focused on him. A vast and terrifying dragon chi swept over from afar, and a handsome young man with dragon horns on his head, dressed in a green armor, and exuding a domineering and invincible temperament walked over. Behind the young man is the Azure Dragon Empyrean Emperor. That's the Azure Dragon Great Emperor. He's also an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. They finally couldn't help but come out. When the powerhouses hidden in the void saw the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, their eyes flashed with dignity. "You are the Devour Lord." Of the 9 branch floating continents of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Route, the Azure Dragon race wants 3. Walking on air, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor arrived in front of Yang Feng and looked at him with pride in his eyes, and vast true dragon chi swept towards Yang Feng. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered coldly, "If you want to take the branch floating continents from us humans, then please come to the Tsangji Plain and fight with my Devour dynasty, Azure Dragon Great Emperor." "Very well. Devour Lord, I will go to the Tsangji Plain and take everything I want." After leaving a cold sentence, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor turned around and left. The Azure Dragon Empyrean Emperor took a deep look at Yang Feng with jealousy in his eyes, and then followed behind the Azure Dragon Great Emperor. Standing beside the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, the Azure Dragon Empyrean Emperor looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in his eyes. When the Azure Dragon Empyrean Emperor appeared, he thought that he could suppress the world, plunder countless opportunities, and finally set foot in the Empyrean realm. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Yang Feng and fell behind step by step. Now he has only advanced to the advanced Great Holy Realm, which is not on the same level as Yang Feng. A golden sun appeared in the distance, and a 3-legged golden crow, as large as a star and burning with golden crow flames, flew over from afar. Golden Crow Great Emperor. It's another invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. This is already the third invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. He has recovered as well. When the spectating powerhouses saw the huge three-legged Golden Crow exuding Empyrean might that can easily burn a star to ashes, their eyes shimmered with apprehension. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was an invincible overlord of the Archgod Age, and he devoured 3 Empyreans. Chapter 1316. Mysterious runes shone, and the Golden Crow Emperor flapped his wings and crossed tens of thousands of light-years and appeared in the void. In the vast universe, there is no plane origin to bind you. As long as you are proficient in spatial spells, it is normal for Empyrean rank powerhouses to cross tens of thousands of light-years with a spell. As soon as the Golden Crow Emperor appeared in the void, his fearsome Golden Crow eyes swept Yang Feng, and then fell on the First Demon Lord and the Azure Dragon Emperor. Only invincible overlords such as the First Demon Lord and the Azure Dragon Emperor can contend against the Golden Crow Emperor one-on-one. He doesn't care about the rest of the people. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered gravely. The world of warlocks is really a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are so many powerhouses. Unfortunately, these guys won't show up until they see an opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm. The energy level of the Gamana universe is much higher than that of our universe. Presumably, it has more than 18 Empyreans. The Gamana universe has 3 Protoss races and 18 sacred races. On the surface, there are only 18 Warlock Emperor rank Empyreans. Among them, the Wave Rock Lord and the Red Caltrop Lord have already died. In theory, there should only be 16 Warlock Emperor rank Empyreans. However, there are 3 invincible Overlord rank Empyreans in the vicinity of the Twin Universe Flowers. Yang Feng has already discovered more than 10 Empyrean rank Empyreans. With so many powerhouses in the world of warlocks, the Gamana universe's energy level is half an energy level higher than that of the world of warlocks. As such, there will only be more Empyrean rank powerhouses. Of course, the Gamana universe has 3 eternal sovereigns, who have absorbed a lot of resources. The number of Empyreans born in each era may be less than that of the world of warlocks. But even so, after a long period of accumulation, the number of Empyreans in the Gamana universe is still an astonishing number. Yang Feng looked at the powerhouses with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. As expected of a universe's end tribulation, even eternal sovereigns will die in such a battle. However, this is also the best opportunity. In the past era, there would be no chance of advancing to the Eternal Realm. This is the worst era, but also the best era. Twin Universe Flowers. This is a world of origin formed by the origin of 2 universes. There are countless treasures and all kinds of precious opportunities here. There is also an opportunity to advance to the Empyrean rank here. Along with flashes of light, Holy Spirit warlocks and quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses rushed over from afar and stared at the Twin Universe Flowers with greed in their eyes. Except for eternal sovereigns, anyone can enter the Twin Universe Flowers. According to legend, the Twin Universe Flowers contained boundless fortuitous encounters and precious treasures that could allow a quasi-emperor to advance into the Emperor realm in one go. Twin Universe Flowers. This time, I must enter and find that treasure. I must advance to Emperor Realm and surpass Lord Devourer. Feng of Empyreef of Empyreans, Feng of according to the prophecies of many great holy step prophets, Feng Xuanzhen was the peerless genius of this era of Zhangji Plains human warlocks with the potential to advance to the 9th Warlock Emperor. However, Yang Feng rose to the top, bravely advanced all the way, killed all the enemies in his way, plundered all the opportunities, and never missed an opportunity to strengthen himself. In the end, he reached the pinnacle, founded the human race's 9th Warlock dynasty, Devour dynasty, suppressed the heavens, and made all emperors bow their heads. Although Feng Xuanzhen is suppressed by Yang Feng, but after all, he is the most outstanding supreme genius of this era. He practiced cultivation to the quasi-Empyrean realm and possesses extraordinary battle prowess. He is only a step away from the Empyrean realm. Devour Lord, I will definitely surpass you. In this era, I am the one who can finally advance to the Empyrean realm. The Twin Universe Flowers is my greatest opportunity. At the time, it was only after the human Star Lord advanced to the Empyrean realm that he managed to reverse the situation and defeat all the strong enemies. I will definitely surpass you, Devour Lord. In the eyes of ordinary people, each of these quasi-Empyreans is a monster among monsters, a supreme genius among supreme geniuses. Each and every one of them is a proud and arrogant peerless powerhouse of an era. They are naturally unwilling to be suppressed by Yang Feng all their lives. The Twin Universe Flowers are their only chance to catch up with and surpass Yang Feng. The Twin Universe Flower, which looks like a world, burst out with resplendent light, and bursts of sacred pollen enveloped the Twin Universe Flower in halos of sacred light. Silver vines extended from the petals of the Twin Universe Flowers. When he saw the silver vines, the Gold Crow Emperor's eyes lit up, and he flapped his wings, turned into a stream of light, and flew to a silver vine. The silver vine swept the Golden Crow the Arch into the Twin Universe Flowers. Those silver vines were also known as the guiding vines. Each universe only had 3,000 guiding vines, and when an expert ascended it, one would disappear. Formidable Empyrean might permeated the void, and Empyreans descended from the sky and flew towards the vines of guidance. 3 invincible overlords and 16 Empyreans. Our universe's underlying strength is really deep. Unfortunately, if we don't advance to the eternal realm, we won't be able to contend against another universe. Standing stealthily in front of a vines of guidance, Yang Feng quietly watched the powerful existences enter the Twin Universe Flowers. After the Empyreans entered the Twin Universe Flowers, the quasi-emperors and holy ones blurred into motion and flew towards the vines of guidance. All of a sudden, one of the great sages waved his hand, and countless specks of golden light shot out from all directions toward the vine of guidance. In an instant, golden void worms appeared on the hundreds of vines of guidance. With a flash of light, the vines of guidance wrapped around the void worms and disappeared. Damn it, great holy insect, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Great holy insect. The furious cries of the saints and great saints rang out in the void. The eyes of the great holy insect shimmered with madness, and he laughed wildly. I was ordered by the Devour Lord to stop you. Trash like you are not qualified to enter the Twin Universe Flowers to compete for resources. Ha ha ha. The Devour Lord. Damn it, why did the Devour Lord do that? Is this an order from the Devour Lord? The Holy Ones and Great Holy Ones were originally furious and wanted to kill the Great Holy Insect. But when they heard Yang Feng's name, they could only grit their teeth and glare at the Great Holy Insect. They don't dare to provoke the Great Holy Insect who has Yang Feng's backing. When did I give the order? Why don't I know about it? A cold voice sounded in the void, and Yang Feng's true body appeared in the void and looked coldly at the insect Great Holy. Devour. Lord. When the Great Holy Insect saw Yang Feng, his face turned pale with fright. 3 pairs of huge void insect wings grew on him, and he flew into the distance. You actually dared to use my name to sow discord. How dare you? A cold voice came from the void, and a giant hand tore through the sky and extended towards the Great Holy Insect. Numerous powerful demonic insects flew out of the great spiritual insect sage's body in an attempt to contend with the terrifying giant hand. Devouring black holes appeared on the huge hand and devoured the countless demonic insects. With a squeeze, the great spiritual insect sage was caught in the hand. A sharp mechanical awl pierced into the head of the Great Holy Insect, drilled into his brain and soul, and extracted information. It turns out to be one of the Gamana universe's spies. To dare jump out at this time, you're courting death. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the Great Holy Insect. Yang Feng snorted coldly, stepped on a vine of guidance, and disappeared in an instant. How terrifying. So this is the Devour Lord, he's too powerful. Slaying great holy sages like ants, the Devour Lord is really terrifying. Even some Empyreans can't kill great holy sages like ants. The Devour Lord has become more powerful. Feeling Yang Feng's terror again, the holy and great holy sages suppressed their thoughts about the Devour dynasty. As soon as he entered the world of Twin Universe Flowers, Yang Feng saw forests and endless mountain ranges, and the whole world is shrouded in a mysterious force. What rich energy! This is a higher energy level of the universe. The world of warlocks and the Gamana universe devoured each other and transformed into a world formed by the origin of the universe. Unfortunately, the laws of the universe here are incomplete. Otherwise, I could advance to the Empyrean realm here. Yang Feng took a deep breath, his eyes shimmered with regret, and his tremendous soul force swept in all directions. A group of holy rank cyan great rocks. This world is really full of holy rank cyan great rocks. With his tremendous soul force, Yang Feng sensed that there are 100 holy spirit warlock rank cyan great rocks in a huge spirit mountain. In the world of warlocks, holy spirit warlock rank cyan great rocks can become the protectors of a race. But here, they are as common as cabbages, not worth mentioning. That's a dream god fruit. That's a legendary treasure that can enable a phantom extraordinary life form to advance to the Empyrean realm. In the entire world of warlocks, only 3 of them have appeared. I didn't expect to see one here. As expected of twin universe flowers, a holy land containing the origin essence of 2 universes. It even has such a treasure. Yang Feng scanned with his soul force and suddenly found a narcissus exuding phantom force shrouded in a phantom sea 10,000 kilometers away, and he inhaled a breath of cold air. Chapter 13:17. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the phantom sea, a queer force enveloped him and distorted the scene in front of him. You want me to enter a fantasy world? You can't do it by yourself. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the phantom ruler appeared behind him. A magic eye opened on the phantom ruler and frantically absorbed the phantom force in the phantom sea. An incomparably terrifying whirlpool appeared in the phantom sea, devouring all the phantom power. Phantom beasts with mysterious runes on their foreheads appeared one after another. They looked like little rabbits. Each of these phantom beasts is a holy spirit warlock rank existence, and there are hundreds of them in total. Originally, hundreds of holy spirit warlocks wouldn't even dare to go against a quasi-Empyrean. However, the moment these phantom beasts saw the phantom ruler, they acted like mice seeing a cat. They frantically fled in all directions. The phantom ruler flickered slightly, and countless threads shot out and pierced the bodies of the phantom beasts. The phantom beasts shriveled strangely and were sucked into the phantom ruler. Among the 12 quasi-Empyrean rank mechanical rulers subordinated to Yang Feng, the phantom ruler has the strongest evolution potential and has the potential to advance to the Empyrean realm. In the phantom sea, there are phantom beasts everywhere. Even if a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse enters this place, if they are careless, they will be confused by them and fall into an eternal sleep. With the phantom ruler clearing the way, Yang Feng quickly entered the deepest part of the phantom sea. In the deepest part of the phantom sea, there is a daffodil exuding mysterious phantom force, and there is a blue fruit suspended in the pistil of the daffodil. The blue fruit is the legendary dream god fruit. Once a pinnacle quasi-Empyrean rank existence with illusions as their foundation consumes this dream god fruit, they can advance to the Empyrean realm. Next to the dream god fruit, there is a 1 million kilometer long snake curled up. Countless mysterious runes shone on it and it exudes quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power. The snake, which is bigger than the earth, suddenly curled up and looked in a direction, and its eyes exuded mysterious fluctuations of power. A quasi-Empyrean rank dream giant snake. It could easily make all the intelligent life on a planet fall into a dream and never wake up. They lived by devouring the dream force of intelligent life forms and had the potential to evolve into an emperor. If you consume this dream god fruit, you might be able to advance to the emperor realm in one go. Unfortunately, you met me, so you can only die. A cold voice came from outside, and Yang Feng parted the phantom sea, appeared in front of the dream giant snake, and punched the dream giant snake. There was no sound. It was as if the giant dream serpent did not exist. Inch by inch, it crumbled into pieces. The phantom ruler flew out and opened up countless black holes on its body, sucking in the remnants of the dream world serpent. Yang Feng was about to take the dream god fruit, when he suddenly creased his eyebrows and looked behind him. A terrifying dragon aura swept over from behind. A handsome man with a pair of black dragon horns on his head, dressed in black armor, and exuding a domineering aura walked over step by step. Dream god fruit. Although it is not the treasure I need, but it is still a first-rate god-grade treasure of heaven and earth. You are not a powerhouse of the Gamana universe. Then go to hell. Remember, the one who killed you is the Black Dragon Emperor. When the Black Dragon Emperor walked out of the void, his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he extended his hand, and dragon chi tore through the sky and crushed towards Yang Feng. Any quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse that is grabbed by the Black Dragon Emperor will be crushed and turned into a corpse. Fourth form. Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the god armor of dawn, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with him. Yang Feng slashed out with his halberd, and 4 images of the River of Time, Spatial Portal, 4-star, and Devour Black Hole appeared and slashed towards the Black Dragon Emperor without hesitation. You are the Devour Lord. When the Black Dragon Emperor saw the 4 images, his complexion changed dramatically, the arrogance on his face faded away, and he stimulated his power. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the Black Dragon Emperor, and fearsome true dragon chi erupted in an instant, and he extended his claw. Along with heart-palpitating true dragon roars, a fearsome black true dragon slammed into the 4 images. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the black true dragon was crushed by the 4 images, and a fearsome force slammed into the Black Dragon Emperor, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Zero emerged from the void, brandished the whip of ruler, and tore through the sky and lashed at the Black Dragon Emperor like a poisonous dragon. Under the lash of the whip of ruler, the Black Dragon Emperor's barrier crumbled bit by bit. The whip of the ruler slammed down on the Black Dragon Emperor's body, cracking his bones and creating a huge hole in his body. Emperor blood rained down from the sky. Zero Emperor. Devour Lord. I'll remember you. With a flash of resentment in his eyes, the Black Dragon Emperor roared and prepared to cast a spell to escape. Shadow appeared silently and stabbed with the ruler Shadow Spear, pierced the Black Dragon Emperor's scales in an instant, ran through his head and soul, and nailed him to the ground. Zero lashed the Black Dragon Emperor again and severely damaged his fleshly body and soul. A Devour Black Hole emerged and engulfed the Black Dragon Emperor and frantically devoured his life origin. The Black Dragon Emperor was originally a powerful Empyrean, slightly more powerful than the Gold Fur Ape Emperor. Unfortunately, Yang Feng's group of 3 attacked him with all their strength from the beginning. Shadow's sneak attack was even more exquisite, and he was killed in one fell swoop. In a head-on confrontation, even if the Black Dragon Emperor is no match for them, he can still use a secret method to escape. As Yang Feng refined the Black Dragon Emperor's life origin, he felt his foundation improve, and his eyes flashed with a carefree shade. As expected of the Twin Universe flowers, this place really has the greatest opportunity for me to advance to the Empyrean realm. This is yours. Yang Feng plucked the Dream God fruit and tossed it to the Phantom Ruler. The Phantom Ruler swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, countless mysterious runes appeared on its body, and a strange illusory power slowly spread throughout its body. Countless runes shone, and a fearsome devour force emerged from the Phantom Ruler and frantically devoured the power of the Phantom Sea. The entire Phantom Sea churned, and a tremendous amount of phantom power was endlessly absorbed into the Phantom Ruler's body, making it even more powerful and terrifying. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the Phantom Sea was devoured by the Phantom Ruler, and wisps of Empyrean breath slowly pervaded the air. It broke through the Empyrean barrier and advanced to an Empyrean step existence. Watching the Phantom Ruler advance to the Empyrean realm, Yang Feng mused, if I don't want to advance to the Empyrean realm perfectly, I can advance to the Empyrean realm now. But that way, my chances of advancing to the Eternal Sovereign Realm will be reduced by 30%. The Phantom Ruler didn't absorb universe origin force when advancing to the Empyrean realm. With only Empyrean rank battle prowess, without any heaven-defying fortuitous encounters, it is basically impossible to advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm in this universe. As Yang Feng is determined to advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm, it is naturally impossible for him to advance to the Empyrean realm this way. The Gamana universe should have much more powerhouses than our universe. I can make use of the identity of the Black Dragon Emperor. With a thought, Yang Feng took out the Phantom God Emperor mask and put it on. With a flash of light, he transformed into the Black Dragon Emperor. His breath and soul fluctuations are exactly the same as the Black Dragon Emperor's. Along with flashes of light, the 3 powerhouses Zero, Shadow, and the phantom ruler disappeared and hid beside young Feng. My soul force is suppressed. Has the world of the twin universe flowers evolved further? Yang Feng scanned the outside world with his soul force and found that his soul scan, which can easily cover a world, has been compressed. He can only scan an area 1,000 kilometers in radius. If it was in the vast universe, Yang Feng would be able to scan an area hundreds of thousands of light-years in radius with a sweep of his soul force. If it was in the Tsangji plane, Yang Feng's soul force could cover an area millions of kilometers in radius. This is the phenomenon of plane origin force suppression. With a flash of white light, an empyrean with a thick trunk, the upper body of an elephant, the lower body of a dragon, and the trunk of a thick elephant flew over from afar and landed in front of Yang Feng. From the memories of the Black Dragon Emperor, Yang Feng learned that this empyrean with a thick trunk is an ancient empyrean of the Gamana universe, the Vajra divinity Elephant Lord. This empyrean is even stronger than the Black Dragon Emperor in terms of battle prowess. In the world of warlocks, there are countless empyreans sleeping, waiting for the universe's end tribulation to compete for the opportunity to advance to the eternal sovereign realm. In the Gamana universe, there are also countless empyreans sleeping, waiting for the universe's end tribulation to advance to the eternal sovereign realm. The energy level of the Gamana universe is half an energy level higher than that of the world of warlocks. However, with the three eternal sovereigns suppressing the universe, no matter how talented a person is, it is impossible to advance to the eternal sovereign realm after advancing to the empyrean realm. Anyone who tries to advance to the eternal sovereign realm in the Gamana universe will only end up dead. Only during the universe's end tribulation, when the two universes devour each other, will the three eternal sovereigns allow the empyreans to attack the eternal sovereign rank. Chapter 1318. Greed flashed in the eyes of the Vajra Godmamoth's lord. Black Dragon Emperor, you came here first. What did you get? Yang Feng replied, Vajra Godmamoth's lord, I saw the dream god fruit over there. However, I was defeated by the Zero Emperor and the Devourer Lord, so I had to retreat here. There was a flash of greed in the eyes of the Vajra Godmamoth's lord, the dream god fruit. This is a treasure that can enable people to advance to the empyrean realm. Any treasure that can enable people to advance to the empyrean realm is a peerless treasure among peerless treasures. Even in the Gamana universe, the dream god fruit has appeared no more than 10 times. Who knows how many quasi-emperor powerhouses proficient in illusions are eager to get their hands on such a treasure. At the same time, empyreans proficient in the path of illusions can enhance their fighting strength after obtaining the dream god fruit. After empyreans such as the Vajra Godmamoth's lord and the Black Dragon Emperor consume the dream god fruit, their soul force can be enhanced and their resistance to illusions increased. The Vajra Godmamoth's lord suggested, Black Dragon Emperor, how about we join forces and snatch the dream god fruit? Yang Feng and Zero are both empyrean rank powerhouses. When the two of them join forces, the Vajra Godmamoth's lord is somewhat apprehensive. Yang Feng asked a sharp question, okay, but how do we split it? The Vajra Godmamoth's lord replied, the dream god fruit belongs to me this time. Next time, I can help you get a treasure of heaven and earth of the same value. Yang Feng refused categorically, no way, if you want the dream god fruit, then let me choose 10 treasures. In that case, let me choose 10 of your treasures, and I want to choose them right now. Whether we win or lose, I won't return the 10 treasures. Apart from the dream god fruit, I'll take everything we get this time. Hearing Yang Feng's bargaining, the doubt in the eyes of the Vajra Godmamoth slowly dissipated, and he sank into his thoughts before finally gritting his teeth and saying, okay. The Vajra Godmamoth's lord waved his hand, and countless mysterious runes shone, and a wide small world appeared in the void. The small world shone with light, and there are who knows how many treasures hidden. If any treasure falls into the hands of an ordinary person, it will become a cheat and change the fate of that ordinary person. Take your pick. A pained expression flashed through the lord of the Vajra Godmamoth's eyes. All the treasures in the treasury were extremely precious, and many of them were precious even to an emperor. However, those treasures were nothing compared to the dream god fruit. All right. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, countless runes of the dawn god armor shone, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with him. The halberd of the god of battle appeared in Yang Feng's hand and stabbed towards the lord of Vajra Godmamoths like a poisonous dragon. The torrent of time, the spatial door, the power star, and the devouring black hole. 4 different phenomena appeared and merged together to form a terrifying halberd light that pierced towards the lord of the Vajra holy mammoths. You are the Lord Devourer. Shock flashed in the eyes of the lord of Vajra Godmamoths, and he roared. Countless mysterious runes emerged, and he radiated Vajra glazed divine light. When Yang Feng's halberd stabbed into the Vajra Godmamoth's lord, it was stuck, unable to advance any further. The lord of Vajra Godmamoths is famous for his defense and strength. The defense of his fleshly body even surpasses that of many invincible Overlord rank Empyreans. Zero appeared out of thin air and lashed out with the whip of the ruler, smashing the lord of Vajra Godmamoths on the head and splitting it open. The Phantom Dominator appeared right away, and a demonic eye opened up in its body. Strands of eerie phantom power instantly hit the lord of Vajra holy mammoths. The lord of Vajra Godmamoths has amazing defense and extraordinary strength. His only weakness is his weak resistance to illusions. When the phantom ruler's phantom light shone on him, his soul fell into a daze for a moment. At this moment, shadow appeared, stabbed with the ruler shadow spear, turned into a stream of light, and pierced through the heart of the lord of Vajra Godmamoths. Under the sneak attack of the 4 Empyreans, the lord of Vajra Godmamoths was seriously injured. A devouring black hole emerged, swallowed the lord of Vajra Godmamoths, and frantically devoured his life origin. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. Great! So this is an Empyrean origin. My accumulation is even more vigorous. For me, the Empyreans inside the twin universe flowers are the greatest tonic. Fortunately, I disguised myself as the Black Dragon Emperor, which is why I was able to sneak attack the lord of Vajra Godmamoths. Otherwise, even if I could defeat him, it would be very difficult to kill him. Yang Feng quietly reflected on the gains and losses of this battle. Every Empyrean is a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the universe. Yang Feng has 3 Empyrean rank assistants at this time. But if he were to face an archaic Empyrean like the lord of Vajra Godmamoths, then it would be easy to defeat him, but it would still be very difficult to kill him. Yang Feng set up a trap to make the lord of Vajra Godmamoths relax his vigilance, which was how he succeeded in his sneak attack and killed the lord of Vajra Godmamoths. The Black Dragon Emperor has a wide circle of acquaintances in the Gamana universe. He knows much more people than the lord of Vajra Godmamoths. I'll use his identity to travel inside the twin universe flowers. Yang Feng transformed into the Black Dragon Emperor and continued to fly towards the depths of the twin universe flowers. Countless starry sky explorers flew in all directions, explored the situation of the twin universe flowers, and reported everything back to Yang Feng. Inside the twin universe flowers, on a spirit mountain, there is a 100-meter tall gold sun chrysanthemum radiating gold divine light, and there stands a person. He is the gold Chilean crown prince. This is the fruit of the gold sun chrysanthemum. With it, my chances of advancing to the Empyrean realm will increase by 10%. The gold Chilean crown prince looked at the fruit in the center of the gold sun chrysanthemum radiating gold divine light, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. You are the gold Chilean crown prince of the world of warlocks? I happen to lack a god beast to pull a chariot. You can be the divine beast that pulls my chariot. A cold and arrogant voice sounded in the void, and a handsome young man with a silver horn on the head walked out of the void and looked at the gold Chilean crown prince with a derisive expression. Empyrean. When the gold Chilean crown prince saw the young man with a silver horn on the head, his face turned pale, and countless mysterious runes flickered, and he turned into a ray of gold light and fled into the distance. The gold Chilean crown prince is a peerless genius of an era with extraordinary talent. But compared to an Empyrean, he is not worth mentioning. It's your honor to be my god beast to pull a chariot. When I advance to the eternal realm in the future, I can also promote you to an Empyrean. The ghost Silver Lord smiled coldly and took a step, and a path formed from silver divine light appeared under his feet. In an instant, he crossed 100,000 kilometers, appeared behind the gold Chilean crown prince, and extended his hand. A copious amount of silver divine light swept out, and the gold Chilean crown prince trembled and shone with gold divine light, and secret treasures appeared. What a naughty little Chilean! The ghost Silver Lord smiled and pointed at the secret treasures released by the gold Chilean crown prince. The secret treasures dimmed when they were swept up by the endless silver divine light, and they were directly sealed. Shrouded by the silver divine light, the gold Chilean crown prince turned into a fist-sized silver Chilean, and his eyes lost their luster. The gold Chilean crown prince was suppressed just like that. How terrible! When the Phoenix princess saw what happened here through Phoenix eyes, she felt a chill in her heart, and then her figure fluttered, and she cast a secret method and disappeared. A pure-blooded little phoenix. She escaped really fast. What a pity. The master of Ghost Silver glanced in the direction where the Phoenix Empress was, and a look of pity flashed in his eyes. After all, the Phoenix Princess is a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse proficient in countless secret methods. Since she cast a secret method to hide her aura and escape at the first possible moment, even a powerhouse like the Ghost Silver Lord cannot find her. No. Don't kill me, I surrender. On a spiritual mountain, a holy of the world of warlocks begged a great holy of the Gamana universe. Die. Wretched other race. The great holy of the Gamana universe smiled ferociously, stabbed his hand into the head of the holy of the world of warlocks, and crushed it. This night immortal grass is mine. With this night immortal grass, I will have a chance to promote to a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. The great holy's gaze fell on a large patch of black spirit grass not far away, and his eyes flickered with scorching light. An incomparably huge tongue suddenly emerged from the ground, rolled up the great sage, and directly pulled him into the bloody mouth, disappearing. Inside the twin universe flowers, there are treasures of heaven and earth that are rarely seen in the outside world, but there are dangers everywhere. The powerhouses of the world of warlocks and the Gamana universe are fighting each other inside the twin universe flowers, and powerhouses are dying one after another. Yang Feng's incarnation of the Black Dragon Emperor walked inside the twin universe flowers. Using the information fed back by the Starry Sky Explorer, he plotted against an Empyrean called the Mountain Lord, devoured his life origin, and collected countless precious resources. Every Empyrean is a huge treasure trove with countless treasures. When Yang Feng killed the 3 Empyreans, he obtained the treasures they carried with them and became rich overnight. The 2 King of Sovereigns Zero and Shadow also absorbed many precious minerals from the treasures of the 3 Empyreans, and their strength increased by 10%. Chapter 1319. On the summit of a spiritual mountain burning with endless flames, there is a lava lake. In the center of the lava lake, there is a gorgeous 3-petal flower in full bloom. On the 3 petals of the 3-petal flower, there is a phoenix, a Chilean, and a Pichio respectively, radiating bright and mysterious light. 3 spirit true fire flower, my luck is really good. There was a ripple in the void, and the Empress Phoenix appeared in the void. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, and she turned into a stream of light and flew towards the 3 spirit true fire flower. A pure-blooded phoenix, not bad. You can be a breeding tool for my child, the Dragon Lord. A slightly lascivious voice rang out from the void. A terrifying emperor with a twisted head that looked like a mix of a dragon's and a pig's head flew out from the void. His body was covered in azure scales, and he had a pair of azure dragon wings and a dragon tail on his back. An Empyrean of the Gamana universe. When the Empress Phoenix saw this, her beautiful face turned pale, and she was terrified out of her wits. Without hesitation, a pair of phoenix wings grew on her back, and without giving the 3 spirit true fire flower another look, she burned her phoenix blood essence and flew into the distance. How decisive. I like it. If it were another Empyrean, you might have escaped. But you're lucky to have run into me, the Dragon Lord. With a ferocious smile on his face, the Lord of Dragon Fiends ejected 2 twisted black and white beams from his pig nose, which tore through the sky and swept towards Empress Phoenix. Swept by the black and white beams, the Empress Phoenix suddenly felt dizzy, and then fell from the sky. I absorbed her power. I should be able to improve my strength by a bit. With a lascivious gleam in his eyes, the Dragon Lord took a step, crossed thousands of kilometers, appeared in front of the Empress Phoenix, and extended his hand towards her. Damn it, how can this be? I can't even commit suicide. This is the power of an Empyrean. The Empress Phoenix looked at the Dragon Lord, who has a twisted expression on his face, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair. Stay your hand, Lord Dragon Fiend. She's my prey. A cold and overbearing voice descended from the sky, and a terrifying dragon claw that was as black as ink, containing endless true dragon chi, swiped at the Lord Dragon Fiend. Black Dragon Emperor, what are you trying to do? A look of shock and anger flashed in the eyes of the Dragon Beast Lord as he raised his fist and punched towards the sky. Rumble. Along with an earth-shaking blare, the Dragon Devil Lord was blasted away, and scorch marks appeared on its body. It stared fiercely at Yang Feng in the sky with envy and resentment in its eyes. The Lord of Dragon Fiends was an extraordinary creature born from the union of a true dragon and a demon pig. It could be considered a descendant of a true dragon. However, his bloodline could not compare to a true dragon like the Black Dragon Emperor. Originally, the Lord of Dragon Fiends would never be able to break through the bloodline shackles and become an emperor. However, during a fortuitous encounter when he was at the peak of the half-step emperor realm, he obtained a miraculous fruit that allowed him to break through the bloodline shackles and become an emperor. Even so, the demonic Dragon Lord's bloodline was far inferior to the Black Dragon Emperor's. Yang Feng gave the Dragon Beast Lord a sidelong glance, smiled contemptuously, and his eyes shimmered with killing intent. This Feng Huang's bloodline is very pure, I like it. What? Lord of Dragon Fiends, do you want to fight me? The Lord of Dragon Fiends is restrained by the Black Dragon Emperor. Moreover, it is the weakest among emperors, only slightly stronger than the Silver Emperor. If Yang Feng takes action now, he is somewhat confident that he can kill it here. Vigilant, the Lord of Dragon Fiends forced a smile and said, "Since you like it, Black Dragon Emperor, then take it." Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the Phoenix Empress flew into his hand. Countless runes flickered and entered the Phoenix Empress. The originally sexy, beautiful, and devastatingly beautiful Phoenix Princess had turned into a palm-sized beautiful doll in an instant. The Lord of Dragon Fiends narrowed his eyes. The Black Dragon Emperor has become stronger again. Yang Feng sneered, "The three-spirit true fire flower is also mine. Do you have any objections?" There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the Lord of Dragon Fiends, but he endured it. "I have no objections." Yang Feng frowned, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. This guy is really patient. Do you want to kill him by force? Together with the Phantom Ruler, Yang Feng has a total of 4 emperors on his side. Although they can defeat the Lord of Dragon Fiends without any suspense, but it will be a bit difficult to kill him. No matter how weak an emperor is, he is still a supreme genius who surpasses countless quasi-emperors. It will be very difficult to kill an emperor head-on. The Lord of Dragon Fiends is clearly cautious and wary of Yang Feng's avatar of the Black Dragon Emperor. Under these circumstances, it will be difficult to kill him by force. As if feeling Yang Feng's killing intent, the Lord of Dragon Fiends narrowed his eyes, took a few steps back, and released wisps of mysterious force. Unfortunately, there's no chance. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he looked into the distance with regret in his eyes. 2 streams of light flew over from afar. A stunningly beautiful woman with countless snakes on her head, a sexy figure, and a gorgeous appearance, as well as a man with white hair and beard and a black body flew over from afar and landed in front of Yang Feng's group of 2. The Lord of Dragon Fiends hurriedly stepped forward and complained, "Snake Dowager, Black Silver Lord, come and be the judge. This little phoenix was clearly my prey, yet it was snatched away by the Black Dragon Emperor. Don't you think he should compensate me with something?" The Snake Dowager said with a charming smile, "The Night Origin Lord discovered the Eternal Origin Sea and asked us to go and compete for the treasures in the Eternal Origin Sea. Do you want to go?" Yang Feng's eyes narrowed. The Night Origin Lord is an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean of the Gumana universe. He is one of the Empyreans most promising to advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm. The Lord of Dragon Fiends' eyes lit up, and he uttered decisively, "The Eternal Origin Sea. Go. Of course we'll go. The Eternal Origin Sea is a fearsome sea containing eternal origin force. Many precious treasures of heaven and earth are born in the Eternal Origin Sea, and some are even treasures that can allow people to advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm." Yang Feng uttered decisively, "I'll go as well. 4 streams of light flashed and flew into the distance. To the north of the twin universe flower world, there is the eternal origin sea formed from eternal origin force. The eternal origin sea is an existence evolved from the origin force of 2 universes. If an eternal sovereign can come here, they will swallow the eternal origin sea, refine it, and enhance their strength. 4 streams of light descended from the sky and landed on the edge of the eternal origin sea. So this is the underlying strength of the Gamana universe. It's really amazing to have so many Empyreans. Yang Feng looked around, and his pupils constricted at once. There are a total of 16 people standing on the edge of the eternal origin sea, each of which is an Empyrean rank powerhouse. 4 invincible Overlord rank powerhouses. Furthermore, none of them are powerhouses of the 18 sacred races. In that case, the 18 Empyreans of the 18 sacred races should be subjects of the 3 eternal sovereigns. These Empyreans are unwilling to be dominated by the 3 eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng looked at the Empyreans with astonishing strength and mused. Finally, his gaze fell on the 4 Empyreans in the lead, and his eyes shimmered with vigilance. One of the 4 Empyreans is a handsome young man in a black leather jacket. The other is a middle-aged man with a head full of dragon hair and an overbearing aura. It was a handsome young man with eyes filled with mystery. The last is an old man with a haggard face exuding an aura of wisdom. The young man in black is the Origin Night Lord, the man with a head full of dragon hair is the Myriad Dragon's father, the young man with mysterious eyes is the Skylight Lord, and the old man with a haggard face is the Myriad Tree's ancestor. The Origin Night Lord is said to be a being born from pure dark force of the Gamana universe. He was a fearsome Empyrean when he was born. The Myriad Dragon's father is a fearsome pure-blooded true dragon. He is a pure-blooded true dragon born after the Gamana universe devoured another universe, and his strength is heaven-defying. He married with various life forms and gave birth to 10,000 dragons, 2 of which have advanced to the Empyrean realm. The Skylight Lord evolved from a spirit mountain shrouded in endless light in the Gamana universe. He is extremely powerful and has slain 3 Empyreans. The Myriad Tree's ancestor is an Empyrean who has existed longer than the Eternal Frost. He once competed with the Eternal Frost for the position of eternity. The 4 powerhouses are invincible Overlord rank existences who have slain Empyreans. It should be noted that an Empyrean is the pinnacle power of a universe. The difficulty of defeating and killing an Empyrean cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Whether or not you can kill an Empyrean is the dividing line between an ordinary Empyrean and an invincible Overlord. The 4 invincible Overlord rank powerhouses are accompanied by 1 or 2 Empyreans who are close to them. The rest of the Empyrean rank powerhouses are wandering around, forming a small circle. Without hesitation, Yang Feng came to the side of the Myriad Dragon's father. The Black Dragon Emperor and the Myriad Dragon's father are true dragons with pure bloodlines, and they have a good relationship with each other. Yang Feng looked at the powerhouses of the world of warlocks gathered in the distance, and his eyes shimmered with curiosity, and he asked, "Why don't you tear them apart? 10,000 kilometers away, there is a group of people, which are the Empyreans from the world of warlocks. In addition to the 3 invincible Overlord rank Empyreans, there are 10 Empyreans from the world of warlocks gathered at the edge of the Eternal Origin Sea. In terms of power, the Gamana universe's powerhouses are far stronger than the Empyreans of the world of warlocks." The 10,000 dragons' father looked at one of the islands in the Eternal Origin Sea with a burning gaze. He slowly said, "We can't do it now. If we fight here and both of us are injured, then neither of us will be able to reach the top of the Eternal Island. Only on the Eternal Island will there be an opportunity to advance to the Eternal Realm." Chapter 1320. Yang Feng looked at the Eternal Origin Sea, his heart stirred, and he waved his hand. A stream of dragon chi entered a stone nearby, fused with the stone, shone with countless runes, and turned into a human-sized rock dragon with starry sky warlock rank strength. When the stone dragon monster arrived in front of the Eternal Origin Sea, it reached out with its hand and made a grabbing motion. The moment the stone dragon monster came into contact with the Eternal Origin Sea, its body shattered inch by inch and turned into a wisp of pure energy that entered the Eternal Origin Sea. A solemn look flashed through the myriad dragon's father's eyes as he slowly said, "It's useless. The eternal scar origin sea could melt anything and turn it into eternal origin power. Even an emperor would be melted after falling into the eternal spring sea for a long time and become a part of it." Emperor-level experts were already at the peak of the universe. Apart from experts of the same level, there were almost no dangerous places that could harm them. The eternal spring ocean was one of the few places that could threaten the lives of emperors. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he analyzed the eternal origin sea. This eternal origin sea is indeed a high-energy force that can even melt Empyreans. But for my Armor of Dawn and Zero, it is a great supplement. Yang Feng can also devour and refine the eternal origin sea's seawater, but it takes 1,000 years to refine a drop. Even if he died of old age, he wouldn't be able to completely devour and refine such a large amount of water from the eternal origin sea. However, Yang Feng's God Armor of Dawn and Zero both have Kunmo Stone, which is a mystical eternal godstone that can absorb the power of the eternal origin sea for their own use. Being in the tiger's den, Yang Feng didn't act rashly, but rather quietly retreated to the side. The Dragon Devil Lord stretched out his hand and pointed. A spatial door appeared and then collapsed. The Dragon Devil Lord said, "Spatial teleportation is being suppressed." The Snake Dowager pointed with her hand, and a palm-sized dark green bird flew out towards the eternal origin sea. As soon as the jade green bird flew above the eternal origin sea, it fell headfirst into the eternal origin sea and melted. A grave look flashed in the Snake Dowager's eyes, and she said slowly, "What a powerful spatial restriction. Even the azure skybird can't fly." The azure skybird was a type of extraordinary creature that did not have much combat power. He only had one ability, and that was to fly freely in many places where flying was forbidden. He could fly freely in many forbidden places where emperors could not fly. Presently, even the blue skybird couldn't fly in the eternal spring ocean, and it meant that practically no emperor could fly in the eternal spring ocean. The 10,000 dragons' father replied, "Apart from Eternals, no one can cross the eternal spring sea with their own power. Only when the primordial leaf boat appears will we be able to cross the eternal origin sea and reach the eternal island." Hearing this, the emperors were unwilling to give up. They used all sorts of magic techniques to carry out experiments, but no one was able to cross the eternal spring sea. A day later, 3 more emperors of the Gamana universe came to the edge of the eternal origin sea. There is now an emperor in the world of Warlock's camp. In the center of the eternal origin sea, dazzling rays of light emerged, and leaves shot out from the center of the eternal island and turned into leaf boats in front of everyone. Rays of light flashed, and then the emperors boarded their respective boats. As soon as Yang Feng set foot on the leaf boat, he willed, and the leaf boat automatically moved towards the eternal island. The boat of origin has just traveled 100 kilometers, when the eternal origin sea suddenly churned, and a fearsome true dragon emerged from the eternal origin sea. Exuding invincible Overlord grade dragon might, the true dragon clawed at an emperor of the Gamana universe. Damn it! The countenance of the Gamana universe's emperor changed dramatically. With a roar, he turned into a 10,000-meter tall giant and slashed at the fearsome true dragon with a giant axe in hand. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the giant axe was smashed by the true dragon, and the Gamana universe's emperor was blasted into the eternal origin sea. "Help me!" As soon as the Gamana universe's emperor fell into the eternal origin sea, barriers appeared around him, and he screamed. Eroded by the eternal origin sea, the barriers around the Gamana universe's emperor collapsed one after another. "Let's join forces and kill him." A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the myriad dragon's father. Countless mysterious runes flickered, dragon heads emerged, and fearsome true dragon chi filled the air. He belched. A terrifying beam of dragon chi shot out, turned into a stream of light, and slammed into the body of the true dragon, blasting a terrifying hole in the body of the true dragon. When the invincible Overlord rank true dragon was seriously injured, the eternal origin sea churned, and a Chileen, a Pishio, a Daotai, a 3-legged golden crow, a snake, a Fenghuang, a black tortoise, and a white tiger emerged. Exuding fearsome auras, they attacked the emperors of the world of Warlocks and the Gamana universe. Every single one of the monsters that surged out from the eternal spring ocean possessed the terrifying strength of an invincible overlord, and they were extremely ferocious within the eternal spring ocean. Every single one of their attacks carried boundless strength, and it forced the emperors to defend with all their might. Giant Tree Lord, hold on, I'm coming to save you. The Heavenly Ant Lord, who looks like an enlarged giant black ant, steered the leaf boat and swam towards the emperor who fell into the sea. Once an ordinary quasi-emperor falls into the eternal origin sea, they will be melted and become a part of the eternal origin sea in 10 breaths of time at most. But the giant tree lord is extremely powerful. Even though it is being eroded by the eternal origin sea, it still casts defensive barriers and holds on. Giant tree lord, open your treasury and let me choose 10 treasures, and I'll save you. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he steered the leaf boat over and shouted loudly. When the Gamana Universe's emperors heard this, they showed bitter smiles. The Black Dragon Emperor is greedy and likes to collect treasures. Even at such a critical moment, he still takes advantage of the situation, which makes the Gamana Universe's emperors look down on him. Okay, 10 treasures for each person who comes to save me. The giant tree lord opened his treasury decisively, and a huge small world appeared above. The small world shone with treasure light, and there are countless treasures of heaven and earth hidden inside. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Yang Feng grabbed the 10 treasures in the treasury that could be used to refine a level 7 stronghold. Then, he grabbed the arm of the giant tree lord and pulled him onto his leaf boat. Be careful. The giant tree lord has just boarded Yang Feng's leaf boat, when a voice came from the myriad dragons farther not far away. The destruction giant snake opened its maw, and a bead of destruction containing endless power of destruction barreled towards the leaf boat Yang Feng and the giant tree lord are riding. Yang Feng's face flickered. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious gauze enveloped him, and he jumped into the eternal origin sea decisively. As soon as he fell into the eternal origin sea, Yang Feng felt that his magic barrier began to break down rapidly, and all the power was absorbed by the eternal origin sea. The Dawn God armor on Yang Feng flashed, and the Kunmo stone frantically absorbed the eternal origin sea's seawater. The Dawn God armor changed into a transparent gauze that enveloped Yang Feng, enabling him to travel freely in the eternal origin sea. Damn it! Black Dragon Emperor, you coward! Idiot! Why don't you join hands with me? Only death awaits you if you jump into the eternal origin sea. The giant tree lord's eyes flashed with anger, and he cursed. Countless runes shone on him, and a green wooden shield appeared and blocked in front of him. The pearl of destruction slammed into the cyan wooden shield and tore it apart. Then, the pearl of destruction slammed into the giant wood lord's body and blasted him into the eternal origin sea. This time, the giant tree lord was blasted 100 meters into the sea, and a copious amount of seawater eroded his body and soul, trying to disintegrate him. Countless runes shone on the giant tree lord's body and formed barriers that resisted the erosion of the eternal origin sea. Yang Feng's incarnation of the Black Dragon Emperor swam over. When the giant tree lord saw Yang Feng, his eyes flashed with joy, and he cast a secret method, and a powerful thought entered Yang Feng's mind. Save me, Black Dragon Emperor, I can give you 10 more treasures. Yang Feng smiled and swam to the side of the giant tree lord. A gold horn appeared on his right hand, and like a gold venomous dragon, the horn pierced through the giant tree lord's barrier and stabbed the giant tree lord. You're not the Black Dragon Emperor, you're the Devour Lord. How is this possible? How can your soul fluctuations be disguised as the Black Dragon Emperor's? The giant tree lord's eyes shimmered with incredulity, and he roared at the top of his voice. A devouring black hole appeared and enveloped the lord of the giant tree, swallowing him whole. A tremendous amount of life origin poured into Yang Feng, making him more terrifying and powerful. Although I can continue to devour Empyreans here, but the eternal opportunity on the Eternal Island is more important. Yang Feng took a look at the Empyreans fighting fiercely above the Eternal Origin Sea. With a thought, his figure changed, and he turned into a destruction snake and swam towards the island in the center of the Eternal Origin Sea. Chapter 1321. Hidden within the Eternal Origin Sea were true spirits formed from the Eternal Origin Sea, and every single one of them exuded a pitilessly ferocious aura. These true spirit extraordinary life forms are not real existences, but beings formed from eternal origin force. Although they possess invincible Overlord rank power, but their true combat power cannot compare to that of a true Empyrean rank powerhouse. But even so, when these true spirit extraordinary life forms join forces, even an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean will be blasted to death. Using the illusion God Emperor mask to disguise himself as a destruction snake formed from eternal origin force, Yang Feng moved unimpeded. After a while, the sea in front of the eternal island surged, and Yang Feng silently swam out from the bottom of the sea and stepped towards the eternal island. An extremely powerful repulsive force came from the eternal island, trying to expel Yang Feng. How can an Empyrean rank repulsive force stop me? Yang Feng smiled faintly, stepped onto the eternal island, and looked towards the center of the eternal island with a scorching shade in his eyes. Wisps of fate breath came from the center of the eternal island. Ever since Yang Feng obtained the two treasures of fate, he has grasped the law of fate with the fate algorithm as his foundation and gained strong control over fate spells. With Yang Feng's Empyrean rank strength, he can even manipulate the power of fate, allowing an ordinary person to have fortuitous encounters and eventually promote to an infinity warlock. From the eternal island, Yang Feng can sense wisps of fate breath. His figure fluttered, and he flew towards the center of the eternal island. Boom! Boom! Along with a loud noise, a green mountain split open, and countless green runes formed an Empyrean rank green stone giant, which, expressionless, stabbed towards Yang Feng with a spear in hand. Die! A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he turned into a stream of light and slammed into the green stone giant with the unbreakable shield in hand. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, Yang Feng was sent flying 100 kilometers away, and the green rock giant was sent flying dozens of kilometers away. With a flash of light, Zero walked out of the void and swung the ruler's whip, tearing through the sky and striking the head of the green stone giant. A peerless force capable of crushing stars and destroying worlds erupted in an instant, and the head of the green stone giant exploded. A devouring black hole emerged, swallowed the green stone giant, and frantically extracted his life force. Yang Feng quietly analyzed, life origin is scarce, at most, it is only at the great holy level. They were much weaker than true emperors. However, he has true emperor level power. Any emperor realm expert was someone who had gone through countless years of killing. Only the twin universe flowers that had gathered the essence of two universes could give birth to so many terrifying existences at the quasi-emperor realm. Rumble. Rumble. Amid violent rumbling sounds, countless mysterious runes appeared on the bodies of the 10 huge ancient trees, and they instantly erupted with emperor rank power. I don't have time to waste here. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Ripples shimmered in the void, and a swarm of mechanical rulers emerged and attacked the 10 Empyrean rank ancient trees. Boom! 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 The 10 emperor rank ancient trees brandished their vines, which contained the essence of power, and blasted a large number of mechanical rulers into pieces in their wake. The mechanical rulers that appeared are all warlock monarch rank strengthened bodies, and their battle prowess is ferocious. They blasted open wounds on the Empyrean rank ancient tree. Taking advantage of the time when his mechanical legion fought the emperor rank ancient trees, Yang Feng rushed towards the center of the eternal island. In the eternal origin sea, there are 7 invincible Overlord rank powerhouses and many Emperor rank powerhouses. As long as Yang Feng is delayed here, many variables will arise. After passing through the Emperor Ancient Forest, an endless mountain range appeared before their eyes. Countless runes shone, and fearsome auras spread from the endless mountain range. Do it! Yang Feng ordered with a cold look in his eyes. Zero pointed with a finger, and a spatial gate opened. His level 7 life stronghold appeared, and a destruction cannon shone with countless runes. A terrifying beam capable of destroying everything blasted out from the destruction cannon and slammed into the continuous mountain range. In the wake of the beam, the mountain range was razed to the ground. An unfathomably deep ravine appeared in the mountain range. Before the mountain Empyreans could show themselves, they were killed by Yang Feng. After firing the destruction cannon, Zero's level 7 life stronghold shrank and disappeared. In terms of power alone, the destruction cannon can seriously injure an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. It is currently the strongest weapon in Yang Feng's possession. However, these Empyreans have mastered all kinds of powerful secret methods. If you want to hit them with the destruction cannon, you have to force them into a situation where they have no choice but to take it head-on. A black hole appeared, swept towards the mountain Empyreans, and devoured a part of the Empyrean origin that has not yet completely dispersed. Countless engineering robots flew towards the place where the mountain Empyreans were destroyed and collected various precious minerals. Yang Feng flew towards the center of the Island of Eternity. After passing through the mountain range where the mountain Empyreans are located, a clear lake exuding holy light appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the center of the lake, there is a snow-white lotus exuding the breath of eternity. Found it. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he looked at the surroundings of the snow-white lotus with two resplendent rays of light. After carefully observing for a while, Yang Feng pondered for a while, then a look of determination flashed in his eyes, and he came to the edge of the lake and touched it with his hand. A formidable force entered Yang Feng at once, nourishing his fleshly body and soul. This is a holy lake that is 10 times more powerful than the Gold Lake. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yang Feng jumped into the holy lake and strode towards the snow-white lotus in the center of the lake. I'm finally here. They never expected that I would be able to get here first. The eternal opportunity is definitely mine. A voice full of overbearing confidence came from a short distance away, and the myriad dragon father, who is scorched black, exudes a rancid smell, covered in scars, and covered in true dragon chi, appeared at the edge of the spirit lake. Black Dragon Emperor, what are you doing? Get out here. Otherwise, die. When the myriad dragon's father saw Yang Feng in the lake, his eyes widened, and he roared and extended a claw containing fearsome true dragon chi mercilessly barreling towards Yang Feng with frigid killing intent. The eternal opportunity is the ultimate goal of all Empyreans. Even if a close relative stands in front of the myriad dragon's father, he will kill them without mercy, let alone a trifling black dragon emperor. Yang Feng frowned and walked straight towards the snow-white lotus. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Ripples flickered, and Zero appeared and brandished the whip of the ruler, tearing apart the sky and mercilessly lashing at the myriad dragon's father. Zero Emperor, you are not the Black Dragon Emperor. You are the Devour Lord. In other words, you have already killed the real Black Dragon Emperor. Besides, you also killed the giant tree lord. The eyes of the myriad dragon's father flickered, and he guessed the truth. He extended a claw at the whip of the ruler, and a copious amount of true dragon chi slammed into the whip of the ruler. Ripples flickered, and the phantom ruler appeared, opened its strange eyes, and fired a beam of phantom divine light that hit the myriad dragon's father. The myriad dragon's father's vision blurred, and he became absent-minded for a moment. With the ruler shadow spear in hand, Shadow jumped out of a shadow and stabbed towards the heart of the myriad dragon's father like a poisonous dragon. If the 3 Empyreans join forces to launch a sneak attack, an ordinary Empyrean will be in danger of dying if they are careless. 3 Empyreans. Devour Lord, you hid your strength well. You actually have 3 Empyrean guards. Unfortunately, even 3 Empyreans are not a match for me, the myriad dragon's father. The eyes of the myriad dragon's father flashed fiercely, and he burned his true dragon bloodline. Dragon scales containing mysterious runes appeared all over his body, and a copious amount of true dragon chi revolved around him, containing endless mysteries. Shadow's ruler's shadow spear pierced into the father of all dragons' dragon scales, and a series of ear-piercing booms rang out. It tore open a large wound on the father of all dragons' chest, and emperor blood flowed out continuously. Scram! The eyes of the myriad dragon's father flashed fiercely, and he brandished a fist containing a copious amount of true dragon chi and slammed it towards Shadow. Shadow raised her spear to block. With a loud bang, she was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away by the punch of the myriad dragon's father. Her body trembled, and drops of blood flowed out of her cherry lips and fell to the ground. Illusions are strong, but also weak. For me, a true dragon, Empyrean masters of illusions are ants. The eyes of the myriad dragon's father flashed fiercely, and he opened his mouth, and a true dragon pearl appeared, tore through the sky, and slammed into the phantom ruler like a shooting star. Endless true dragon chi erupted from the true dragon pearl and twisted crazily. The phantom ruler's body trembled, and the core microchip, which was the core of the phantom ruler, cracked under the impact of the true dragon chi. Chapter 1322. The Father of Dragons is the most powerful true dragon in the Gumana universe. The pure and powerful true dragon chi is the nemesis of all variant existences. The phantom ruler used the dream god fruit to advance to the Empyrean realm. As such, it is much weaker than an Empyrean like the Silver Emperor, which is why it was severely injured by the Father of Dragons. The whip of the ruler appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and then slammed into the Father of Dragons. A fearsome power erupted, and a few of the dragon scales with astonishing defensive strength were whipped away, and a large amount of Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. You are the mechanical golem Zero Emperor refined by the Devourer Lord. How powerful! Even among Empyreans, you are outstanding. However, you're no match for me. Get lost, or I'll tear you apart and tear everything on your body apart. The eyes of the Father of Dragons shimmered fiercely, and he roared. All of a sudden, he brandished his claw and turned into a violent true dragon barreling towards Zero. Zero's beautiful eyes flashed coldly, and she flipped her lily-white hand, and a huge unbreakable shield appeared in front of her. Countless mysterious runes flickered on the unbreakable shield and formed a fearsome barrier that guarded this area. Boom! When the Thousand Dragons' Father's attack landed on the unbreakable shield's barrier, a terrifying true dragon roared and sent claw after claw towards the unbreakable shield's barrier with the power to tear through the sky and crush everything. No matter how violent the true dragon is, it still can't tear the unbreakable shield barrier. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then came to the center of the lake and stepped into the snow-white lotus flower. The snow-white lotus flower closed, countless mysterious runes shone, and a powerful and pure life force poured into Yang Feng and strengthened his fleshly body and soul. Break! The Father of all Dragons was enraged, and he roared as he burned the true dragon bloodline in his body and slammed it toward the unbreakable shield. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of earth-shattering explosions, the unbreakable shield forcefully blocked the Dragon Father's attack. The unbreakable shield was one of the proudest masterpieces of the Magic Note Lord, and it had the potential to become an eternal treasure. Zero was an Emperor-level expert. Even if the 10,000 Dragon Father was an invincible Overlord-level expert, it wouldn't be so easy for him to break through that barrier. If I can't get it, then I'll just have to break it off. Nobody else can get the eternal opportunity. Furious, the eyes of the myriad dragons Father shimmered with ferocious light, his body fluttered, countless runes flickered, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-long true dragon surrounded by fearsome true dragon chi. The moment the Father of all Dragons revealed his true form, he reached out with his claws and smashed towards the surrounding mountains. Rumble! 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 Under the frenzied attacks of the Father of all Dragons, cracks began to appear on the sturdy mountain. Any emperor was a genius among geniuses in the universe, a monster among monsters, a peerless powerhouse who had created their own path. Even if an eternal sovereign stood still and allowed an emperor to attack, the eternal sovereign's origin source would be shattered, and the eternal sovereign would die. Although the mountain was formed from the essence of two universe origin sources, but it still couldn't resist the attack of the Father of all Dragons. Shadow walked out of the void, leaving after images in his wake. He swung the shadow spear at the Father of all Dragons with extreme speed. Scram! The Father of all Dragons' incarnation of a huge true dragon whipped at Shadow with its tail. Shadow's pretty face flickered, and she assumed a defensive stance with the ruler Shadow Spear in her hand. When the huge true dragon's tail slammed into Shadow's ruler Shadow Spear, it blasted Shadow and the spear back 10,000 kilometers. The phantom ruler appeared again, a strange eye emerged on its body, and a distorted phantom divine light containing fearsome power of illusion barreled towards the Father of all Dragons. A pitilessly domineering true dragon power surged out of the 1,000 Dragon Father's body, forming a terrifying vortex. When the phantom divine light hit the whirlpool formed from true dragon force, it collapsed and shattered. Ordinary emperors would fear the phantom ruler's phantom divine light. But for the Father of all Dragons, the phantom ruler's phantom divine light is not worth mentioning. Only when he is caught off guard can he be hit. The 10,000 dragon father didn't care about the phantom ruler at all. He continued to attack the spirit mountain, causing cracks to appear on it. Rumble. With a loud bang, the spirit mountain collapsed, and the water in the center of the spirit lake, which was filled with mysterious power, flowed in all directions. The snow-white lotus flower in the center of the sacred lake slowly withered. Father of all dragons, you're a step too late. Inside the snow-white lotus flower, a tyrannical breath carrying traces of eternity erupted. A torrent of time emerged. Shrouded in the torrent of time, Yang Feng, full of confidence, took a step forward, appeared in front of the father of all dragons, and stabbed the halberd of the god of war into the other party at a speed faster than the speed of light. A pitilessly domineering and terrifying power directly pierced through the father of all dragons' body, splitting it apart. Controlling the ruler's whip, Zero tore through the sky, slammed into the father of all dragons, and shattered several of his bones. In an instant, Shadow appeared behind the father of all dragons with the ruler shadow spear in hand and stabbed the other party with the spear. Countless mysterious runes shone, and the god bones fortress appeared. From the fortress formed from countless holy rank bones, an Empyrean skeleton walked out and slammed a claw into the head of the father of all dragons. Countless runes shone, and the attack seriously injured the father of all dragons. Damn it! You want to kill me? You don't have that ability. The father of all dragons roared, and fearsome true dragon force erupted from him and blasted Yang Feng and the other three powerhouses away in an instant. Bathed in Empyrean blood, the father of all dragons turned and fled into the distance without looking back. It's no use, father of all dragons, since you destroyed this spiritual land, then pay the debt with your life. Yang Feng felt the endless power inside him begin to fade away slowly, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Countless runes shone and turned into a devour black hole that engulfed the father of all dragons. Countless mysterious runes shone and frantically devoured the life force origin of the father of all dragons. Open for me! With a fierce gleam in his eyes, the father of all dragons roared and waved his dragon claw at the devour black hole in an attempt to tear it apart. Strange ripples flickered, and as soon as the dragon claw of the father of all dragons touched the core of the devour black hole, its origin was sucked away, and the dragon claw turned into a withered dragon claw. How is this possible? How could you have become so powerful? You clearly haven't undergone the Empyrean baptism. You're not a true Empyrean yet. How could you have become so powerful? I don't want to. I don't want to. With a flash of despair in his eyes, the father of all dragons screamed miserably. A whip of the ruler emerged from the devour black hole and slammed into the head of the father of all dragons. The head of the father of all dragons exploded, and a tremendous amount of life force gushed out and was absorbed by the devour black hole. The whip of the ruler whipped the father of all dragons inside the devour black hole. The father of all dragons collapsed inch by inch, and his life force origin was absorbed by the devour black hole. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the life force origin of the father of all dragons was completely devoured by Yang Feng. The devour black hole disappeared at once. Zero came to Yang Feng's side and asked curiously, "Lord, did you succeed in your transformation?" Just now, Yang Feng seriously injured the father of myriad dragons with a move. His strength is simply incredible. The father of all dragons is very vicious. He destroyed the spiritual mountain and severed the origin. I only completed 80% of my transformation this time. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He clearly felt that the invincible power inside him is fading away rapidly. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. However, I have gained great benefits this time. After I devour the father of all dragons, once I leave here, I have the confidence to advance to the Empyrean realm in the outside world. Before that, I have to deal with a few more Empyreans. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. With a thought, countless runes flickered, and ripples appeared in space. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. With a thought, countless runes flashed, and ripples appeared in space. Hordes of main battle robots appeared and flew in all directions. The battle robots transformed and turned into a huge spirit mountain. The mountain range raised to the ground by the destruction cannon turned into huge mountain ranges thanks to the transformation and fusion of countless battle robots. Yang Feng poured out some of the holy lake's water he collected. Countless runes shone on his body, and he turned into a snow-white lotus floating quietly above the holy lake's water. There is a powerful barrier on the Eternal Island. Even an Empyrean cannot sense what is happening on the Eternal Island from above the Eternal Origin Sea. It is because of this that Yang Feng was so daring as to wait for an opportunity. 3 hours later, earth-shaking explosions came from the island, and fearsome Empyrean aura pervaded the island. The fierce battle lasted for a full 3 hours before it stopped. The two groups of people quickly walked towards the Spirit Mountain, with a clear distinction between them. Chapter 1323. Among the two groups of people, one group is the Emperor of the Gamana universe, the other group is the Emperor of the world of warlocks. Not a single one of those 6 invincible Overlord emperors had fallen, but many ordinary emperors had perished. The Gamana universe originally had 19 emperors. But now, only 10 emperors arrived here. Of the 9 emperors that died, 2 were devoured by Yang Feng, while the remaining 7 were buried in the Eternal Origin Sea. The world of warlocks originally had 14 emperors, but now only 8 remain. 6 emperors had perished in the Eternal Spring Sea. Every emperor is a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of any universe. They are invincible overlords of an era. Once they die, there will be all kinds of anomalies in the universe. The death of 15 emperors is simply world-shaking. This scene can only happen in a cruel battlefield like the struggle for the eternal opportunity. Among the two groups of people, many emperors are injured. Only the 6 invincible overlord rank powerhouses have no injuries. If the myriad dragon's father hadn't forcibly crossed the Eternal Origin Sea, he wouldn't be riddled with scars. When the Golden Crow Emperor saw the snow-white lotus flower, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he flapped his wings and turned into a golden ray flying towards the snow-white lotus flower. Primordial Night Divine Domain. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the primordial Night Lord, and he spread the fingers of a hand. Countless mysterious runes flickered and formed a divine domain containing endless dark force. The Golden Crow Emperor can fly tens of thousands of light-years with a flap of his wings. But in the primordial night divine domain, he kept flapping his wings, but he was getting further and further away from the white lotus flower. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the Azure Dragon Emperor, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-long true dragon exuding invincible breath and sent a claw barreling towards an emperor of the Gamana universe. The Gamana universe's emperor never expected that the Azure Dragon Emperor would attack him. His eyes shimmered with horror, and countless runes flickered and formed a cyan shield in front of him. When the Azure Dragon Great Emperor's attack slammed into the cyan round shield, the cyan round shield shattered, and a fearsome dragon claw grabbed the right arm of the Gamana universe's Empyrean powerhouse and tore it off. Damn it! The Gamana universe's emperor cursed, performed a secret method, and fled into the distance. An ordinary emperor would not be a match for an invincible overlord emperor in a one-on-one battle. Generally speaking, it would take at least 4 or more emperors to be able to fight against an invincible overlord-level emperor. The Gamana universe's emperors cast secret methods and flew towards the White Lotus, paying no attention to the emperor that was attacked. The emperor who was attacked could only choose to flee. Die. All sorts of powerful secret arts shook the space. All the emperor's eyes turned red as they attacked each other. The emperors of the Gamana universe and the emperors of the world of warlocks are fighting each other crazily. Anyone who gets close to the White Lotus will be targeted by the emperors. Although the Golden Crow Great Emperor is the fastest among the emperors, he is riddled with scars after being bombarded by the Gamana universe's emperors. Bathed in Empyrean blood, he has no choice but to flee from the White Lotus. As the emperors fought, they intentionally avoided the White Lotus that emanated divine light. Got it. Suddenly, there was a flash of ripples in the void, and the Gamana universe's Nightwatch Lord strangely appeared in front of the Snow-White Lotus and extended his hand towards the Snow-White Lotus with a smile on his face. Damn it! Is he going to succeed? The eyes of the spectating emperors shimmered with shock, and they sent all kinds of powerful offensive secret methods barreling towards the Night Lord. A powerful barrier suddenly appeared and blocked the Night Sky Lord's hand. How is this possible? The Night Lord's eyes shimmered with astonishment, and he was blasted to pieces by the Emperor's siege in an instant. Rays of light flickered as the emperors unleashed their secret techniques. Rays of light swept towards the remains of the Night Sky Lord and swept away his soul, flesh, and blood. For other emperors, the flesh and soul of an emperor is a rare treasure. The flesh and soul of an emperor is a top material for refining Empyrean-grade secret treasures. After the Night Lord was blasted to pieces, the fighting on the battlefield became more intense. Amidst the frenzied battle, numerous ordinary emperors were blasted apart and torn into pieces while their flesh and souls were taken away. Frightening fluctuations of power shook the area. If it wasn't for the fact that the Eternal Island is reinforced by the origin force of two universes and is extremely hard, it would have been torn apart by the emperors long ago. No. Amid a miserable scream, the claws of the Green Dragon Great Emperor's avatar of the Green Dragon Great Emperor tore apart the Dragon Lord's upper body, and then the Green Dragon Great Emperor's avatar of the Green Dragon Great Emperor devoured its upper body. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's avatar of a three-legged golden crow flew over, bit the Dragon Lord's lower body, and ate it. The flesh and blood of emperors is a great tonic for the Golden Crow Great Emperor and the Green Dragon Great Emperor. In theory, as long as they devour more than 100,000 emperors and refine their flesh and soul, there is a glimmer of a chance that they will advance to the Eternal Realm. Of course, it is only a glimmer of a chance. However, even if the total number of emperors in the two universes is less than 100,000, relying on devouring emperors to evolve into an eternal sovereign is tantamount to a pipe dream. After the Lord of the Dragon Fiends died, the other emperors suddenly sensed something, and a chill surged in their hearts. They all used secret techniques to escape from the battlefield, fleeing into the distance. On the battlefield, there are only 6 invincible Overlord rank emperors left. The 6 invincible Overlord rank emperors looked at each other, and then used all kinds of powerful offensive secret methods to fight each other. Prior to this, the 6 invincible Overlord rank emperors had a tacit understanding to hunt each other's emperors to reduce competitors. Now that only the 6 invincible Overlord rank emperors are left, they are really going all out. The void shook, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Even though the Eternal Island is blessed by the origin energy of the two universes, but as the 6 invincible Overlord rank emperors fought, countless cracks were blasted open on the Eternal Island. Got it. The eternal opportunity is mine. With a flash of black light, the Lord of the Evernight forcefully took a claw strike from the Azure Dragon Emperor. A huge chunk of flesh was torn off the Lord of the Evernight. He appeared in front of the white lotus flower with a look of ecstasy in his eyes. He reached out to grab the white lotus flower. The white lotus flower shone with countless mysterious runes, changed into Yang Feng's true body, and stabbed towards the original Night Lord with the halberd of the God of War. Devour Lord. How come it's you? Damn it, you actually got the eternal opportunity. As soon as the original Night Lord saw Yang Feng, his thoughts revolved, and he roared furiously. The halberd of the war god tore through the sky and pierced into the Lord of the Primordial Knight's body in an instant. An incomparably terrifying power erupted and split the Lord of the Primordial Knight in two. A devouring black hole appeared and swept towards the Lord of the Primordial Knight before swallowing him. Then, the black hole turned into a black stream of light and flew towards the Eternal Origin Sea. Damn you, Devour Lord. Shocked and angry, the lightless Lord's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he cast a secret method. Countless rays flickered and turned into spears of light that stabbed towards Yang Feng. Come back. Devour Lord. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the first demon lord, countless mysterious runes appeared all over him, and he pointed at Yang Feng, and a dark barrier appeared in the void. Faced with this sudden change, the other 3 invincible overlords hurriedly cast spells and sealed the void, wanting to keep Yang Feng here. I don't have time to play with you now. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Ripples flickered in the void, and 1,000 holy-grade mechanical rulers appeared and launched various attacks barreling towards the 5 invincible Overlord rank Empyrean sovereigns. The 5 invincible Overlord rank Empyrean sovereigns unleashed secret methods barreling towards the 5 invincible Overlord rank Empyrean sovereigns. However, the holy-grade mechanical rulers delayed the 5 invincible Overlord rank Empyrean sovereigns for a moment. Break. When Yang Feng slammed his fist into the seal barrier, a gold horn appeared on his right fist, pierced through the seal barrier, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. Devour Lord, you're dead. I'm going to boil you into a top elixir. After eating you, I will be able to advance to the eternal realm. With a flash of madness in his eyes, the Gold Crow Emperor flapped his wings and flew towards Yang Feng, enveloped in endless flames. The Saint-class mechanical rulers attacked the Golden Crow the Arch without any fear of death. All sorts of attacks bombarded the Golden Crow Theacher's body, creating small wounds. Ignoring them, the Gold Crow Emperor flew straight towards Yang Feng. Goodbye. Yang Feng flew to the edge of the Eternal Island, smiled at the 5 invincible Overlord rank Empyrean sovereigns, and plunged into the Eternal Origin Sea. Go to hell. A fierce glint flashed in the Golden Crow Theacher's eyes as he opened his mouth and spat out a sun towards the Eternal Origin Sea. When the sun struck the Eternal Origin Sea, it set off huge waves. Chapter 1324. The eyes of the Golden Crow Great Emperor shimmered fiercely, and he landed on a leaf boat and chased after Yang Feng. With a brand of Golden Crow fire engraved on Yang Feng, even though he escaped 10,000 kilometers away, he cannot escape the Golden Crow Emperor's lock. The Azure Dragon Emperor frowned and barked, "Come back, Golden Crow Emperor. Don't be reckless." Shit, why am I in such a hurry? I was hit by a hallucination. And it's a top hallucination. The Golden Crow Emperor is worthy of being an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean for a reason. He regained his senses in an instant, scanned his body with his tremendous soul force, and found traces of abnormalities. Although the Golden Crow Emperor is an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean, and the Phantom Ruler is not his opponent in a head-on battle. However, the Phantom Ruler can use Phantom Force to guide and amplify certain emotions of the Golden Crow Emperor. Any Empyrean rank powerhouse cannot be underestimated. Even eternal sovereigns can fall prey to this trick if they are careless. Boom! A golden horn burst out from the Eternal Origin Sea and slammed into the leaf boat. A pitilessly overbearing force erupted and blasted the leaf boat into pieces. Devour Lord, you deserve to die. The Golden Crow Emperor's shocked and angry voice came from the leaf boat, and it plunged into the Eternal Origin Sea. With a flash of determination in his eyes, the Golden Crow Emperor frantically burned his bloodline force, flapped his wings, and swam towards the Eternal Island. With the Golden Crow Emperor's strength, he can return to the Eternal Island in 10 breaths of time. A big hand extended from the Eternal Origin Sea, grabbed one of the legs of the Golden Crow Emperor, and pulled hard, dragging the Golden Crow Emperor towards the bottom of the Eternal Origin Sea. The Golden Crow Emperor was barely able to resist the pull of the Eternal Origin Sea. Now that he was pulled by Yang Feng, he was pulled to the bottom of the Eternal Origin Sea. The terrifying melting force of the Eternal Origin Sea enveloped the Golden Crow Emperor and frantically disintegrated his power. Devour Lord, we are comrades in arms from the same universe. Let me go. Let's resist the invasion of the Gamana universe together. A cold ray flashed in the eyes of the Golden Crow Great Emperor, and he roared and sent his remaining 2 claws towards Yang Feng's head lightning fast. If Yang Feng hesitates for a moment, the Golden Crow Great Emperor will cut off his head, and then decompose him into pure Eternal Origin force in the Eternal Origin Sea. Ling's figure appeared and punched the Golden Crow Theacher's claws, causing them to be sent flying. After sending the Golden Crow Theacher's claws flying, Zero flew forward and attacked the Golden Crow the Arch. With the Golden Crow Emperor's strength, even if Zero and Yang Feng join forces, they may not be his opponent. However, the Golden Crow Theacher's power was constantly being disintegrated by the Eternal Origin Sea, and he couldn't even unleash half of his power. Yang Feng and Zero, who can absorb the power of the Eternal Origin Sea, can exert 70 to 80% of their battle prowess inside the Eternal Origin Sea. Under this barrage, the Golden Crow Great Emperor was riddled with wounds, and he wailed miserably. A cold glint flashed across the Azure Dragon Theacher's eyes as he raised his voice. Lord Devourer, the Golden Crow the Arch is an invincible overlord in our universe. It is the backbone of the fight against the Gamana universe. If you kill him, the strength of our universe will be weakened again. Please take the big picture into consideration and spare him this time. I can guarantee that as long as he survives, he will never be your enemy. Yang Feng said with a cold smile. Take the overall situation into consideration. Why didn't you consider the bigger picture just now? How dare you join forces with those outsiders to attack me? If we had joined hands just now, none of the Gamana universe's remaining emperors would have escaped. If the Gold Crow Great Emperor and them had joined forces with Yang Feng just now, the remaining Light Lord and the Myriad Tree Ancestor would not have been able to escape. However, the three invincible Overlord rank Empyrean sovereigns have no intention of joining forces. They attacked Yang Feng as soon as they saw him. Yang Feng decisively chose Plan B, which is to escape from the Eternal Island. The Azure Dragon the Arch uttered, "Lord Devourer, if you kill the Golden Crow Great Emperor here, it will only make your enemies happy. Give me some face and let this matter end here. How about it?" A devour black hole appeared in the Eternal Origin Sea, swallowed the Golden Crow Great Emperor, and extracted a tremendous amount of life force origin and poured it into Yang Feng. The Azure Dragon Theacha's face turned extremely unsightly. Hiding at the edge of the Eternal Island, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch was startled when he saw this scene, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. The Golden Crow Great Emperor died at the hands of the Devourer Lord. The Devourer Lord is really savage. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. In the Archgod Age, he was a ferocious existence who even hunted true spirit rank Empyreans of the same rank and fed on their flesh and blood. Such an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean died at Yang Feng's hands. If the outside world learned of this, it would shake the entire world of warlocks. Lurking in the Eternal Origin Sea, Yang Feng absorbed the power of the Eternal Origin Sea while quietly waiting for his prey to appear. The Empyreans are very cautious. Hiding on the Eternal Island, none of them set foot on the leaf boat. Yang Feng waited for an hour. Seeing that there was no movement from the Empyreans, he quietly left the Eternal Origin Sea. The central starfield of the world of warlocks, the location of the twin universe flowers. Yang Feng turned into a wind of nothingness and flew out of the twin universe flowers, not attracting anyone's attention. After passing through a warp gate, Yang Feng returned to the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent, and then arrived above the branch floating continent. Countless mysterious runes appeared on Yang Feng, and a vast and boundless Empyrean rank might spread from him and swept in all directions. The energy within an area of millions of light-years in radius swept over in an instant, gathered countless laws of the universe, and formed an Empyrean gate containing terrifying power in the void. That's an Empyrean gate. Someone is attacking the Empyrean realm. Who is it? To attack the Empyrean realm. In this era, the Silver Emperor has already occupied the position of Empyrean. How can someone attack the position of Empyrean? What a fool. The position of Empyrean in this era has been occupied by the Silver Emperor. Even a monster like the Devourer Lord is limited to the quasi-Empyrean realm, unable to advance to the Empyrean realm. Attacking the position of Empyrean now is simply courting death. Powerful thoughts reverberated in the void. Attracted by the energy fluctuations, the holy and great holy rank Empyreans cast spells and traced the source of the power. The Devourer Lord. The Devourer Lord is advancing to the Empyrean realm. He is advancing to the Empyrean realm at this time. Didn't he enter the twin universe flowers? How come he is advancing to the Empyrean realm at this time? He gained great benefits. The benefits he gained from the twin universe flowers are enough for him to advance to the Empyrean realm. Isn't it too hasty to attack the Empyrean realm at this time? Holy thoughts surged in the void. Virtually all holy rank Empyreans aren't optimistic about Yang Feng's breakthrough to the Empyrean realm. The energy level of the universe is relatively low. Only one Empyrean can be born in each era. Even though the universe origin energy has recovered, but it is still very difficult to give birth to multiple Empyreans. It is almost impossible for Yang Feng to advance to the Empyrean realm in this era. Break. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid light, and his fist containing Empyrean rank power slammed into the Empyrean gate. Boom. Along with an earth-shaking blare, Yang Feng's body exploded inch by inch, and blood splashed about. The Empyrean gate, however, remained motionless. It shone brightly and exuded mysterious light. Unfortunately, the Devourer Lord's strike has surpassed that of an ordinary Empyrean. But it still can't shatter the Empyrean gate. After absorbing the Silver Emperor's soul origin imprint, the Empyrean Gate has become more powerful. Only after the universe recovers and has a larger space will the Empyrean Gate become easier to break. But now, it's too difficult. The eyes of the holy and great holy rank Empyreans shimmered with regret. Originally, with Yang Feng's strength, he could have shattered the Empyrean Gate and easily advanced to the Empyrean realm. However, the Silver Emperor occupied the seat of Empyrean Gate first, which made the Empyrean Gate much easier to deal with. Sure enough, it was the right choice to wait until now to advance. Only now can I tear the Empyrean Gate apart. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and countless mysterious runes appeared on the god armor of dawn and merged with him. Yang Feng sent a fist flying, and four phenomena, a torrent of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole, appeared and slammed into the Empyrean Gate. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, Yang Feng blasted open a fearsome hole on the Empyrean Gate. A large amount of pure power and the laws of the universe poured into Yang Feng, causing his aura to soar and transform. Yang Feng took a step forward and walked towards the Empyrean Gate. Ripples flickered, and a handsome Empyrean with a pair of cicada wings on the back radiating bright gold light appeared in the void and locked onto Yang Feng with a gold bow in hand. Countless gold light shone, and a resplendent gold arrow turned into a beam of light and shot towards Yang Feng's heart at an incredible speed. Chapter 1325. It's the Golden Cicada Lord. He actually made a move. Why? The Devourer Lord has never offended him. The Devourer Lord is too powerful. He has yet to advance to the Empyrean realm, yet he is already so powerful. When he fully advances to the Empyrean realm, how many people will be his opponent? Many people don't want to see the Devourer Lord advance to the Empyrean realm. Once the Devourer Lord really advances to the Empyrean realm, the veteran Empyreans will be restless and unable to sleep peacefully. The Holy and Great Holy recognized the Empyrean assassin at the first moment, and a chill welled up inside them. The twin universe flowers have appeared, and a passage connecting the two universes has appeared. Yet, the Empyreans are still attacking the Empyreans of this universe, which naturally makes the Holy and Great Holy feel bitterly disappointed. But the Empyreans have been sleeping for millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years, all for the sake of the only eternal seat. Advancing to the eternal Mark realm is the ultimate goal of the Empyreans. Naturally, no one will let go of this opportunity. A figure flickered, and Zero appeared in front of Yang Feng and activated a formidable barrier with the unbreakable shield in his hand. Boom! That golden arrow had gathered the full power of the Lord of the Golden Cicada's attack, and its power was terrifying beyond compare. However, when it blasted against the unbreakable shield, it only set off ripples, and was directly blocked by the defensive boundary of the unbreakable shield. The Zero Emperor. So strong. What secret treasure is that in the Zero Emperor's hand? To be able to withstand the Golden Cicada Lord's deadly arrow, what a fearsome defense. The eyes of the holy and great holy experts shimmered with enigmatic light, and they commented spiritedly. The human Holy Spirit warlocks showed excited smiles. At this moment, Yang Feng has already stepped into the Emperor Gate and walked towards the deepest part of the Emperor Gate. In the void, ripples flickered, and a giant crocodile with 24 moons on its head and a pair of fleshy wings on its back appeared, opened its maw, and bit towards Zero. The moon-swallowing crocodile emperor, he also appeared. He is an Empyrean infinitely close to the invincible Overlord rank. The moon-swallowing crocodile bite is also one of the most terrifying attacks. Even invincible Overlord-ranked emperors wouldn't dare to block it head-on. Seeing this, the eyes of the human Holy Spirit warlocks shimmered with worry. When Holy Spirit warlocks enter the battlefield, they are just cannon fodder, a relatively advanced cannon fodder. Crack! The moon-swallowing crocodile emperor bit down on the defensive barrier of the unbreakable shield, forcefully biting the unbreakable shield, along with Zero. With a series of crisp sounds, the barrier of the unbreakable shield also shattered inch by inch. Your opponent is me. Just as the Lord of the Golden Cicada was about to advance, a terrifying angel sword radiance descended from the sky and slashed at the Lord of the Golden Cicada. The Lord of the Golden Cicada frowned slightly. He waved the god-slaying Golden Cicada bow upwards, and a terrifying golden divine light shone, shattering the angel's sword aura. A terrifying energy shock wave spread in all directions, and Mikalia was sent flying by the golden divine light. Scram! Angel Empress, even though you have the blessing of the magic note throne, you are still not my opponent. If you don't scram, then die. The eyes of the Lord of the Golden Cicada flashed fiercely, and he roared. Mikalia's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she uttered, I am indeed not your opponent, but my task is just to stall for time. Lord of the Golden Cicada, it's not too late for you to surrender now. Otherwise, once my big brother advances to the Emperor realm, your Golden Cicada race will be exterminated. The Devouring Lord has advanced to the Emperor realm. How is that possible? In this universe, who knows how many people are waiting for this opportunity to kill him? Since you want to be buried with him, then I'll send you on your way. The Lord of the Golden Cicada smiled ferociously, his figure fluttered, and he slammed the god-slaying Golden Cicada bow towards Mikalia. Ripples flashed in the void, and a cyan rock, as large as the sky, exuding the might of an emperor, flew out of the void towards the emperor's door. Cyan Kuanping, Great Emperor, please wait. In the void, countless mysterious runes flickered, and a gold female giant transformed from Shiyu appeared and sent a fist barreling towards the Cyan Kuanping. Get the hell out of my way. The eyes of the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor flickered fiercely, and he slammed into Shiyu's avatar of the gold female giant. A fearsome force erupted and sent Shiyu flying. Among the many emperors, the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor is an existence infinitely close to the invincible Overlord rank. As such, he naturally can send Shiyu, a false emperor rank powerhouse, flying. After the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor knocked Shiyu away, he turned into a cyan stream of light and rushed into the Emperor Gate. The formless and colorless ruler's shadow spear suddenly shot out from the Emperor's Gate, piercing through the sky towards the azure Kuanping Great Emperor. It was filled with peerless power. The Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor was so focused on chasing Yang Feng that he wanted to disrupt his advancement to the Empyrean realm that he didn't guard against the Empyrean assassin hiding here. The ruler shadow spear stabbed into the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor in an instant, and then elongated until it ran through the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor. Shiyu took this opportunity to step forward, brandished the Empyrean grade secret treasure stone sword, and slashed at the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor. In the wake of sword rays, the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor's fleshly body was petrified, shattered, and turned into piles of powder that scattered with the wind. You all deserve to die. The Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor let out a heaven-shaking roar, countless runes flickered, and his body disintegrated and reformed. In a breath's time, the Cyan Rock Great Emperor once again appeared in his peak state, controlling the space blades condensed from space ultimacy to attack Shiyu and Ying. Although the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor is an Empyrean who is infinitely close to the invincible Overlord rank, but after being ambushed by Shade, he was seriously injured. Even though he used a secret method to recover, his strength still dropped greatly, and he was suppressed by Shiyu and Shade. Who is that? Who the hell is that Empyrean? He seriously injured the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor with one blow. How amazing! Who is he? The Devourer Lord doesn't seem to have such a powerful ally. This strange power, is he the second Empyrean golem refined by the Devourer Lord? A second Empyrean golem? That's heaven-defying. The Devourer Lord's alchemy is too heaven-defying. When the spectating powerhouses saw Shade's fighting style and the fluctuations of power unique to King of Sovereigns, they immediately guessed the truth. Shade and Zero are the crystallization of Yang Feng's technology. There are many traces of the world of Warlock's alchemy in their bodies. However, since they are King of Sovereigns refined by Yang Feng, they don't need to enter the Emperor Gate to be baptized, and their fluctuations of power are different from those of ordinary Empyreans. A bunch of trash. In the deepest part of the demonist plane, a malicious voice came from the demonist plane. Countless mysterious runes flashed, and a black crystal flew out of a coffin and entered the void. Near the Tsangji plane, in a secret realm full of demonic qi, the Fiend Emperor curled up in a cocoon and absorbed the surrounding demonic qi frantically. The black crystal emerged, turned into a stream of light, and entered the Fiend Emperor's cocoon. Who are you? To want to take my body by force, get lost. The Fiend Emperor opened his eyes, and a domineering aura flashed in his eyes, and he barked. It's no use, You are just one of my resurrection chess pieces. How can a chess piece disobey a chess player? Be obedient and fuse with me. An indifferent and cruel voice emerged in the Fiend Emperor's soul. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the Fiend Emperor's bloodline. Those mysterious runes were like shackles that firmly locked the Fiend Emperor's soul and power, making it impossible for him to resist. Who are you? The Fiend Emperor gritted his teeth and spoke with unwillingness in his eyes. Who am I? I am the first Fiend Emperor, the Fiend Emperor who has lived since the Eternal Era and the only Fiend Emperor in the universe. All of you are my pawns, my nutrients. You've cultivated this body well, thank you for your hard work. A mocking, cruel, and indifferent voice sounded in the Fiend Emperor's mind. There was a flash of despair and unwillingness in the Fiend Emperor's eyes, and his soul was swallowed by the bloody maw in his sea of knowledge. It turns out that I have been someone else's chess piece all my life. I refuse to accept this. The Fiend Emperor trembled slightly, and his eyes lost their luster. In the next moment, however, they regained their luster and burst out with dazzling light. In the secret realm, demonic chi flew towards the Fiend Emperor as if paying homage to their monarch and was absorbed by the Fiend Emperor. Not enough. This little bit of power is not enough. Time is running out. Come. The first Fiend Emperor frowned slightly, then waved his hand, and a spatial gate opened in the void, revealing a space full of treasures. A small jar engraved with countless blood-colored runes and exuding a copious amount of true spirit aura flew out. The blood essence of true dragons, phoenixes, killins, kunpengs, pishio, giants, and other empyreans flowed out of the small jar and poured into the first Fiend Emperor. The aura of the first Fiend Emperor climbed steadily, transformed continuously, and broke through the empyrean boundary and became an empyrean. At the same time, his power increased crazily. When the blood essence stopped flowing out of the jar, the first Fiend Emperor exuded invincible Overlord rank fluctuations of power. Chapter 1326. The first Fiend Emperor frowned slightly. This body still can't exert my full strength. At his peak, the first Fiend Emperor was an invincible Overlord rank powerhouse. He once competed with an Eternal Sovereign for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm. At that time, the first Fiend Emperor was only half a step away from advancing to the Eternal Sovereign realm. Unfortunately, he was defeated by the other party, and had to fall into a deep sleep. When the first Fiend Emperor woke up, it was no longer possible for the world to advance to the Eternal Sovereign realm. He could only cast a secret method and fall into an eternal sleep. He is definitely one of the most terrifying existences in the world of Warlock's universe. Devourer Lord, it won't be that easy for you to advance to the Empyrean realm. The fewer our competitors, the better. The fewer variables, the better. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the first Fiend Emperor, then a demonic light flickered, and a scepter exuding spatial force appeared and slashed at the void, and a spatial gate appeared in the void. He stepped into the spatial gate. A ray of light flashed above the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent, and a spatial gate emerged. The first Demon Emperor walked out of the spatial gate, and a terrifying demonic might spread from his body. Fiend Emperor, what's going on? How did he advance to the Empyrean realm? How can this be? Even Devourer Lord couldn't advance to the Empyrean realm, so how did he advance to the Empyrean realm? Since he came here, he must be here to prevent Devourer Lord from advancing to the Empyrean realm. That's right. Once Devourer Lord advances to the Empyrean realm, his enemies in the past will have trouble sleeping and eating. When the Holy Rank experts sensed the Fiend Emperor's existence, shock flashed in their eyes. It is extremely difficult to advance to the Empyrean realm. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng had to wait until today to advance to the Empyrean realm because the Silver Emperor occupied the only spot to advance to the Empyrean realm. The Fiend Emperor had actually silently advanced into the Emperor realm. It was simply inconceivable and unbelievable. With a flash of an afterimage, Shadow crossed the void with the ruler Shadow Spear in hand, appeared in front of the Fiend Emperor, and stabbed at him. Scram! The eyes of the first Fiend Emperor shimmered with dazzling light, and a pitch-black Fiend Emperor sword inlaid with the spines of dragons, phoenixes, killins, and other true spirits appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Shadow. In the blink of an eye, a true dragon, a phoenix, a chelin, and a black tortoise, 4 fiend true spirits constructed from fiend force suddenly appeared. They cast the secret arts of the 4 true spirits and directly attacked Shadow. Ying Qiao's expression changed. She waved the ruler's shadow spear and created a powerful barrier in front of her. Rumble. The secret method attacks of the 4 true beasts slammed into Obscurus's barrier and instantly shattered it. At the same time, Obscurus was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away. Clouds of demonic phoenix flames containing evil power appeared on Shadow's body, burning it. A large amount of blood flowed out of Shadow's mouth and dripped into the void, turning into strands of demonic energy. So powerful. He was actually able to defeat that Emperor puppet in one hit. He's too powerful. The Fiend Emperor's strength has already surpassed that of ordinary emperors. This is power that only invincible Overlord rank emperors can master. It is impossible for the Fiend Emperor to master this power. The only possibility is that he has become a vessel for someone else to revive. That fearsome existence with invincible Overlord rank emperor power can easily occupy the Fiend Emperor's body and defeat his soul. Only the legendary First Fiend Emperor can do that. When the powerhouses saw Shadowy sent flying by the First Fiend Emperor's attack, they vaguely guessed the identity of the First Fiend Emperor. The First Fiend Emperor stepped into the Emperor Gate and walked towards the depths of the Emperor Gate. The inside of the Emperor Gate is empty. All the laws and power of the universe have been devoured, leaving nothing behind. As the First Fiend Emperor shuttled through the empty Emperor Gate, his complexion became more and more unsightly and solemn. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the First Demon Emperor's body, and a vast and terrifying demonic might spread out. His speed became even more terrifying. A holy rank blade ruler suddenly emerged from the passage, broke through the speed of light, reached an incredible speed, and suddenly slashed towards the First Fiend Emperor. Scram, ant. The eyes of the First Fiend Emperor shimmered fiercely, and he roared and slammed his fist into the holy rank blade ruler. A vast and terrifying force erupted and slammed into the blade ruler's body, blasting it into smithereens. After the sharp blade ruler was killed, another Saint-grade thunder ruler emerged from the passage and stabbed at the First Fiend Emperor with a thunder battle spear. The First Fiend Emperor's face was livid, and he punched the thunder ruler. A fiend true dragon appeared, stretched out its claw, and crushed the thunder ruler. After the thunder ruler was crushed, another space ruler appeared and attacked the First Fiend Emperor. Precious holy rank mechanical rulers, which can become the foundation of a major force, appeared one after another, and then were destroyed by the First Fiend Emperor to buy time for Yang Feng. Each of the holy rank mechanical rulers possesses amazing battle prowess, and even surpasses that of ordinary Holy Spirit warlocks. Even for emperors, such mechanical rulers are extremely precious treasures. However, Yang Feng wasn't stingy. He released all the holy rank mechanical golems just to slow down the First Fiend Emperor's advance. Get out of my way. After destroying more than 30 holy rank mechanical golems, the First Fiend Emperor finally understood Yang Feng's determination. He cast a secret method, turned into a fiend true dragon shrouded in demonic chi, resisted the attacks of the mechanical rulers, and flew towards the deepest part of the Emperor Gate. Countless holy rank mechanical rulers emerged, exerted their power to the limit, and attacked the First Fiend Emperor frantically. Besieged by countless holy rank mechanical golems, the First Fiend Emperor's embodiment of a fiend true dragon was riddled with wounds, dragon scales splashed, and Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. The First Fiend Emperor's embodiment of a fiend true dragon smashed the holy rank mechanical golems blocking its way. Even though it suffered numerous wounds, but its speed increased by more than 100 times. You're late. When the First Fiend Emperor appeared in the deepest part of the Emperor's Gate, he saw Yang Feng standing in the deepest part of the Emperor's Gate and smiling at him full of killing intent. A pure, flawless, and tyrannical Empyrean aura slowly spread from Yang Feng. The First Fiend Emperor's face turned extremely unsightly, and he uttered, stressing each syllable, "You actually advance." With the Tsungji plane hundreds of millions of light-years as the core, a fearsome energy storm was set off, and endless universe energy mixed with all kinds of powerful universe laws converged here. Countless mystical flowers containing various cosmic laws appeared. Each of those mystical flowers blossomed with sacred radiance. They were incomparably beautiful. Universe flowers, This is the phenomenon of someone advancing to the Empyrean realm. The Devourer Lord advanced to the Empyrean realm. How is this possible? The Devourer Lord advanced to the Empyrean realm. The only Empyrean position has been occupied by the Silver Emperor. For the Devourer Lord to advance to the Empyrean realm, that's incredible. In the universe of the world of warlocks, the powerhouses looked at the universe flowers full of sacred aura, and their eyes shimmered with astonishment. As expected of the most powerful genius warlock in the history of the human race, the Devourer Lord is indeed the strongest warlock in the history of the human race. My Devourer dynasty is destined to be invincible and suppress the universe. Filled with excitement, the countless human warlocks in the Tsangji plain released their joy to their heart's content on the weave. The other race enemies of the human race were frightened, and their eyes filled with fear. The endless universe flowers full of sacred aura turned into a torrent and entered Yang Feng, and vast Empyrean fluctuations of power spread from him. The first Fiend Emperor stared coldly at Yang Feng, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Yang Feng, who has completed the ceremony to advance to the Empyrean realm, is now receiving the blessings of the universe and undergoing the final transformation. The first Fiend Emperor can no longer interfere. If the first Fiend Emperor attacks Yang Feng now, he will suffer the backlash of the universe. At the same time, he won't be able to harm Yang Feng. At this stage, only an eternal sovereign can withstand the backlash of the universe and kill Yang Feng with a single blow. Endless power poured in from the universe, and a vast sea containing power and mystery appeared in the void outside the Tsangji plain. This is the second phenomenon of the advancement to the Empyrean realm, the Sea of Power. It really is the Devourer Lord. This is the Empyrean advancement of our universe, not an outsider like the Silver Emperor. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses commented spiritedly. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the center of the Sea of Power, turned into a black hole, and frantically devoured the endless power in the Sea of Power. The power in the Sea of Power was the purest power formed by the origin power of this universe. The power in a drop of the Sea of Power surpasses that of the spring of immortality. Every Empyrean can only absorb the purest power in the Sea of Power once to evolve and transform when advancing to the Empyrean realm. The Silver Emperor is called the weakest Empyrean because he has never undergone the transformation of the Sea of Power. Chapter 1327. Inside the Sea of Power, Yang Feng operated the essence of Devour and frantically devoured the purest power in the Sea of Power. The Dawn God armor, the Green Sun halberd, and other Empyrean-grade secret treasures Yang Feng is wearing are also frantically absorbing the power in the Sea of Power. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. The power extracted from the Sea of Power was directly transmitted to Zero, Shadow, and the Phantom Ruler. In fact, the three Empyrean rank powerhouses Zero, Shadow, and the Phantom Ruler can be regarded as secret treasures refined by Yang Feng. Therefore, they can absorb the power Yang Feng absorbs from the Sea of Power. Under the frenzied devouring of those terrifying existences, the seemingly endless sea of energy was rapidly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. So overbearing, he's going to suck the Sea of Power dry. He absorbed the entire Sea of Power. How terrifying. Ordinary Empyreans have their own limits when advancing to the next realm. It is impossible for them to absorb all the power in the Sea of Power. Only the Lord Devourer can devour all the power in the entire Sea of Power. The eyes of the holy and great holy rank powerhouses who cast various secret methods to spy on this side shimmered with shock. Ordinary Empyreans can only absorb a part of the Sea of Power at most to evolve. Only Yang Feng alone can devour all the power in the Sea of Power. Yang Feng has formed a perfect immortal body in the quasi-Empyrean realm, and his battle prowess is comparable to that of an Empyrean. Coupled with his proficiency in the essence of Devour, he was able to devour the Sea of Power. When the power gushing out of the Sea of Power was absorbed by Yang Feng's perfect immortal body and merged with the Empyrean origin inside him, Yang Feng's fleshly body and soul underwent another evolution and became even more terrifying and powerful. After the Sea of Power disappeared, starlight converged from the universe. Countless starlight converged in the void and formed a star-glory ring composed of 9,990,000 stars. A copious amount of starlight poured out of the star-glory ring and shone on Yang Feng. In the endless starlight, in addition to the pure star force, the history of the 9,990,000 stars appeared before Yang Feng's eyes one by one. In the eyes of ordinary emperors, the history of countless stars was just the history of those stars. However, Yang Feng is proficient in the law of fate. Countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and when he looked at the stars, he saw traces of fate force. The Ring of Star Brilliance is actually the best opportunity for emperors to comprehend the mysteries of destiny. It's also the one that's most useful to me out of the three great phenomena. Understanding welled up in Yang Feng's mind, and he operated the fate algorithm to deduce the essence of fate. With 2 Empyrean-grade secret treasures containing fate force, Yang Feng grasped the law of fate to begin with. Now, thanks to the deduction of the fate algorithm, a mysterious rune containing fate force formed in his eyes. The moment the 2 mysterious runes took shape, the Ring of Star Brilliance that contained boundless star force and the history of countless stars collapsed. What's going on? The Ring of Star Brilliance is the phenomenon that lasted the longest among the 3. How did it end so quickly? That's it. The baptism of the Ring of Star Brilliance is really short. At the time, the Star-Lord was baptized by the Ring of Star Brilliance for 7 days and 7 nights. The combat power of the Star-Lord has far surpassed that of the Star-Lord at the time, so how come it lasted so short? By devouring the entire sea of power, he should have angered the universe origin will. Seeing the Ring of Star Brilliance collapse, the eyes of the powerhouses revealed a look of surprise. Generally speaking, the stronger and more potential an emperor is, the longer they will be baptized by the Ring of Star Brilliance. For Yang Feng to be baptized by the Ring of Star Brilliance for such a short period of time is simply incredible. At this moment, a sky-wide gate containing boundless spatial force appeared in the void and sucked Yang Feng inside. Countless mysterious runes gushed out of the gate and entered Yang Feng's body. Spatial gate. This is the 4th phenomenon, the spatial gate. Once an emperor enters the spatial gate, they will be baptized by the spatial gate. The essence of life will transform. By then, even those who aren't proficient in the essence of space will grasp the essence of space. The 4th phenomenon. That was the legendary 4th stage phenomenon. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, only the Time Lord, the Taboo Lord, and the Transcendent Lord have triggered the 4th phenomenon. As expected of the Devour Lord, the strongest quasi-emperor in the history of the human race, the potential of the Devour Lord is indeed the strongest existence in the human race. Countless experts stared at the space gate in the void as their eyes flashed with a complicated glint. Inside the spatial gate, Yang Feng absorbed the countless mysterious runes and advanced his grasp of the essence of space to the next level. As soon as Yang Feng's essence of space evolved, the spatial gate collapsed. A torrent of time gushed out of the endless void and emerged in the void. Inside the torrent of time, a time dragon as large as a star with only half of its head exposed emerged, and vast time force diffused from the time dragon. The 5th phenomenon. Time dragon. This is the legendary 5th phenomenon that only Empyreans with eternal resources can trigger, the time dragon. The Devour Lord can actually trigger the 5th phenomenon. Could it be that he has eternal resources? The 5th phenomenon. The Devour Lord has already surpassed the 8 Warlock Emperors. That's terrifying. No wonder so many Empyreans don't want to see the Devour Lord promote to an Empyrean realm. The threat he poses to those Empyreans is too great. The powerhouses who were spying on everything with various spells looked at the time dragon in the void with astonishment in their eyes. That dragon of time wasn't the legendary dragon of time that could freely traverse the universe, the past, the present, and the future. Instead, it's a phenomenon formed by time force triggered by a powerful extraordinary life form advancing to the Empyrean realm. As soon as the time dragon appeared, it opened its maw, and light containing the power of time enveloped Yang Feng. In the light, Yang Feng changed from a teenager to a young man, from a young man to an old man, from an old man to a young man, and finally to a teenager. During this cycle, Yang Feng experienced the mysteries and quintessence of the essence of time. With a flash of regret in his eyes, the first Fiend Emperor clenched his teeth and stared at Yang Feng shrouded in time force with killing intent in his eyes. The 5th phenomenon. What a fearsome enemy. Unfortunately, I was a step too slow and couldn't kill him. As an Empyrean who has existed since the Eternal Era, the first Fiend Emperor is more restricted by the universe. If he hadn't borrowed the Fiend Emperor's body, his soul would have decayed and turned to ashes as soon as he woke up, and then disappeared in the long river of history. This time, the first Fiend Emperor paid a huge price and countless rare treasures of heaven and earth to forcibly awaken inside the Fiend Emperor's body. Despite paying such a huge price, he still failed to kill Yang Feng, which naturally filled the first Fiend Emperor with anger. It seems like a long time has passed since the Time Dragon appeared, but in fact, only 10 breaths of time have passed. After those 10 breaths of time, the Time Dragon collapsed and disappeared. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and Warlock Emperor rank fluctuations of power spread in all directions. He finally advanced to the Empyrean realm. The Devour Lord advanced to the Empyrean realm. He finally advanced to the Empyrean realm. Complicated gazes focused on Yang Feng. All powerhouses understand that once Yang Feng advances to the Empyrean realm, he will become very terrifying. Empyrean, the Devour Lord has finally advanced to the Empyrean realm. Since the Devour Lord has advanced to the Empyrean realm, my Devour dynasty is as stable as a rock. Since the Devour Lord has advanced to the Empyrean realm, who else can be his opponent? The entire human weave is in jubilation. Everyone is filled with excitement. Prior to this, although the Devour dynasty has 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses guarding it, but Yang Feng is just a quasi-Empyrean after all. No matter how strong he is, there is a limit. Once Yang Feng advances to the Empyrean realm, with his potential, it will only be a matter of time before he advances to the invincible Overlord realm. Even if the many Empyreans from ancient times return, there is no need to fear an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. The first Fiend Emperor spoke politely. The 5th phenomenon is really amazing. Greetings, Devour Lord, I am the first Fiend Emperor. I'm very sorry for what happened today. Can you pretend that nothing happened? The first Fiend Emperor? You actually came here with killing intent in your heart. You wanted to kill me. He actually wanted to write it off just like that. How could there be such a simple thing? Die here for me. Yang Feng glanced at the first Fiend Emperor, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. With a flick of his wrist, the halberd of the god of battle appeared, and he stabbed towards the first Fiend Emperor. As the halberd stabbed out, time twisted and space became chaotic. It contained a terrifying devouring power that suppressed and pierced through everything. It contained 9 different Emperor secret killing techniques as it stabbed towards the first Demon Emperor. Since you want to fight, then I'll fight you and kill you, the 9th human Warlock Emperor. The first Fiend Emperor is a tyrannical and overbearing existence. With a fierce ray in his eyes, countless runes flickered, and a fearsome true dragon formed from fiend force emerged and extended its claw towards Yang Feng. The terrifying true dragon constructed from the power of demons contained both the power of demons and the power of the true dragon. It was so powerful that even a real true dragon might not be a match for it. Its claw can seriously injure an Empyrean. Chapter 1328. When the halberd of the god of battle stabbed the fiend true dragon, 3 Empyrean projections emerged from the river of time. The 3 emperors emanated the terrifying aura of an invincible overlord. All sorts of unimaginably terrifying secret techniques slammed against the fiend true dragon and forcefully blasted it apart. Boom! At the moment when the fiend true dragon was blasted to pieces, the first Fiend Emperor was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away, his body shattered, and his Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. Amazing! That's the first Fiend Emperor, the ancestor of fiends of legend. He has existed since the age of eternal sovereigns, and he is the first Fiend Emperor who can even compete with eternal sovereigns. That's an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean, yet he was seriously injured by the Devour Lord with a single move. How terrifying! The powerhouses hiding in different spaces inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. The first Fiend Emperor is an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean who has existed since the age of eternal sovereigns, and his battle prowess is tyrannical. Shadow is also an Empyrean rank existence. But in front of the first Fiend Emperor, he was blasted away with a single move. Now that the first Fiend Emperor has been seriously injured by Yang Feng, this is simply heaven-defying. Let's attack together and kill him. If we don't kill him today, we will all die. If we don't go all out now, we won't even have the chance to go all out later. A fierce ray flashed in the Cicada Lord's eyes, and he clenched his teeth. Countless mysterious runes appeared around him, and ghost swallower golden cicadas covered in ferocious mouthparts and engraved with countless mysterious runes turned into a fearsome golden insect sea that flew towards Zero, Shadow, Mikalia, and Shayu. The ghost swallower golden cicadas are peerless insects that the Cicada Lord has fed with countless treasures of heaven and earth as well as his own blood essence. Even if it is an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean, if careless, they will be gnawed by the ghost swallower golden cicadas and turned into a pile of bones. The ghost swallower golden cicadas are the trump card the Cicada Lord used to compete for the eternal opportunity. He has been hiding them all this time in order to compete with the other Empyreans for the eternal opportunity. But now, in order to kill Yang Feng, he can't care so much. Since the Cicada Lord tried to kill Yang Feng and obstructed his path to the Empyrean realm, he is well aware that with Yang Feng's character, he will definitely kill him. 2 of the 3 Fate Empyrean grade secret treasures of the world of warlocks have fallen into Yang Feng's hands. Even if the Golden Cicada Lord wants to escape, he will be found by Yang Feng. The only way to survive was to kill Yang Feng. The ghost-swallowing Golden Cicada was ferocious and terrifying. It could even devour emperors with ease. The 4 powerhouses, Ling, Shadowy, Mikalia, and Shayu, had no choice but to use powerful offensive secret techniques to smash the Ghost Devourer Golden Cicadas. A wisp of heartache flashed through the eyes of the Golden Cicada's master when he witnessed this scene. The joint forces of countless Ghost Eater cicadas could even besiege and kill an emperor. But once they were split into 4, they could only be killed by Zero and the others. A look of unswerving determination flashed in his eyes, and he frantically burned the power of his bloodline with the Golden Cicada Godslayer bow in his hand and poured his power into the Golden Divine Bow. In an instant, a golden arrow containing the law of karma locked onto Yang Feng like a shooting star and shot towards him. The moon-swallowing Crocodile Emperor released countless runes, and 108 moons it devoured appeared and radiated resplendent moonlight. The moonlight formed 6 pairs of moonlight wings on the back of the moon-swallowing Crocodile Emperor. The 6 pairs of moonlight wings flapped, and the moon-swallowing Crocodile Emperor appeared in front of Yang Feng as if teleporting, opened its maw, and bit at Yang Feng. The eyes of the Cyan Kuan Peng Great Emperor flashed fiercely, countless runes flickered, and a Cyan Kuan Peng spear with the spine of an eternal sovereign as the core, engraved with countless images of true spirits, and absorbed the essence of wind flew out and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Whether it is the Golden Cicada Lord, the moon-swallowing Crocodile Emperor, or the Cyan Kuan Peng Great Emperor, they are all emperors who are far stronger than the Blue Moon Sea Monarch. They are only a step away from the invincible Overlord rank. When the 3 of them join forces, their power is earth-shattering. Even an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean would have to retreat. If the 3 of you joined forces before I advanced to the Empyrean realm, it would indeed be difficult for me to resist. But now, in my eyes, your every move is full of flaws. Let me grant you death. Yang Feng smiled coldly. The Wheel of Time appeared, shone with countless mysterious runes, and a twisted torrent of time enveloped him. In the twisted torrent of time, Yang Feng seems to have disappeared from the present and entered the future. He abruptly and strangely avoided the attacks of the 3 Empyrean sovereigns, and finally appeared in front of the Golden Cicada Lord and slashed at him with his halberd. How is this possible? How can this be? How can he avoid the joint attack of the 3 of us? I am an Empyrean. Even if it is an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean, they can't avoid my attack so easily. When the Golden Cicada Lord saw such a strange scene, a chill welled up in his heart, an endless fear enveloped him. His movements stagnated for a moment, and wisps of undetectable illusory fluctuations revolved around him. Shit, I've been hit by a spell. This is an illusion, a brilliant illusion. This is an Empyrean grade illusion. After all, the Golden Cicada Lord is an Empyrean with unswerving willpower. He recovered in an instant and realized that he has been hit by an illusion. Otherwise, no matter how tyrannical Yang Feng is, he wouldn't have fallen into a state of panic. At this moment, The halberd of the god of battle slashed at the golden cicada lord and cut him in two. A devour black hole appeared, devoured the golden cicada lord, and frantically extracted his life origin. Inside the devour black hole, the golden cicada lord struggled frantically, a look of horror on his face. But within a few breaths of time, all his life origin was extracted, and he turned into a pile of dust. So strong. After the devour lord advanced to the Empyrean realm, his really powerful Spacetime Walk, this is the Time Lord's signature spell. He can freely walk in the past, the present, and the future. This is the most terrifying evasion spell. Spacetime Walk can be used to evade the past, the future, and the present. This is the supreme spell that the Time Lord used to run amok in the world. The Lord Devourer possesses the Wheel of Time and is able to cast this spell. He is already invincible and invincible. Unless an Empyrean proficient in the essence of time interferes with time. Otherwise, any Empyrean who faces the Devour Lord will be defeated. When the holy and great holy powerhouses saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Spacetime Walk. This is an invincible secret method that the Time Lord mastered. The Devour Lord has recreated this Empyrean-grade secret method, his invincible. No matter how powerful a spell is, it's useless if it can't hit its target. During the ancient god era, there were many ancient god emperors who were more powerful than the Time King. However, they were all defeated by the Time King and suppressed by the Time King. It was because of the invincible secret technique, the alternate Spacetime Walk. Since the Devour Lord has mastered Spacetime Walk, then the moon-swallowing Crocodile Emperor and the Cyan Kuanping Great Emperor are dead for sure. When the human warlocks saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. The entire human weave was in a state of jubilation and excitement. Standing quietly in a strange space, a complicated gleam flashed in the Dawn Lord's eyes, and he sighed faintly. Spacetime Walk, an invincible secret method that the Time Lord master. To think that it was mastered by him. The Devour Lord is really a despairing existence. The Dawn Lord didn't enter the Twin Universe Flowers to compete for resources. Instead, he wisely traveled to secret realms in the world of warlocks and improved his strength. Inside the Twin Universe Flowers, there are countless powerhouses, and even invincible Overlord rank Empyreans searching for opportunities inside. If the Dawn Lord entered the Twin Universe Flowers and encountered the invincible Overlord rank Empyreans of the Gamana continent, he would have a slim chance of survival. Being very rational, he didn't go in. After devouring the Golden Cicada Lord, Yang Feng took a stepped on a torrent of time, appeared in front of the moon-swallowing Crocodile Emperor, and slashed down with his halberd. "I've been waiting for you. Die, Devour Lord." The moon-swallowing Crocodile Emperor's eyes shimmered fiercely, and it suddenly opened its maw and spat out a moon god bead that radiates endless moonlight. The moon god bead is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that the moon-swallowing Crocodile Emperor refined after devouring the nearby moons of 10,000 planes and consuming countless treasures of heaven and earth as well as the bone essence of 6 Empyrean-rank Empyrean-grade secret treasure. It is the trump card of the moon-swallowing Crocodile Emperor and its capital to compete for the eternal opportunity with invincible Overlord rank Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, then his body blurred, and he disappeared from the present and came to the future. When the moon god bead slammed into Yang Feng with unparalleled power, it passed through him as if it hit air, and didn't trigger any destructive force. In an instant, Yang Feng returned to the present from the past, appeared under the abdomen of the moon-swallowing Crocodile Emperor, and slashed with his halberd. A strange rune flickered, and the moon god bead appeared in front of the halberd of the battle god and blocked Yang Feng's killing blow. Boom! A fearsome explosion spread in all directions in an instant, and green halberd rays slashed at the moon-swallowing Crocodile Emperor and cut open terrifying wounds. Chapter 1329. Not bad, moon-devouring Crocodile Emperor, you're pretty strong. There was a flash of admiration in Yang Feng's eyes. Then, his body turned illusory, and he disappeared from the present and appeared in the future. When the green Kuan Peng spear stabbed into Yang Feng, as if it stabbed into a bubble. Even though it launched the law of karma, it still couldn't trace back to the future and assassinate Yang Feng. Yang Feng appeared from the future, appeared behind the moon-devouring crocodile emperor, and slashed with the halberd. Boom! The moon god bead flashed, and it teleported in front of the war god halberd and blocked Yang Feng's all-out strike. This time, cracks appeared on the moon god bead. It suffered a heavy injury that is difficult to heal. The moon god bead is a secret treasure of the moon-devouring crocodile emperor. It is extremely mysterious and possesses all kinds of incredible powers. Even so, it can't resist the continuous attacks of Yang Feng, an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. The teleportation, which is almost like a scapegoat secret method, consumes the moon god bead's origin force. It can only be used a few times. First Fiend Emperor. The moon-devouring crocodile emperor's eyes shimmered fiercely, and it faced the sky and issued an earth-shaking roar. After Yang Feng mastered the peerless secret method Spacetime Stroll, with the power of the Wheel of Time, he can freely disappear from the present for a short period of time and stroll in the past and future. This is simply heaven-defying. Except for the First Fiend Emperor, the moon-devouring crocodile emperor and the green Kuan-Peng Great Emperor have no way to deal with Yang Feng. Demonic Realm Summon. The First Fiend Emperor stared at Yang Feng as if to deal with his mortal enemy who has already promoted to an eternal sovereign. Countless mysterious runes appeared, and vast demonic chi diffused from him. 18 eternal demonic bones containing eternal breath flew out from behind the First Fiend Emperor. The 18 eternal demon bones were the bones of an incomparably powerful eternal sovereign. After the first demon emperor obtained them, he used all his strength and threw them into the endless demon cave, absorbing the blood essence and souls of 13 emperors. It took him millions of years to refine them into an artifact. Each one of them was an invincible artifact, and when the 18 eternal demon bones were combined, their power was even more astonishing. As soon as the 18 eternal demon bones flew out, endless demonic chi mixed with wisps of eternal chi formed a terrifying demon realm that sealed the void. Endless demonic energy surged, freezing time. Lord Devourer, this is my demonic domain world. In this world, the past, present, and future are all in my hand. You won't be able to escape to another time. Die. The eyes of the First Fiend Emperor flashed fiercely, and he brandished the Fiend Emperor sword and slashed at Yang Feng. Countless mysterious runes shone, and a peerless sword ray, which seems to contain the malice of the universe, slashed towards Yang Feng. Indeed, in this infernal domain world, there is only one past, present, and future. The First Fiend Emperor is indeed worthy of being an invincible overlord, to be able to break through my invincible secret technique. Yang Feng looked at the Wheel of Time, whose light has dimmed and whose mysterious light has been suppressed by a lot, and praised lightly. Yang Feng's spacetime stroll, a secret method that allows him to travel freely between the past, present, and future, is simply a heaven-defying spell. To be able to toy with the moon-devouring crocodile emperor and the green Kuan-Peng Great Emperor, only the secret method cast by the First Fiend Emperor can restrain Yang Feng's secret method. If it wasn't for the First Fiend Emperor, Yang Feng would have been able to slay the moon-devouring crocodile emperor and the green Kuan-Peng Great Emperor without suffering any injuries. This was the terrifying part of the Time Lord's invincible secret technique, space-time traversal, that made people tremble in fear. However, even though you have broken through my space-time stroll, you are still not my opponent. With a cold flash in his eyes, Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the green Yang halberd appeared in his hand. The green Yang halberd trembled and cheered, fully recognizing Yang Feng as its master. A majestic, holy, and mighty aura erupted as a resplendent green sun that seemed capable of suppressing the entire universe appeared and slammed towards the terrifying demonic sword light. As soon as the dazzling, universe-suppressing cyan sun appeared, countless cyan flames sputtered in all directions, igniting the demon chi, incinerating and purifying all of it. In an instant, the cyan sun collided with the terrifying sword light that contained the malice of the universe. The cyan sun instantly shattered the sword gleam that contained the malice of the universe. The void distorted, and fearsome shock waves spread in all directions. The greatly weakened cyan sun slammed into the first demon emperor and released terrifying cyan sun flames that enveloped the first demon emperor's body. The green sun flames intertwined with the first fiend emperor's fiend force, and strange black smoke rose. One after another, Strange human faces emerged from the black smoke and issued hair-raising cries. The moon-devouring crocodile emperor controlled the moon god bead, and the green Kuan Peng great emperor controlled the green Kuan Peng spear to attack Yang Feng. The starry sky has been fixed by the 18 eternal demonic bones. Yang Feng can no longer use spacetime stroll to move between different spacetimes, nor can he perfectly dodge the attacks of the two emperors. It's true that I can't perfectly dodge your attacks now. However, against you, I don't need to dodge at all. Fourth form. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with frigid killing intent. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the Shishan armor, and a vague projection walked out and merged with him. A vast and boundless force poured into Yang Feng from the Shishan armor, making him more fearsome. Break. Yang Feng brandished the halberd, and green halberd rays erupted, and projections containing the essence of power appeared, crushed the void, suppressed everything, and slashed towards the moon god bead. Boom. Amidst an earth-shaking explosion, the moon god bead was blasted apart, turning into countless fragments that flew in all directions. My moon god bead. Lord Devourer, I'll fight you to the death. With his secret treasure broken, the moon-devouring crocodile emperor spewed out a large mouthful of blood essence, his eyes shot with blood, and he issued an earth-shaking roar. You won't have the chance. A cold voice was heard in the void. A cyan halberd tore through the sky and struck the body of the moon-devouring crocodile emperor, cutting it in two. A black hole appeared and devoured the moon-devouring crocodile emperor. A good chance. When the green Kuan Peng great emperor saw the moon-devouring crocodile emperor killed, instead of being surprised, his eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he ignited the power of his bloodline and pushed the speed of the green Kuan Peng spear to the limit. An afterimage flickered, and the green Kuan Peng spear appeared behind Yang Feng and stabbed towards his heart. Once the green Kuan Peng spear pierced through the heart, even an invincible Overlord rank emperor would be seriously injured in both body and soul. Ding! Just when the green Kuan Peng spear was about to pierce through Yang Feng, the pair of mechanical wings engraved with countless mysterious runes on the back of the Shishan armor flapped and knocked the green Kuan Peng spear away. Thank you for coming to die. Yang Feng turned around and slashed at the green Kuan Peng great emperor with the halberd, and a tyrannical halberd ray slashed towards him. I'll die. I'll die. I'll die. No, I don't want to die. A great fear welled up in the green Kuan Peng great emperor's mind, and a flaw appeared in his actions. Shit, I'm under an illusion. The green Kuan Peng great emperor was enlightened in an instant. However, the green halberd light slashed down and sliced the green Kuan Peng great emperor into two. A black hole appeared and devoured the green Kuan Peng great emperor. It devoured the life source of the green Kuan Peng great emperor. The two powerhouses, the moon-devouring crocodile emperor and the green Kuan Peng great emperor, struggled in the black hole. After a few breaths of time, they turned into dust and scattered with the wind. So strong. Two emperors died just like that. Lord Devourer is too fierce. The moon-devouring crocodile emperor, the green Kuan Peng great emperor, and the golden cicada lord, these are all famous emperors who were once invincible in an era. Even among emperors, they are top existences. But now they were all killed by Lord Devourer alone. How dreadful. An invincible Overlord rank emperor. Sure enough, Lord Devourer can already contend against emperors in the quasi-empyrean realm. Once he advanced to the emperor realm, he really stepped into the domain of invincible overlords. No wonder those emperors came to stop him from advancing to the emperor realm. Once this freak advances to the emperor realm, he will break the cage. That's 4 emperors besieging him, as well as an invincible overlord like the first fiend emperor. 4 Yang Feng to kill 3 emperors, that's really incredible. Only the first fiend emperor is left. It seems that he won't be able to escape this calamity, the 9th warlock emperor of the human race. I'm afraid that he is also the most powerful warlock emperor of the human race. A wisp of astonishment flashed through the eyes of all the spectating saints and great sages when they witnessed this scene. They all know that once Yang Feng advanced to the emperor realm, he will become an invincible overlord rank emperor with earth-shaking strength. But they never expected that Yang Feng would be able to easily kill 3 emperors under the siege of 4 emperors. This is simply incredible, surpassing the previous 8 warlock emperors of the human race. Chapter 1330. Devourer Lord, how about we call it a day? Demonic chi revolved around the first Fiend Emperor, and his injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He spoke in a deep voice. "Call it a day. You want to stop me from advancing to the Empyrean realm? You want me to stop this kind of enmity with just a few words? You're dreaming." Yang Feng's eyes flickered brightly and locked on the first Fiend Emperor. Countless mysterious runes flickered on his body, extracted the life force of the three Empyrean powerhouses, and strengthened his body and soul. "In that case, let's fight to the death." A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the first Fiend Emperor. Countless runes formed from primordial dark demonic chi shone brightly, and he slashed with his hand, and a crack appeared in the void. From the crack, 4 pitch-black coffins engraved with countless mysterious runes flew out. The lids of the 4 coffins opened one by one, and 4 Fiend Emperors with lifeless eyes but exuding Empyrean rank breath slowly stepped out of the coffins. Fiend Emperors, 4 Empyrean rank Fiend Emperors. Those are 4 Fiend Emperors, which is equivalent to 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses. 4 Fiend Emperors, 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses. So this is the underlying strength of the first Fiend Emperor. What a terrifying underlying strength, what a terrifying method. When the spectating powerhouses above the holy step saw the 4 Fiend Emperors, they inhaled a breath of cold air at once. Each Emperor realm expert was extremely talented and they swept the world. They were terrifying existences that were invincible in an era. An Empyrean rank powerhouse can turn a weak race into a fearsome race that can dominate an era. For the first Fiend Emperor to take out 4 Empyrean rank Fiend Emperors at once is simply heaven-defying. This is what I've saved up for hundreds of millions of years. Except for the Fiend Emperors who have been slain, all the previous Fiend Emperors eventually fell into my hands. They are the embodiment of the universe's primordial dark force. Devourer Lord, since you want to be my enemy, then let me slay you. I'll plunder everything you have. The eyes of the first Fiend Emperor shimmered fiercely, and he suddenly rushed towards Yang Feng. The figures of the 4 Empyrean rank Fiend Emperors flickered, and they turned into 4 rays rushing towards Yang Feng. First Demon Emperor, I am not fighting alone either. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then teleportation light appeared around him, and the 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses Zero, Shadow, Mikalia, and Shiyu appeared in front of him and attacked the 4 Fiend Emperors. A torrent of time revolved around Yang Feng, and as if teleporting, he appeared in front of the first Fiend Emperor and stabbed at the first Fiend Emperor with the halberd of the God of Battle in his hand, leaving after images behind. The eyes of the first Fiend Emperor flickered fiercely, and he unleashed various powerful offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. The entire void trembled continuously as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The demonic realm world refined from 18 eternal fiend bones is extremely powerful. Although the 10 Empyrean rank powerhouses fought inside, they still weren't blasted apart. Yang Feng, however, firmly suppressed the first Fiend Emperor and slashed open wounds on the other party's body. Zero also completely suppressed a Fiend Emperor. On the other hand, Obscurus fought to a draw with a Devil Emperor. The 2 false Empyrean rank powerhouses Mikalia and Shiyu could only barely resist the attacks of the 2 Fiend Emperors, and countless wounds appeared on their bodies. The demonic realm world is full of demonic chi and demonic path force. This world is the domain of Fiend Emperors. In this world, the Fiend Emperors become more and more courageous as they fight. Their injuries heal at an astonishing speed, and they become stronger and stronger. Mikalia, who is slightly weaker, was finally breached by the Fiend Emperor, and a fiend sword slashed her, nearly cutting her in 2. Devourer Lord, you don't want to reconcile with me, but you don't know that I don't want to reconcile with you either. As long as I kill you and take away everything you have, I will have hope of advancing to the Eternal Mark Realm. You are the key to my advancement to the Eternal Mark Realm. You are dead today. No one can save you. The eyes of the first Fiend Emperor shimmered fiercely. Bathed in demonic blood, he unleashed all kinds of powerful offensive secret methods and attacked Yang Feng recklessly. As long as the false Empyrean rank powerhouse Mikalia is slain by the Fiend Emperor, the first Fiend Emperor's advantage will snowball and eventually kill Yang Feng. As expected of the first Fiend Emperor, an invincible overlord of the Eternal Era, it's worth it for me to use all my strength to kill you. So, you can die in peace. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and he pointed with a finger, and the wheel of time floated in the air and radiated resplendent light, and time runes poured out of it. Wheel of time? I admit that space-time walk is indeed an invincible secret method, almost invincible. But in my world, the past, the present, and the future are all the same. Even if the Time Lord comes back to life, only death awaits him in my world. With a flash of contempt in his eyes, the first Fiend Emperor slashed at Yang Feng with his sword brimming with overbearingness and confidence. The Wheel of Time has more uses than this. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then his face turned solemn in an instant, and he barked, "In the name of the 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race. The power of the entire human race is at my disposal." Countless mysterious runes flickered, and a magnificent and loud voice spread throughout the universe with the Tsangji Plane as the core. Within the Tsangji Plane's battle demon sect, Yang Feng's voice reverberated in the ears of all human warlocks. The eyes of an infinity warlock flashed fanatically, and he said loudly, "Your Majesty, please feel free to use my power." A speck of light was extracted from the infinity warlock and disappeared. "Your Majesty, please feel free to use our power." In the battle demon sect, one voice after another sounded without hesitation. In the vast universe, there is a powerful human warlock group. The eyes of a Holy Spirit warlock shimmered with a scorching shade. "Your Majesty Devourer Lord, please feel free to use my power." Within a mysterious secret realm, Kongfang Ao suddenly showed a smile. "Devourer Lord, since you need my power, then take it." In the universe, almost 90% of human warlocks contributed their power. The Tsangji Plane's underground world burst out with sacred light, and a resplendent beam of light flew out and entered the Wheel of Time through the laws of Nether. Behind the Wheel of Time, countless projections gathered the will and power of human powerhouses, and a beam of light formed from countless runes shot out and hit the first Fiend Emperor in an instant. Time runes condensed into shackles that firmly locked the first Fiend Emperor's body. There was a flash of disdain in the eyes of the first Fiend Emperor. "This is your trump card. Even if you gather the power of the entire human race, you can only seal me for less than 10 seconds at most. Our power is enough to rival that of a race." A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the Dawn God armor, and a 10-kilometer-long destruction cannon extended from the Dawn God armor. "No. Stop." When the first Fiend Emperor saw the destruction cannon, alarms went off in his heart, and he felt that his life was threatened, and he roared. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the destruction cannon shone, and a resplendent beam containing the power to destroy everything slammed into the first Fiend Emperor. In an instant, the first Fiend Emperor was swallowed by the beam of destruction, and everything around him was destroyed and decomposed. Inside the beam of destruction, secret treasures of the first Fiend Emperor appeared one after another, and then collapsed and shattered. None of them could protect him. After the light from the destruction cannon disappeared, a black skeleton engraved with countless mysterious runes floated quietly in the void and radiated resplendent light. A black hole emerged, devoured the black skeleton, and frantically devoured the first Fiend Emperor's life force. The first Fiend Emperor died just like that. That's the first Fiend Emperor, a fearsome existence who once contended with an eternal sovereign. The first Fiend Emperor was an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. Furthermore, he was an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean, yet he died at Yang Feng's hands. That's heaven-defying. Devour Lord, from today on, no one can stop his rise. The spectating powerhouses looked at this area with awe in their eyes. Did he escape? Under such circumstances, he still managed to escape. As expected of an old monster who survived the eternal sovereign age. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Although he devoured a large amount of pure Empyrean origin from the black skeleton, but it is completely different from the life force of an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. Since he escaped, then I'll accept the gift you left behind. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step, appeared in the center of the demonic realm, and extended his hand towards the 18 eternal mark demon bones. The eternal demon bone erupted with a fearsome power, but Yang Feng suppressed it and held it in his hand. The remaining 17 eternal demonic bones radiated mysterious light, turned into streaks of light, and flew into the void. Chapter 1331. Treading on a torrent of time, Yang Feng shuttled through the void and extended his hand, and giant hands extended towards the eternal demon bones and grabbed the 8 eternal demon bones. The other 9 eternal demonic bones flickered, entered the void, and disappeared. The 4 fiend emperors fighting fiercely with Mikalia and the others surged with demonic chi and fled in different directions. It's too late to escape. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. As if an invincible transcendent, he pointed with a finger, and the wheel of time radiated mysterious and resplendent rune light. 4 torrents of time emerged from the wheel of time and enveloped the 4 fiend emperors. The 4 fiend emperors trembled slightly, and then fell into a strange state of time disorder, and their speed became extremely slow. Mikalia and the other 3 powerhouses flew out and attacked the 4 fiend emperors. Time runes flew out from the wheel of time and entered the bodies of the 4 powerhouses, causing their speed to soar once again. Zero swung the ruler's whip, like a venomous dragon, lashing out at a devil emperor's body. The demon emperor had never been a match for Zero, and now that the demon realm had been destroyed, it was no match for Zero. Now that the demonic realm was broken, he was weakened by the wheel of time, and Zero was strengthened by the wheel of time. With one strengthening and one weakening, the Fiend Emperor is naturally not Zero's opponent. Within a dozen-plus breaths of time, Zero whipped the Fiend Emperor until his bones were broken and his flesh was badly mangled. Rune chains descended from the sky, stabbed into the Fiend Emperor, suppressed it, and pulled it into a sealed jade coffin. Zero raised her eyebrows slightly and brandished the whip of ruler at the Fiend Emperor attacking Shadowy. After the demonic realm disappeared, Shadowy's strength was far above that of the Fiend Emperor, who has lost most of its consciousness. Zero joined the battle. When the two joined forces, as if crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, it only took them a few moves to seriously injure the Fiend Emperor. The rune chains appeared once again and pierced into the Fiend Emperor's body, suppressing and sealing it. Ling and Shadow joined forces again and attacked the remaining 2 demon emperors. They defeated the remaining 2 demon emperors and suppressed and sealed them. In a dark space, a black coffin floated in the air. The surface of the black coffin was inscribed with countless mysterious runes and emitted a terrifying demonic might. Damn it, if I hadn't woken up in advance, I would have killed you. Master Devourer, how dare you kill my incarnation and destroy my secret treasure? When I wake up, I will definitely kill you. An enraged roar came from the black coffin. Traces of destiny energy revolved around the coffin, completely erasing the black coffin from the trajectory of destiny in this universe. Stars fell from the sky one after another. Large amounts of blood-colored clouds rolled, and bursts of blood rain filled the sky. It was as if the universe was crying. Stars fall, blood rain fills the sky. It's the sign of an emperor's death. Another 4 emperors of our universe have fallen. Those emperors didn't die on the battlefield but from internal strife. How heartbreaking. Our universe has always been weak. Now 4 more emperors have fallen. I'm afraid that we're even worse than the Gamana universe. When the powerhouses of the major races saw the stars fall and the blood rain fill the sky, their eyes shimmered with worry. Every single emperor was a genius amongst geniuses, a freak amongst freaks, and they were the top forces in the universe war. In the long history of the universe, in order to advance to the eternal realm, many emperors used secret methods to seal themselves in an attempt to wake up in this era. However, most of them died in the river of time due to various accidents. When the human race's 8 warlock emperors went on expeditions, they killed many emperors who sealed themselves like this. According to the statistics and analysis of human warlocks, the number of emperors that will appear in this era may be about 100. Once those emperors die, no one will be able to fill their vacancy in a short period of time. Although the Devourer Lord is invincible, but his killing intent is too great. Unless the Devourer Lord can advance to the eternal realm, he will be besieged and killed by those emperors. He has killed too many of our universe's emperors. I'm afraid that he will have to fight alone in the future. The Devourer Lord has killed all of our universe's emperors. How can we have allies who can contend against the powerhouses of other universes? The Devourer Lord's methods are too cruel. If he shows a little mercy and reaches a compromise with those emperors, It would be the best way to resist the Gamana universe's powerhouses together. In the void, the powerhouses looked at young Feng with a complicated look in their eyes. The Cicada Lord and the other emperors are emperors of the world of warlocks. Their death is a huge blow to the world of warlocks. With a cold look in his eyes, young Feng scanned the powerhouses in the void. In the void, the powerhouses are silent, not daring to say anything. The 4 emperors besieged young Feng, and even the first Fiend Emperor, an invincible overlord, was slain by young Feng. This kind of battle prowess is heaven-defying, surpassing that of the human 8 warlock emperors. No one dares to provoke young Feng's dignity anymore. Countless mysterious runes shone, and the blue mirror of fate flew out. Young Feng waved his hand, and a wisp of the first Fiend Emperor's breath of fate entered the blue mirror of fate. The blue mirror of fate shone, and the breath of fate diffused from it. The surface of the mirror distorted and blurred, and then nothing appeared. Young Feng's eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, to be able to erase the trajectory of your fate, as expected of an old monster from the age of eternal sovereigns. It seems that the legend that the first Fiend Emperor once competed with an eternal sovereign for the position of eternal sovereign is true. The goal of the first Fiend Emperor is to advance to the eternal sovereign realm, and young Feng's ultimate goal is to advance to the eternal sovereign realm. The contradiction between the two cannot be reconciled. Only then did young Feng brazenly slay the first Fiend Emperor's clone and suppress the seals of the 4 Fiend Emperors. Let's go fight the twin universe flowers together. Young Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he walked towards the twin universe flowers. Zero and Shadow followed behind young Feng, followed by a dense mechanical torrent. Mikalia looked at the backs of Zero and Shadow with unwillingness in her beautiful eyes. Curses, I'm still too weak. Shiyu sighed faintly. If only I could advance to the Empyrean realm. Mikalia and Shiyu possess Empyrean rank battle prowess thanks to the blessing of the Magic Note Throne. Their essence is still that of a quasi-Empyrean. Once they enter the twin universe flowers, they will become quasi-Empyrean, and it will be difficult for them to intervene in a war between Empyrean rank powerhouses. This is why young Feng left them behind to guard the 9th Warlock dynasty. The Devourer Lord wants to go to the twin universe flowers. He wants to fight in the twin universe flowers. The twin universe flowers are a passage connecting 2 universes. The Gamana universe's Empyreans walk inside, yet he dares to go in. As expected of the Devourer Lord, what a fearsome spirit. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the powerhouses that came to the world of warlocks shimmered with a scorching shade. Once the twin universe flowers grow, it means that a passage connecting 2 universes has appeared. The stable passage can allow invincible Overlord rank Empyrean rank powerhouses to walk. This also meant that the twin universe flower had become the focus of the competition between the 2 universes. Whichever universe occupied the twin universe flower meant that it had obtained a strategic advantage. It could attack and retreat, and it was the offensive side. There are countless precious resources in the twin universe flowers, many of which are even extinct in this universe. Once you occupy the twin universe flowers, you can get a large amount of resources to support you and become more powerful. Looking at young Feng's back, many of the powerful races in the world of warlocks fell silent. It is true that there are countless precious resources in the twin universe flowers. But now is also the time for the Empyrean rank powerhouses to fight for the top. Anyone below the Empyrean rank who enters will become the prey of other Empyreans. Even peerless geniuses like the Gold Chelene Emperor and the Phoenix Empress are vulnerable in front of true Empyreans. Naturally, the powerhouses of the world of warlocks don't dare to act rashly. Open. As soon as young Feng arrived in front of the twin universe flowers, countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and light containing wisps of eternal breath flew out of his eyes and entered the twin universe flowers. The twin universe flowers burst out with resplendent light and opened a huge passage. Young Feng stepped into the huge passageway, and the huge mechanical legion behind him poured in as well. Countless mysterious runes shone on the twin universe flowers on the other side of the Gamana universe, and a huge passage opened. Someone evaded the eternal opportunity. Someone has obtained the eternal opportunity. The twin universe flowers have opened. Everyone can enter and look for opportunities. Kill your way in. The twin universe flowers belong to our universe. As long as we can occupy the twin universe flowers, our universe will have more advantages. We will become stronger. At the entrance to the Gamana universe's twin universe flowers, there are fearsome armies. In the center of each army, there is an Empyrean rank powerhouse exuding Empyrean might. The armies rushed into the twin universe flowers without hesitation. In the Gamana universe, the three eternal sovereigns suppress everything. There is no chance to advance to the eternal realm. Only by entering the twin universe flowers, plundering resources, and then capturing the world of warlocks, making great contributions, and gaining the favor of the universe can these Empyreans have a chance to advance to the eternal realm. Chapter 1332. With flashes of light, one Tier 5 hive after another, surrounded by Tier 4 and Tier 3 hives, flew to the entrance of the twin universe flowers. The 18 sacred races. The 18 sacred races are here. The 18 dogs raised by the three eternal sovereigns have finally appeared. The dogs are finally dispatched. At the entrance of the twin universe flowers, the Gamana universe's army looked at the hives with dignified looks in their eyes. Many experts looked at the divine nests with jealousy and disgust in their eyes. In the Gamana universe, the three eternal sovereigns rule the universe, while the three divine races and the 18 sacred races are their tentacles. After advancing to the Empyrean realm, many powerhouses of the Gamana universe choose to submit to the three eternal sovereigns, join the 18 sacred races, and become puppets of the three eternal sovereigns. Alternatively, they can only use secret methods to seal themselves and wait for the universe war to find the only opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. Each of the three eternal sovereigns of the Gamana universe made great contributions to their universe in the universe war, won the joy of the universe, and finally set foot on eternity. Since many of the Empyreans were forced to seal themselves, they naturally don't have a good impression of the 18 sacred races of the Gamana universe. The combat power of a Tier 5 hive is comparable to that of an Empyrean, which is the hallmark of the Gamana universe's three eternal sovereigns. Ordinary low-rank hives are fine. But if existences that are not under the control of the three eternal sovereigns use a Tier 5 hive, they will be suppressed. In the worst-case scenario, the three eternal sovereigns will take action. The Tier 5 hives landed and surrounded the Tier 5 hives, forming 10 distinct groups. The Phantom Butterfly Sacred Race, the Green Rhombus Sacred Race, the Purple Rhombus Sacred Race, the Shadow Claw Sacred Race, the Scarlet Flame Sacred Race, the Radiant Thunder Sacred Race, the Dark Sea Sacred Race, the Ghost Blade Sacred Race, the Gold Occult Sacred Race, and the Blaster Sacred Race. The 10 sacred races have all been dispatched. The three old monsters are fine when they don't move, but once they do, they're like lightning, not giving anyone a chance. The 10 sacred races and the 10 Empyreans are enough to crush anyone. The three old monsters are really decisive and vicious. The hearts of all the emperors shook slightly when they witnessed this scene. The 10 holy clans had all come out in full force, and they were all trusted aides of the three eternal sovereigns. Once they joined forces, their battle prowess was simply heaven-defying. Even an emperor at the rank of an invincible overlord would die if he didn't flee when facing the siege of the 10 hallowed clans, and the slightest carelessness would cause him to be instantly crushed. There are more than 30 Gamana universes emperors gathered here. But even if the 30 Gamana universes emperors join forces, they may not be a match for the 10 sacred races. With flashes of light, the Gamana universe's emperors gathered here flew into the twin universe flowers one after another, wanting to be the first to plunder resources and make contributions. In an exquisite palace within a Tier 5 god nest, there was an exquisite round table. There were 11 seats at the table, and every single one of them was occupied by a terrifying emperor. The eyes of the green caltrop lord, who has a green rhombus crystal embedded in his forehead, flashed with ridicule, and he said with a cold smile, "A bunch of fools, how can it be so easy to make contributions? If the war of devouring between two universes was so simple, how could it be called the end of the universe?" The Shadow Claw Lord, shrouded in layers of shadows, uttered coldly, "Few of those fools have experienced the last war of devouring between two universes. Naturally, they don't know the dangers of the war of devouring between two universes. The war of devouring between two universes is the most dangerous. A moment of carelessness can cause even eternal sovereigns to fall. They only saw His Majesty the Eternal Frost advance to the Eternal Realm, but they didn't see that almost all the emperors of the same era as His Majesty the Eternal Frost perished. Naturally, they thought they were lucky. That's right, the war of devouring between universes is the most dangerous. Even eternal sovereigns can fall if they are careless. Therefore, I hope that everyone can work together and complete this mission together with me. A handsome winged emperor with short blue hair and a pair of blue wings on his back said with a smile. The dignified Steel Lord, who is wearing countless mechanical accessories, said faintly, "Lord Blue Wings, please rest assured, we will join hands with you and do our best to complete the task." The other emperors nodded in agreement. The Lord Blue Wings is the lord of this era of the Winged Emperor and a confidant of the Eternal Wing. He obtained the unanimous approval of the 3 eternal sovereigns, who agreed to let him command the 10 sacred races. The 3 eternal sovereigns are old freaks who have experienced countless wars and even the war of devouring between universes. They are well aware of how important it is to have a unified command in a war. With the Lord Blue Wings commanding and coordinating, even if 20 emperors attack the 10 sacred races, the 20 emperors will have a slim chance of survival. Under the deterrence of the 10 sacred races, the emperors of the Gamana universe entered the twin universe flowers. Under the guidance of the 25 Tier 5 hives, the hives flew into the twin universe flowers one after another. In the void of the twin universe flowers, ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in this area. Zero. Shadow. Yang Feng turned around, looked at Zero and Shadow, and uttered unhurriedly. Zero and Shadow looked at each other and nodded to Yang Feng. Countless mysterious runes shone, and 2 level 7 strongholds 1,000 kilometers in diameter appeared. Like the small world inside Yang Feng, the 2 level 7 strongholds can evolve and grow continuously, and provide Zero and Shadow with formidable power. The 2 level 7 strongholds dropped from the sky and landed on the ground, before turning blurry and disappearing. From the void, spherical machines sprayed out. As soon as the spherical machines landed on the ground, they quickly extended and turned into mechanical towers engraved with countless mysterious runes. Countless engineering androids were operating in the area, building all sorts of fortifications and weapon factories. Once the munitions factories are built, Yang Feng's mechanical legion can repair and build in the world of twin universe flowers, increasing its combat power by more than tenfold. Countless runes shone on Zero and Shadow, and they sank into the ground and disappeared. Go! Kill the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Collect resources. Yang Feng swept the huge mechanical legion with a glance and ordered coldly. The huge mechanical legion dispersed, flew in different directions, and began to hunt the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Yang Feng looked in the direction of the Eternal Origin Sea with enigmatic light in his eyes, and then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light flying towards the Eternal Origin Sea. On a spiritual mountain, a green light flashed, and a 10,000-meter-long green dragon engraved with countless mysterious runes and exuding quasi-empyrean rank fluctuations of power flew out and fled into the void. The Azure Dragon Emperor. A peerless genius of the world of warlocks is really vulnerable. The world of warlocks is really weak. Watch me, the Ghost Cicada Emperor, shoot a true dragon. A bold and confident voice filled with an overbearing aura resounded from the Spirit Mountain. A young man with a horn on his head and 2 pairs of insect wings on his back exuding an invincible and domineering aura shot towards the Azure Dragon Emperor's son with a black bow in his hand. In an instant, a black arrow tore through the sky, stabbed into the green true dragon the Azure Dragon Emperor has transformed into, and pierced through the green true dragon. Countless mysterious runes appeared, and the Azure Dragon Emperor fell from the sky, and blood spilled on the ground. The Azure Dragon Emperor spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes shimmered with despair. Curses, I shouldn't have separated from my father. The Azure Dragon Emperor's son was also an ambitious genius. Although he had followed the Azure Dragon Emperor into the twin universe flower world, he had decisively separated from the Azure Dragon Emperor. He wanted to find his own opportunities and find a way to become an emperor. In the beginning, the Azure Dragon Emperor did obtain a lot of opportunities. But then he ran into one of the Gamana universe's 4 supreme geniuses, the Ghost Cicada Emperor, and was defeated. The ghost cicada emperor walked to in front of the azure dragon emperor, stepped on his head, and, as if sizing up a beast waiting to be slaughtered, said with a contemptuous smile, "If I extract your dragon tendon, I can refine a true dragon bow. Unfortunately, you aren't an Empyrean rank true dragon, so you can't refine an Empyrean grade secret treasure." A quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse said to the ghost cicada emperor with a smile, "Your Highness, can you leave the dragon whip to me? It's a great tonic." The ghost cicada emperor responded with a heroic smile, "No problem. I don't need that thing." A strong sense of humiliation welled up in the azure dragon emperor's heart, and mysterious runes appeared in an attempt to resist the ghost cicada emperor's suppression. "Still want to struggle? You're courting death." The ghost cicada emperor smiled contemptuously and stomped on the azure dragon emperor's head, and a fearsome force shattered the azure dragon emperor's resistance. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of the azure dragon emperor's disciple, causing this once high-spirited genius to appear extremely pitiful. "To dare attack someone from our universe, you've got some nerve. Go to hell." A cold voice rang out, and a huge palm containing terrifying emperor might descended from the sky, slapping towards the ghost cicada emperor. Empyrean. The ghost cicada emperor's face fell, and green leaves containing endless mysteries appeared on his body. Countless mysterious runes shone, and the green leaves turned into a mysterious courtyard containing countless extraordinary plants. The huge palm grabbed the mysterious courtyard and crushed it. Chapter 1333. With a flash of green light, the ghost cicada emperor appeared 10,000 kilometers away, his face pale. "Not bad. To be able to evade my blow, you have some skill." A calm voice sounded in the void, and Yang Feng's figure turned corporeal and appeared in the void. "Devourer Lord." When the azure dragon imperial prince saw Yang Feng's figure, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. At the time when the azure dragon imperial prince emerged, he, who possesses true dragon bloodline, looked down on a mere human warlock. As a result, ever since Yang Feng defeated him, he evolved at a speed far exceeding that of his peers, and finally founded the 9th Warlock dynasty and became a fearsome powerhouse. Even his father, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, has to pay attention to him. "Devourer Lord." The countenance of the Ghost Cicada Emperor and the other powerhouses of the Gamana universe changed dramatically, and apprehension shimmered in their eyes. The Ghost Cicada Emperor is one of the Gamana universe's 4 emperors of this era, a peerless genius on par with the Silver Emperor, an invincible figure in the same rank as him. Even though he is strong, but he has to admit that he is far from being a match for Yang Feng. "World of Warlocks, Devourer Lord. Very well, if I kill you, my chances of attacking the Eternal Realm will increase by a bit." A calm voice sounded in the void, and a tall powerhouse dressed in white armor, with white eyes and an overbearing aura walked out of the void, and fearsome Empyrean might slowly diffused from him. "Great Emperor by Chelene. Great Emperor by Chelene is here. Devourer Lord is dead for sure. Great Emperor by Chelene is an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean of our universe. Since he is here, Devourer Lord is dead for sure." When the Ghost Cicada Emperor and the other powerhouses of the Gamana universe saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement. Great Emperor by Chelene is a top Empyrean of the Gamana universe. Although he hasn't reached the invincible Overlord rank, but he has defeated several Empyreans. Although the Gamana universe's powerhouses know that Great Emperor by Chelene is still a long way from becoming an invincible Overlord, but they still flatter him. In the eyes of the Ghost Cicada Emperor and them, since Great Emperor by Chelene has arrived, only death awaits Yang Feng. With a look of satisfaction in his eyes, Emperor by Chelene looked at Yang Feng and uttered coldly, "Devour Lord, kneel. This way, I can give you a complete corpse and let you die more comfortably. Do you really think you can kill me? You're overestimating yourself." Yang Feng smiled coldly, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step forward. With a flash of light, the green sun halberd appeared in his hand, and he slashed down, and a resplendent green halberd ray slashed towards Emperor by Chelene with Empyrean might. As expected of the Devourer Lord, a quasi-emperor is actually able to exert the pressure of an emperor. He's quite capable. But a quasi-emperor is a quasi-emperor. You haven't crossed the boundary of Emperor Realm, yet you actually dare to attack me? You're truly courting death. Emperor Baichiline's eyes shimmered coldly, and he smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a tyrannical white Chiline projection exuding Empyrean might suddenly appeared and sent a claw bearing at young Feng. When the green halberd ray slashed the white Chiline projection's claw, it cut the white Chiline's claw in two, and then slashed the white Chiline Emperor in two. You have advanced to the Empyrean realm. How is that possible? The Silver Emperor has clearly occupied the sole Empyrean seat in your world. How can you have advanced to the Empyrean realm? The white Chiline Emperor's body was cut in two. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the two halves of his body, and he fled in two different directions. Seeing that the white Chiline Emperor was seriously injured by young Feng, he realized that young Feng has advanced to the Empyrean realm, and an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean at that. If he continues to stay, only death will await him. The white Chiline Emperor was defeated. How is that possible? The Devourer Lord has advanced to the Empyrean realm. How is that possible? The Silver Emperor has clearly occupied the sole Empyrean seat in that universe. How can he have advanced to the Empyrean realm? On the Spirit Mountain, the Ghost Cicada Emperor and his followers felt cold all over, as if they fell into an ice cave. However, they are peerless geniuses who are far more outstanding than ordinary people. After just a moment of shock, they cast secret methods and turned into streams of light that fled in different directions. It's too late to escape. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and the Wheel of Time suddenly appeared, shone with countless mysterious runes, and two torrents of time gushed out and swept towards the two halves of the white Chiline Emperor's body. The two halves of the white Chiline Emperor's body fell into a strange state of time distortion. An engulfing black hole suddenly appeared and swept the white Chiline Great Emperor into it. A boundless engulfing force swept towards the sky. As if ants, the Ghost Cicada Emperor and his followers were sucked into the Devour Black Hole. A tremendous Devour force gushed out of the Devour Black Hole and devoured the life origin of the white Chiline Emperor and them. Within a few breaths of time, the Ghost Cicada Emperor and them turned into ashes and disappeared. The white Chiline Emperor only persisted for a dozen breaths of time before his life origin was devoured and turned into a pile of ashes. The Green Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed with shock. So strong, so this is the Devourer Lord. Too powerful, he can even kill Empyreans at will. In other words, he has already crossed the barrier and advanced to the Empyrean realm. When Yang Feng was in the quasi-Empyrean realm, he was indeed very powerful. He could already defeat an Empyrean. However, it is very difficult, almost impossible, to kill an Empyrean. Only in a confined space like the Eternal Duel Arena, where Empyreans cannot escape, can he kill an ordinary Empyrean. The white Chiline Emperor was an Empyrean infinitely close to the invincible Overlord rank. For such a fearsome existence to be easily killed by Yang Feng, there is only one possibility, that is, Yang Feng has broken through the Empyrean boundary and advanced to the invincible Overlord rank. Green Dragon Emperor, you may still be of some use. Yang Feng glanced at the Green Dragon Emperor and pointed with a finger, and a resplendent torrent of runes gushed out of his finger and entered the Green Dragon Emperor's body. Thank you for your help, Devourer Lord. The Green Dragon Emperor's son changed into his human form and bowed respectfully to Yang Feng with a complicated expression on his face. At this time, Yang Feng has already advanced to the Empyrean realm. Furthermore, as soon as he advanced to the Empyrean realm, he became an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean on the same level as the Green Dragon Emperor and the First Demon Lord. Naturally, the Green Dragon Emperor has to be respectful to Yang Feng. No need. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a god chain of order appeared, wrapped around the Green Dragon Emperor, and locked him in place. Then, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light flying towards the Eternal Origin Sea. In a dense forest. This is a Heavenly Treasure 7-color orchid. With this Heavenly Treasure 7-color orchid, I have a 30% chance of advancing to a great sage. A Gamana Universe's saint stared at a Heavenly Treasure 7-color orchid not far away with a scorching shade in his eyes. A fearsome black hole suddenly appeared, swept towards the Gamana Universe's saint, and pulled him inside. Along the way, whenever Yang Feng encountered a powerhouse of the Gamana Universe, he suppressed and devoured them. A total of a dozen plus Gamana Universe's saints were devoured, refined, and turned into ashes. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared at the edge of the Eternal Origin Sea. 3 Empyreans, and they are from the Gamana universe. Very well, if I slay you, I will be able to get more universe favor. As soon as Yang Feng appeared at the edge of the Eternal Origin Sea, he saw 3 Empyreans waiting for him. Evidently, they want to enter the deepest part of the Eternal Origin Sea and look for the Eternal Mark opportunity. Before Yang Feng left the island of Eternal Eternity, he destroyed the leaf boats. Most of the Empyreans are trapped on the island of Eternal Eternity, and the news hasn't spread. You are the Devour Lord. To provoke us, what a fool. You're courting death. A 100-meter-tall ox-demon lord with a bull's head and a human body covered in black scales stared coldly at Yang Feng, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. A handsome wind demon lord with a black horn on his head and countless mysterious runes engraved on his body said flatly, "Ox-demon lord, don't be impulsive. The Devour Lord is not alone. There is an Empyrean rank alchemical golem following him at all times. Wind demon lord, you are too cautious. Even if there is another Zero Emperor by the Devour Lord's side, he is not our opponent. Let's go together, kill him, and plunder everything he has." The eyes of the Gold Goose Emperor covered in golden feathers shimmered fiercely, and countless runes flickered, and he turned into a 100-meter-long extraordinary life-form golden goose covered in golden feathers and radiating resplendent golden light. The golden goose is a true spirit extraordinary life form of the universe. It is only slightly inferior to true dragons, phoenixes, killins, and other true spirits. But it is also a terrifying existence. The golden godly goose flapped its wings, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and grabbed at him with its talons, emitting terrifying golden radiance. The golden goose Great Emperor's goose claw was extremely terrifying. A single claw strike could even penetrate the head of a true dragon. It was extremely ferocious. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the ox-demon lord, and he appeared behind Yang Feng with a wolf tooth club in hand and slammed the club containing the essence of power barreling towards Yang Feng. Chapter 1334. The 3 of you are pretty strong. If you ran into other existences, you might be able to compete with them. Unfortunately, the person you ran into is me. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the Wheel of Time appeared, blooming with mysterious and dazzling light. As if a transcendent manipulating time, Yang Feng took a step into the future. When the attacks of the 3 Empyrean sovereigns slammed into Yang Feng, it was as if they hit air. A weird shadow flickered, and Yang Feng appeared above the Gold Goose Great Emperor and slashed the other party's head with his halberd. A fearsome green halberd ray slashed at the head of the Gold Goose Emperor and cut his head as well as his huge body in 2. A devouring black hole suddenly appeared and swept towards the Golden Goose Great Emperor, pulling him into it and frantically devouring his life essence. No matter how the Gold Goose Emperor struggles in the devour black hole, his tremendous life origin is still being devoured by Yang Feng to nourish his body and soul. When the Wind Ghost Lord saw this scene, a chill ran down his spine. "Devour Lord, you have already promoted to an Empyrean. The Ox Demon Lord seems to be full of muscles, but he is a very astute Empyrean Emperor." Countless runes shone, a pair of huge dragon wings appeared on his back, and his figure fluttered. Enveloped by the essence of speed, he fled into the distance. When the Ox-Demon Lord saw Yang Feng's space-time walk, he realized that unless they can break this time-type Empyrean-grade secret method, only death will await the 2 of them if they join forces against Yang Feng. Back then, the King of Time had relied on the Wheel of Time to perform the space-time traversal secret technique to fiercely battle several ancient god emperors and kill them one by one. That was how he established his reputation as an invincible overlord. From this, it can be seen how terrifying this secret method is. When the Wind Ghost Lord saw this scene, his face fell. Countless mysterious runes revolved around him, and he mixed the essence of wind and the essence of speed, turned into a stream of light, and fled in the opposite direction from the Ox-Demon Lord. How decisive. That's a battle-hardened Empyrean for you. If you had chosen to run away as soon as you saw me, then even I would have to spend some effort to chase you down. Unfortunately, since you dared to attack me, then your fates have already been decided. Yang Feng smiled faintly, and the wheel of time shone with countless runes and turned into two torrents of time that swept towards the Bull Demon Lord and the Wind Ghost Lord. Scoured by the torrent of time, the time around the two emperors fell into a strange state of disorder. Yang Feng stepped out of the torrent of time, appeared leisurely in front of the Wind Ghost Lord, and brandished his halberd. A dazzling cyan halberd ray slashed through the layers of defensive boundaries around the Wind Ghost Lord in an instant, and then slashed at the Wind Ghost Lord, cutting him in two. A devouring black hole appeared, swept towards the Wind Ghost Lord, and devoured his life force. After killing the Wind Ghost Lord, Yang Feng flickered, appeared in front of the Ox Demon Lord, and slashed at him with his halberd. Lord Devourer, stop. I am the magic bull that pulls the carriage for Lord Eternal Divine Eye. Please spare my life. If your universe is breached in the future, I can plead with the great Lord Eternal Divine Eye to spare your life. A cyan bell appeared inside the Ox Demon Lord, radiated brilliant light, and blocked in front of him. Countless runes flickered on the cyan bell, and 9 worlds emerged and joined together to form a fearsome barrier. When Yang Feng's halberd slashed at the fearsome barrier, the barrier shattered, and a fearsome force smashed the 9 worlds in an instant. Then, the halberd slashed at the Ox Demon Lord and opened a terrifying wound on his body. The Bull Devil Lord roared without any backbone, "Stop! Lord Devourer, have mercy. I am willing to submit to you, please spare my life." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Okay, give up resistance and let me set up a rune in your soul." A cold ray flashed in the deepest part of the Ox Demon Lord's eyes, and he clenched his teeth, and a vague bull soul projection with a pair of dragon wings emerged. Yang Feng suddenly moved. Shrouded in cyan light, the green sun halberd in his hand slashed the Ox Demon Lord in an instant and split him in two. The Ox Demon Lord was both shocked and angry. The remaining 2 halves of his body were devoured by the Devour Black Hole. Blessed by an Eternal, your soul is filled with trump cards. If I set up a restriction in your soul, I'm afraid that you won't be able to deceive me. Do you really think that I don't know anything? Yang Feng looked at the Ox Demon Lord struggling in the Devour Black Hole, smiled coldly, and uttered frigidly, "The means of an Eternal are heaven-defying and extremely powerful. Even though Yang Feng has the god armor of Dawn, but it is impossible for him to control an Empyrean subordinated to an Eternal." There was a flash of unwillingness in the Ox Demon Lord's eyes. Then, his life origin was extracted, and he turned into dust that scattered with the wind. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand and collected the treasures carried by the 3 Empyreans, and then his figure fluttered, and he entered the Eternal Origin Sea. The Eternal Island. The 2 sides are clearly separated, yet they aren't fighting. They are really smart people. When Yang Feng stepped into the Eternal Island from the Eternal Origin Sea, he scanned the island with his powerful soul force, and sensed that the Empyreans of the world of Warlocks and the Empyreans of the Gamana universe occupy 2 spirit mountains respectively. Although they are confronting each other, but they aren't fighting. At this time, on the Eternal Island, the world of Warlocks has a total of 6 Empyreans and the Gamana universe has 7 Empyreans. In terms of strength, the Gamana universe has a slight advantage. However, if the 2 sides really fight, both sides will suffer. Moreover, the area within the twin universe flowers was filled with danger. Once both of them were heavily injured, then the latecomers would probably reap the benefits. So, they were restraining each other, and this was the reason why an extremely strange balance was maintained. This soul force is the Devour Lord. His back. That damn bastard dares to come back, he's courting death. When the Empyreans sensed Yang Feng's soul aura, their eyes shimmered fiercely, and they flew over. Within a few breaths of time, the 13 Empyreans appeared on the edge of the Eternal Island. A cold ray flashed in the Skylight Lord's eyes, and he suggested, "Devour Lord, you dare to come back. You're courting death. Azure Dragon Great Emperor, First Demon Lord, let's attack together and kill the Devour Lord, and then refine him into a supreme elixir. We only want a quarter of the elixir, and you can have the remaining 3/4. When they heard this, the eyes of the Azure Dragon Great Emperor and the First Demon Lord flickered slightly, and they stared coldly at Yang Feng. There are 13 Empyreans here, and there are even 4 invincible Overlord rank Empyreans. Except for Eternal Sovereigns, virtually no one can defeat the Empyreans here. If it wasn't for the fear that young Feng would escape into the Eternal Origin Sea, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor and the other Empyreans would have already taken action and quelled young Feng. Azure Dragon Great Emperor, this is your son I saved along the way. I'll return him to you. Young Feng tossed a green ball of light, which turned into the Azure Dragon Emperor's son and flew to the Azure Dragon Great Emperor's side. Imperial Father, with a flash of shame in his eyes, the Azure Dragon Emperor stood quietly behind the Azure Dragon Great Emperor. An enigmatic ray flashed in the Azure Dragon Great Emperor's eyes, and he uttered calmly, "Thank you, Devour Lord." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Azure Dragon Great Emperor, First Demon Lord, you must have guessed that I have already advanced to the Empyrean realm. Even if you join forces, you can only defeat me at most, but not kill me. In the Eternal Origin Sea, it is meaningless for you to defeat me. Why don't we join forces, kill all the Gamana Universe's Empyreans, and divide their treasures equally?" "Okay, I agree. Let's join forces and kill all the Gamana Universe's Empyreans." The eyes of the First Demon Lord flickered, countless mysterious runes appeared, 12 pairs of wings unfolded behind him, and, exuding invincible Overlord rank breath, sent a claw barreling towards the Skylight Lord. "Okay, I will join forces with you to kill all the Gamana Universe's Empyrean Emperors. This can be considered as repaying you for saving my son." The Azure Dragon Great Emperor's eyes flickered, and then he turned into an Azure Dragon and sent a claw barreling towards the Myriad Tree Ancestor. The eyes of the other 4 Empyreans flickered, and then they clenched their teeth and attacked the other 5 Empyreans of the Gamana universe. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of a 10,000-meter-tall Rock Dragon Lord engraved with countless mysterious runes and slashed at the Rock Dragon Lord with his halberd. "You want to compete in strength with me, you're courting death." The eyes of the Rock Dragon Lord shimmered fiercely, and he extended his claw. In an instant, the essence of petrification and the essence of power merged and turned into a beam that can petrify and crush everything, and the beam shot towards Yang Feng. The green halberd ray slashed at the beam of petrification, shattered it, and then cut the Rock Dragon Lord in two. "Invincible Overlord. You're actually an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean." The eyes of the Rock Dragon Lord shimmered with despair, and he roared wildly. A devour black hole emerged, swept towards the Rock Dragon Lord, and engulfed the Rock Dragon Lord's life origin. An invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. Sure enough, the Devour Lord has advanced to an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. The countenance of the remaining 4 Empyreans changed dramatically, their minds shook, and their eyes shimmered with despair. Chapter 1335. I'll hold them back. Skylight Lord, kill the Devour Lord. The eyes of the Myriad Tree's ancestor shimmered fiercely, countless runes shone on his body, and he changed into a 1,000-kilometer tall ancient tree that reaches into the sky. Stars appeared on the body of the huge ancient tree, blooming with dazzling starlight. The Empyreans can see that these stars are giving birth to countless life forms. Each star is a world. Among the countless stars on the body of the All-Tree ancestor, he was the only god, a supreme existence. Countless thick vines extended in all directions, radiated dazzling light, and divided the world. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor, the First Demon Lord, and the other 4 Empyreans were separated into another world. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor, the First Demon Lord, and the other 4 Empyreans cast powerful offensive secret methods and bombarded the boundary set up by the Myriad Tree's ancestor. The stars on the All-Tree's ancestor's body suddenly exploded, and the billions of living beings within the stars all perished. "Hurry up, I can't hold on for long. I can only hold on for an hour at most." The Myriad Tree's ancestors' thoughts reverberated in the minds of the Skylight Lord and the remaining 4 Empyreans of the Gamana universe. For the Myriad Tree's ancestor to seal 2 invincible Overlord rank Empyreans and 4 Empyreans in a world of trees by himself, this is simply a miracle. Even though he is an invincible Overlord rank existence, but he still has to use his origin force, and he can't hold on for long. Heaven holy, go to hell. The eyes of the Skylight Lord flickered fiercely, then countless runes appeared on him, formed a circle, and changed into the Skylight Mountain, which radiates endless divine light. Along with dazzling light, 9 skylight beads flew out from inside the Skylight Mountain, turned into 9 stars, and barreled towards Yang Feng. The 9 skylight beads are peerless beads that the Skylight Mountain has nurtured since its inception. Each of them is comparable to an invincible Empyrean secret treasure. With 9 of them, even an eternal sovereign will be seriously injured if they are hit. The eyes of the Black Silver Lord flickered fiercely, countless runes flickered, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall black silver giant, radiating black silver light. In an instant, tens of billions of black silver monsters eroded by the black silver light emerged, cast various offensive secret methods, and barreled towards Yang Feng. A cold glint flashed in the Snake Dowager's beautiful eyes, and she turned into a terrifying demonic snake as large as the sky. Countless huge demonic snakes revolved around the Snake Dowager, each of them exuding heart-palpitating extraordinary fluctuations. A gold vertical pupil appeared in the void, and a gold ray shot out and barreled towards Yang Feng. The vertical golden eye was called the Eye of 10,000 Snakes, and it contained the power of the Snake Dowager to give birth to countless children. It controlled all sorts of curses. If an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean is hit by this eye ray, they will be plagued by countless curses. The Dragonfish Lord's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he turned into a colossal monster with a dragon head and a fish body. 10 thick arms grew from his body and 10 Empyrean-grade secret treasures in his hands barreled towards Yang Feng from 10 different directions. An indifferent expression on his face, the Spirit Corpse Lord, shrouded in endless death chi and corpse chi, appeared in front of Yang Feng with a huge bone of eternity in his hand, and waved the huge bone of eternity barreling towards Yang Feng. When 5 Empyreans join forces, their power is simply earth-shattering. Even an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean will be apprehensive when facing the siege of 5 Empyreans. A moment of carelessness, and they will be seriously injured or even killed. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with admiration. How decisive! As expected of an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean, the Myriad Tree Ancestor is really amazing. The Myriad Tree Ancestor had to burn his life origin to split 2 worlds to trap the Azure Dragon Great Emperor and the other 5 Empyreans. However, each of the 6 Empyreans is a world-shaking existence. How can they be so easy to trap? After this battle, regardless of the outcome, the Myriad Tree Ancestor will be seriously injured. At best, he will be seriously injured and fall into a dying state. At worst, his origin will be exhausted and he will turn into a corpse. If it wasn't for the Myriad Tree Ancestor's decisiveness, Yang Feng could have killed the weaker Empyreans one by one, and then went to hunt down the Myriad Tree Ancestor and the Light Lord. In this way, the Gamana Universe's Empyreans have no chance of survival. Unfortunately, your only mistake is to run into me. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, and the Wheel of Time flew out. Countless mysterious runes shone, and enveloped by the essence of time, he stepped into the future, leaving only a shadow in the present. When the 5 Empyreans joined forces and slammed a huge hole into the shadow Yang Feng left behind, the law of karma continued to trace, but it couldn't trace back to Yang Feng's true body. Open. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the future and appeared on the huge spiritual mountain the Light Lord has transformed into. With a roar, he brandished the halberd of the god of battle in his hand and slashed at the huge spiritual mountain. A torrent of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole appeared and blasted into the huge spiritual mountain. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering noise, the huge spirit mountain that the Skylight Lord has transformed into split open. Let us die together, Devour Lord. A voice full of despair came from the spiritual mountain the Light Lord has transformed into. Countless runes shone, and an earth-shaking explosion engulfed Yang Feng and everything around him. Damn it! You're crazy. Light Lord, are you crazy? Bastard! The countenance of the Snake Dowager and the other Empyreans changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods and opened layers of defensive barriers. The endless light devoured everything, and the defensive barriers set up by the Snake Dowager and the other Empyreans collapsed and were devoured by the white light. The first Demon Lord looked at the endless white light with anticipation in his eyes. The Light Lord blew himself up. Has he been killed? The Azure Dragon Great Emperor also looked in that direction, and a complicated ray shimmered in his eyes. Is he dead? In the fight against the Gamana universe, Yang Feng is an ally of the first Demon Lord and them. However, In the fight for the eternal opportunity, Yang Feng and the other Empyreans are enemies. Deep down, the first Demon Lord, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, and the other Empyreans believe that it is better for Yang Feng to die. In this way, they will have one less peerless enemy to fight for the eternal opportunity. After the endless white light dissipated, a huge hole appeared on the ground. The hole is filled with twisted laws of power. Even if a great holy enters this place, they will be killed by the twisted laws of power. On the ground, the flesh and blood of Empyreans are scattered everywhere. Riddled with holes, the Snake Dowager and the other 3 Empyreans are on the verge of death. As expected of the lightless Lord. Sure enough, no invincible Overlord rank Empyrean can be underestimated. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked from the future to the present. His face paled slightly, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. When the large mouthful of blood sprayed out, it turned from bright red to white and turned into a white arrow stabbing towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng flicked a finger, and the white arrow, which can kill a great holy, collapsed. If I hadn't mastered the spell Spacetime Walk, I'm afraid that I would have been seriously injured by the Lightless Lord's explosion. Sure enough, no Empyrean can be underestimated. Devour black holes appeared on Yang Feng and eliminated the law force generated by the Lightless Lord's explosion, and his breath became more and more terrifying. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor sighed in her heart. He can't be killed like this, what a monster. The first Demon Lord's eyes flickered, and he uttered unhurriedly, Spacetime Walk is a top-secret method that only powerhouses proficient in the essence of time can master. Only by mastering this top-secret method can Empyreans have a chance to slay eternal sovereigns. Spacetime Walk is an invincible secret method mastered by the Time Lord as well as a trump card that allows him to rampage in the world. However, as long as an eternal sovereign advances to the eternal sovereign realm, they will master the secret method Spacetime Walk. It is because of this that eternal sovereigns are so terrifying and invincible. However, now that Yang Feng has mastered Spacetime Walk, he may be able to break the Spacetime Walk spell of an eternal sovereign, making it possible for Empyreans to besiege and kill eternal sovereigns. A devour black hole swept towards the Dragon Fish Lord, devoured the seriously injured Dragon Fish Lord, and frantically devoured his life origin. Even if I die, I won't be a stepping stone for your evolution. The eyes of the Spirit Corpse Lord shimmered fiercely, and countless runes flickered, and he wanted to detonate himself. It's no use, you are far inferior to the Lightless Lord. Besides, you are already seriously injured. Even if you want to detonate yourself, you have to see if I agree or not. The Wheel of Time flew out, and a dazzling chain formed from time runes flew out and stabbed into the Spirit Corpse Lord. Suppressed by the chains of the time runes, the Corpse Tao power inside the Lord Spirit Corpse trembled slightly and could no longer budge. A devour black hole appeared and swallowed the Spirit Corpse Lord. After a few breaths of time, the Spirit Corpse Lord turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the 2 remaining Gamana Universe's Empyreans turned cold. The figure of the Black Silver Lord fluttered, and he flew towards the Eternal Origin Sea. He would rather be turned into Origin Force by the Eternal Origin Sea than become a stepping stone for Yang Feng's evolution. Chapter 1336. It's no use. You're destined to die at my hands. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the Black Silver Lord like a ghost, and slapped the Black Silver Lord with a palm, and countless mysterious runes flickered and entered the Black Silver Lord. The Lord of Black Silver transformed into a huge black silver mountain that was 500 kilometers tall. The Black Silver Mountain shrank until finally, surrounded by countless mysterious runes, it turned into a palm-sized black silver mountain, which Yang Feng threw into a box. The countenance of the Snake Dowager changed several times, and then a pleading look flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she uttered pitifully, "Devour Lord, please spare my life. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life." Yang Feng glanced at the Snake Dowager and said coldly, "I really don't dare to accept an Empyrean rank maid. You'd better be a stepping stone for my evolution. Any Empyrean is an invincible existence with a perfect grade immortal body. Even if Yang Feng uses the armor of dawn, it will be difficult to penetrate their soul. Moreover, there are 3 eternal sovereigns in the Gamana universe. With their unfathomable means, They can forcibly dispel the means Yang Feng set up in the Empyrean souls. The snake dowager gritted her teeth and transmitted, "Devour Lord, I know that you don't trust me. However, I know that there is a treasure trove in the Gamana universe that can help you advance to the eternal realm. If you swear to spare my life, I will take you to that treasure trove. If you swear to spare my life, I will take you to that treasure trove." Yang Feng frowned, and the black hole collapsed. He stared coldly at the snake dowager and said, "If there really is such a treasure trove, why don't you go get it yourself?" After Yang Feng advances to the Empyrean realm, his strength will once again advance by leaps and bounds. However, the resources he will need to advance to the eternal realm will make him despair. He won't let go of any opportunity to improve his strength. There are countless dangerous places in the vast universe. Although 99% of the places in the Gamana universe pose no threat to us Empyreans. However, there are still several dangerous places where even Empyreans are in danger of dying. That treasure is in a dangerous place. I originally wanted to wait until I stepped into the invincible Overlord realm before heading to that place and taking the treasure away. But now, I can only use it to protect myself, the snake dowager sighed faintly. "Fine, I'll spare your life." Yang Feng pondered for a while, then spread the fingers of a hand, and countless mysterious runes flew out and stabbed into the snake dowager. The snake dowager, who was as big as the sky and could easily devour heaven and earth, turned into a palm-sized small snake, which Yang Feng casually put into a jade box. Rumble. Along with an earth-shaking blare, a huge crack appeared on the ancient tree that the myriad tree ancestor has transformed into. No matter how strong the all-tree's ancestor was, it was impossible for him to resist the joint attacks of 2 invincible Overlord Emperors and 4 Emperors for a long period of time. Fearsome offensive secret methods slammed into the ancient tree and blasted it into pieces. Giant hands formed from spells grabbed the remains of the ancient tree that the all-tree's ancestor has transformed into. The all-tree's ancestor is an invincible Overlord rank god tree that is formed from an eternal god tree. Every part of its body contains powerful essence. Any small piece of it is a precious treasure that can change the fate of an ordinary person. Yang Feng watched this scene quietly. He didn't take action to compete with the other Empyreans for the remains of the all-tree's ancestor. The eyes of the first demon lord shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Alternate spacetime walk is really amazing, Devour Lord. With such an invincible secret method, even if the Time Lord is resurrected, he won't be your opponent." Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "I was just lucky." A complicated look flashed in the beautiful eyes of the Blue Moon Sea Monarch. To be able to advance to the Empyrean realm in this era, the Devour Lord is really too powerful, too heaven-defying. No wonder he can master the invincible secret method alternate spacetime walk. The other Warlock Emperors looked at Yang Feng with a complicated gleam in their eyes. They understand that from today on, Yang Feng has stepped into the apex of the world of warlocks and become one of the most fearsome tycoons. Yang Feng has mastered the invincible secret method alternate spacetime walk. Unless someone can break this secret method like the first Demon Emperor, they won't be able to do so. Otherwise, no matter how many Empyreans there are, they won't be able to defeat Yang Feng. These are the treasuries of the Gamana universe's Empyreans. According to our agreement, you can choose whatever you want. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and small worlds opened. The treasuries of the Gamana universe's Empyreans opened and radiated resplendent light. When the Blue Moon Sea Monarch and the other 3 Empyreans saw the treasuries of the Gamana universe's Empyreans, their eyes lit up, and they extended their hands and took their share of the resources. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor said, "Devour Lord, you didn't come here just to kill them, right?" Gazes fell on Yang Feng, flickering with probing glints. Yang Feng responded calmly, "That's right. I came here to join forces with you to control the Twin Universe Flowers. It's still too difficult for me to control the entire Twin Universe Flowers on my own." After Yang Feng advanced to the Empyrean Emperor realm, his battle prowess can be rated as heaven-defying. He can easily suppress ordinary Empyreans. However, it was an emperor of the Gamana universe that attacked the Twin Universe Flowers. Under such circumstances, Yang Feng could only look for allies. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor and the First Demon Lord are two invincible Overlord rank emperors who have already awakened in the world of warlocks. If they can join Yang Feng's camp, they can greatly enhance the strength of Yang Feng's camp and increase his chances of success. The First Demon King smiled faintly and said, "What benefits do we get from joining hands with you?" Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "First Demon Lord, if you join forces with me. If so, I can hand over the endless abyss to you." The First Demon King's eyes lit up. Is that true? The endless abyss was the birthplace of the First Demon Master. It contained countless secrets. At the time, he was forced to emerge in advance and had to hand over the endless abyss to Yang Feng. Now that the endless abyss has fallen into Yang Feng's hands, the First Demon Lord has completely lost control of the endless abyss, and his strength has weakened greatly. In his heyday, the First Demon Lord was a terrifying existence that could contend against the First Fiend Emperor. After losing the endless abyss and awakening in advance, his strength has been greatly weakened. He is only comparable to an ordinary invincible overlord, far from his heyday. Now that Yang Feng wants to return the endless abyss to him, he is naturally excited. Yang Feng spoke decisively, "As long as you join forces with me and occupy the Twin Universe flowers, I will hand over the endless abyss to you." Originally, Yang Feng's clone could advance to an emperor rank powerhouse in the endless abyss after another 10,000 to 20,000 years. However, compared to the Twin Universe flowers, the endless abyss is not worth mentioning. As long as Yang Feng can occupy the Twin Universe flowers, he can get countless precious resources, and even cultivate several emperor ranks. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered brightly, and he said, "As for you, as long as you fight the enemy with me and occupy the Twin Cosmos Flower World, we can distribute the resources of the Twin Cosmos Flower World according to merit." The Blue Moon Sea Monarch spoke decisively, "Okay. Lord Devourer, we Blue Moon Sea Clan are willing to fight the Gamana Universe's powerhouses together with you. In this great tribulation, powerhouses can get more resources and become stronger and stronger. The weak can only be eliminated, or even exterminated. The Twin Universe Flowers is a world formed from the origin of two universes. There are countless resources in this world, including many rare treasures that can allow people to break through the Heaven-Man boundary and God-Man boundary, as well as treasures of heaven and earth that can allow people to break through to the Emperor rank. If the Blue Moon Sea Monarch didn't join the party to divide up the Twin Universe Flowers, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Of course, once he joins Yang Feng's alliance, he will have to contend against the Gamana Universe's powerhouses, and even face the risk of dying. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch has long expected this. The Azure Dragon Great Emperor pondered for a while. After weighing the pros and cons, he said decisively, "In that case, I will also join your alliance." The Withering Flame Lord, who looks like a dead tree but is covered in strange flames, said lightly, "I will join as well." The Whirlwind Lord, who is shrouded in a whirlwind and looks like a twisting gale, said, "I will join as well." The Green Rock Great Emperor, who is made of cyan secret steel rock, pondered for a while, and then refused, "It's too dangerous to fight here. Please forgive me for refusing. Since you are willing to fight for our universe, then what's the point of keeping you? Wasting resources?" A cold voice came from behind the Green Rock Great Emperor, and a fearsome claw stabbed into the Green Rock Great Emperor and dug out his heart. "Well said. Since you don't want to ally with us, then go to hell. Lest we expose our information." A fierce gleam flashed in the Azure Dragon Great Emperor's eyes, and he slammed his claw into the Green Rock Great Emperor's head and crushed it. A devouring black hole appeared and enveloped the Green Rock Great Emperor's body, frantically devouring the life force of the Green Rock Great Emperor. When the other three Empyrean powerhouses saw this scene, their hearts shook. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch's back broke out in a cold sweat, and he rejoiced. If he wanted to leave the alliance, he would have been killed by Yang Feng, the First Demon Lord, and the Azure Dragon Great Emperor. Since Yang Feng and the other two invincible Overlord rank Empyrean powerhouses decided to swallow the Twin Universe Flowers, they naturally can't leave behind any fence-sitters. Those who aren't on their side must be eradicated, so that there won't be any variables or accidents. Chapter 1337. The Gamana Universe's forces are huge and in their heyday. They must have more Empyreans than us. After leaving the Eternal Island, the azure dragon Great Emperor uttered. The gazes of the first demon lord, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch, and the other Empyreans focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Yes, the Gamana universe does have more Empyreans than our universe. However, only the 18 sacred races truly obey the orders of the 3 eternal sovereigns. These Empyreans are smart people. They understood the implication at once. Although there are many powerhouses in the Gamana universe, but every Empyrean has their own pride. Few Empyreans will submit to the 3 eternal sovereigns and become their lackeys. Only the 18 sacred races truly obey the 3 eternal sovereigns. In the twin universe flowers, even if an Empyrean cast a spell, it will be difficult for them to transmit a message 1,000 kilometers away. This is our best chance, and also our only chance. My mechanical legion has already made arrangements in the world of the twin universe flowers. I have all the information on the twin universe flowers under my control," Yang Feng said with a confident smile. "Amazing. The Devourer Lord's mechanical legion is really amazing." When the Empyreans heard this, their hearts shook slightly, and they looked at Yang Feng with a complicated gleam in their eyes. These Empyreans are peerless powerhouses who have experienced many battles. They naturally know the importance of information. In the world of the twin universe flowers, they are shrouded in a powerful force field. Even the soul force of an Empyrean can't go far. For Yang Feng to be able to grasp the information on the twin universe flowers by relying on the huge mechanical legion is simply heaven-defying. "Prey found. Let's go." Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he revealed a smile and waved his hand, and a blue mechanical sphere flew out, landed on the ground, opened, and turned into a warp gate. Yang Feng stepped into the warp gate and disappeared. An enigmatic gleam flashed in the first demon lord's eyes, and he praised sincerely, "This is the crystallization of another core alchemy ability of the Devourer Lord, Warp Gate. To be able to cross endless distances in an instant, what an amazing alchemy ability." The Blue Moon Sea Monarch said faintly, "Indeed. With this Warp Gate, the Devourer dynasty's forces can be instantly projected into their sphere of influence. It's equivalent to increasing my strength by more than 10 times. The Lord of Withering Flame said slowly, "Having such an enemy makes one unable to eat or sleep in peace. However, Lord Devourer is now our ally. This kind of ally is really reassuring." The eyes of all the emperors flickered for a moment, and then they stepped into the warp gate. As soon as they walked out of the warp gate, they saw a floating city with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers floating in the void. One after another, lion-headed warriors with a pair of dragon wings on their backs flew out of the floating city. They landed on the ground and gathered all sorts of precious resources before flying towards the floating city. Yang Feng said with a smile, "In this floating city, there is a dragon lion demon. The owner was the Dragon Lion Emperor, an ordinary emperor. Let's join forces and kill him. I'll do it." The eyes of the first demon lord shimmered fiercely, countless runes shone on his body, and he transformed into a 1,000-kilometer tall demon giant. The first demon lord wielded a devil sword and slashed out. A boundless sword light that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens descended from the sky and slashed towards the floating city. In the wake of the demonic sword, demonic light shone, and the bodies of the dragon lion demon powerhouses exploded. The life force of the demonic sword was devoured by the demonic sword, making the sword ray even more fearsome. "Who dares to attack me, the Dragon Lion Emperor?" A world-shaking roar came from the floating city, and a huge dragon lion Great Emperor with the head of a lion and the body of a human, with 3 pairs of dragon wings on his back, appeared and extended his claw at the fearsome sword ray. Boom! In the floating city, countless mysterious runes shone and blessed the dragon lion Great Emperor, allowing him to crush the demonic sword ray with his claw. At the center of the incomparably terrifying explosion, space distorted and disorderly, and spatial cracks appeared one after another. When the Dragon Lion Emperor saw this scene, his eyes shimmered with apprehension. An invincible Overlord rank Emperor. The first Demon Lord frowned slightly. Sure enough, powerhouses who dare to enter the Twin Universe flowers have some skill. It will take some effort for me to break this tortoise shell by myself. Even though the first Demon Lord was an invincible Overlord rank Emperor with tyrannical battle prowess that far exceeds that of the Dragon Lion Emperor. But it was very difficult to capture the floating city that the Dragon Lion Emperor spent a lot of wealth to build. First Demon Lord. Let's go together. It's a time of war. It's different from exchanging pointers. Accompanied by the roar of a true dragon, a cyan true dragon with a length of 500 kilometers appeared and slammed its claws towards the floating city. Countless runes appeared on the Whirlwind Lord, and he slashed at the floating city with the Whirlwind Blade, and a blade ray containing the essence of wind slashed towards the floating city. The Withered Flame Lord opened his mouth, and a sea of flames appeared and swept towards the floating city. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch pointed at the floating city with a scepter in hand, and a blue water line descended from the sky and slashed towards the floating city like a blue blade. Boom! 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 Under the siege of the 5 emperors, the floating city crumbled inch by inch. Inside the floating city, the Dragon Lion clan powerhouses turned into streams of light and flew out in an attempt to escape. But as soon as the Dragon Lion clan powerhouses flew out of the floating city, they were blasted into pieces by the attacks of the 5 emperors. Remember this, you will repay today's enmity 100-fold in the future. With a flash of black light, the Dragon Lion Emperor turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. Filled with resentment, he glared at the 5 emperors and cursed. It's useless. Because you're destined to die here today. The Wheel of Time appeared in the void, and a torrent of time formed from time runes flew out of the Wheel of Time and slammed into the Dragon Lion Emperor, causing the time around him to fall into disorder. Yang Feng emerged from the torrent of time and slashed with his halberd, and a green halberd ray slashed into the Dragon Lion Emperor and cut him in two. A devour black hole appeared and devoured half of the Dragon Lion Emperor's body. With a flash of green halberd ray, the remaining half of the Dragon Lion Emperor's body shattered and turned into streams of light that flew into the hands of the first Demon Lord and the other 4 emperors. Besieged by 6 emperors and 3 invincible Overlord rank emperors, such a terrifying lineup has rarely appeared even in the Eternal Sovereign era. This lineup is enough to besiege and kill an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean. It's naturally earth-shattering. If Yang Feng takes Zero, Shadow, and his huge mechanical legion, he may be able to wipe out the Dragon Lion clan, but it won't be that easy. Let's go, next. After dividing up the wealth of the Dragon Lion clan, Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the first Demon Lord, and he urged, let's go. The eyes of the other emperors flickered with excitement and were filled with battle intent. Every emperor was an incomparably huge treasure vault. After the Dragon Lion clan was destroyed, the wealth of the Dragon Lion clan fell into the hands of Yang Feng and the others. Even though the 6 emperors divided it equally, but everyone still gained tremendous benefits. After passing through a warp gate, a huge spirit mountain emitting 5-colored light appeared in front of Yang Feng and the other 5 emperors. Attack together! With a fierce glint in his eyes, the first Demon Lord brandished his sword and attacked the huge spirit mountain emitting 5-colored light. The other great emperors also unleashed powerful offensive secret techniques and attacked the huge spirit mountain. The sky fell, the earth cracked, the earth quaked, and the mountain shook. It didn't take long for the enormous spirit mountain to be breached by the joint attacks of the 5 emperors. The Spirit Mountain Lord has just escaped from the Spirit Mountain, when he was killed by Yang Feng using the Wheel of Time. A steady stream of information came from the Mechanical Legion spreading inside the Twin Universe flowers. The alliance formed by Yang Feng and the other 5 emperors swept through the Gamana Universe's emperors and wiped out the Gamana Universe's emperors one by one. Every time they kill an emperor, Yang Feng and the other 5 emperors get a huge amount of wealth. Originally, the alliance was just an alliance established by many emperors due to circumstances. But as the battles continued and more emperors were killed, the alliance became more and more stable. The first Demon Lord and the Azure Dragon Great Emperor became more and more proactive. The 2 of them are emperors who awakened in advance for the sake of the eternal opportunity, and have yet to fully recover their strength. Every time they slay an emperor and devour their soul, flesh, and blood, they can recover a portion of their strength and make up for the lost lifespan. In each battle, Yang Feng uses the blue mirror of fate to conceal the fluctuations of fate and slays all the enemies, leaving no traces behind. After 2 days, a total of 19 emperors of the Gamana universe died at the hands of Yang Feng's alliance. The Alliance's 6 emperors have gained tremendous benefits. Every Empyrean is a huge mobile treasure trove. Yang Feng obtained many rare materials and even precious ores that are already extinct in the world of warlocks, which are enough for him to improve the performance of Zero and Shadow and refine the 3rd level 7 stronghold. Chapter 1338. In the twin cosmos flower world, on a vast plain, hives sat on the plain. Countless tentacles surged out of the hives and pierced the ground, extracting world energy. Hives are the crystallization of the Gamana universe's civilization. They can extract plane force and world force, turn them into energy sources, and transform them into all kinds of mysterious extraordinary forces. In the Tier 5 hives, even if an ordinary person only has a head left, but as long as their soul isn't shattered, they can be easily saved. In a Tier 5 hive, there are 11 holy sovereigns of the Gamana universe's 18 sacred races sitting before a huge round table. In the seat of honor, the Blue Wings Lord said unhurriedly, "There has been no news from the Dragon Lion Great Emperor for 2 days. It seems that he has died. The elites of the Dragon Lion race should have been wiped out." The Shadow Claw Lord frowned and said, "How is that possible? The Dragon Lion Great Emperor has the Dragon Lion City with him. In the Dragon Lion City, even an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean may not be his opponent. Unless an Eternal One made a move, who among the twin universe flowers would be able to silently erase him? Could it be that he discovered a secret realm and deliberately cut off the connection with us?" The other Empyreans nodded. The reason why the Dragon Lion Great Emperor and the other Empyreans didn't enter the twin universe flower world immediately was for safety reasons. This time, they entered the twin universe flower world with their nests. In their nests, even an invincible Overlord rank Empyrean may not be their opponent. The Blue Wings Lord uttered flatly, "If it was just the Dragon Lion Great Emperor, then this explanation would make sense. But in the past 2 days, 19 Empyreans have cut off contact with us. This isn't an accident, but someone is hunting our universe's Empyreans." When they heard this, the faces of the 10 sacred race leaders flickered. Every Empyrean is an invincible existence who has gone through countless wars before finally standing out. If any Empyrean of the Gamana universe comes to the world of warlocks, they will be able to cause a monstrous calamity and slay countless powerhouses. Now that 19 Empyreans have fallen, it is a heavy blow to the Gamana universe. The Swift Steel Lord's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he uttered slowly, "In that case, an Emperor Alliance has formed in the world of warlocks. The leader of the Emperor Alliance must be the Devourer Lord. The tentacles of his mechanical army have already spread throughout the entire twin universe flower world. Only he can control the whereabouts of those emperors." The other Empyreans nodded when they heard this. In the world of the twin universe flowers, the ability of the emperors to scan hundreds of millions of kilometers with a single spell was greatly weakened. Unless it was an emperor who specialized in investigative techniques, an ordinary emperor's soul power could only cover a radius of 1,000 miles. Under such circumstances, the emperors could only rely on their subordinates to explore and search the twin universe flower world. The powerhouses of the 10 sacred races fought with Yang Feng's mechanical legion, which covered the entire twin universe flower world, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. Universe flower world, where Empyrean Emperor wore twin universe crystals. World, only, Yang God. The Lord of Blue Wings chuckled. "If I'm not wrong, the Lord Devourer should have obtained the eternal opportunity from the twin universe flowers and advanced to the Emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much energy on the twin universe flowers." The Lord of Light and Lightning spoke slowly. "Yes, if another Emperor obtains the eternal opportunity. The Lord Devourer had to guard against the Emperor who had obtained the eternal opportunity. That Emperor must return to the Tsangji Plain to fight for more resources and find a way to advance to the Eternal Realm. The dream of all Emperors was to reach the Eternal Realm. Only by reaching the Eternal Realm would they be able to live forever. They wouldn't have to worry about their lifespan running out and their soul rotting away. Whether it is the world of warlocks or the Gamana universe, the lifespan of an emperor is only about 1 million years, which is not even comparable to that of a feeble divine force rank god hiding in a divine country. Once one's lifespan was up, no matter how powerful a monarch was, Their soul would decay and turn into a pile of bones. Of course, those emperors could also fall into a deep slumber like the mother of Chaos Spider and the other terrifying existences. But in that way, those emperors would be no different from the living dead. Only those emperors who yearned to advance to the eternal realm would use a secret technique to make themselves live like the living dead. When the great calamity of the universe came, they would fight for a chance to advance to the eternal realm. Advancing to the eternal realm is the ultimate dream of countless emperors as well as the reason why they have survived to this day. In order to advance to the eternal realm, these emperors are willing to pay any price. Even emperors of the same universe will fight each other for the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. In the world of warlocks, the Tsangji plane is the center of the universe, the essence of the universe, and the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. This is why countless powerhouses are fighting over it. As long as the human race shows a trace of decline, it will attract countless ferocious races to tear the human race apart and occupy the Tsangji plane. The beautiful fantasy butterfly lord, the only female among the 11 emperors, frowned and asked, "What do we do now? Do we confront the Lord Devourer here?" The Blue Wings Lord's eyes flashed coldly. Of course not. The Emperor Alliance formed by Lord Devourer has already killed 19 of our universe's emperors and plundered their treasures. If we continue to confront them, our universe's emperors will only be defeated and killed one by one. We can only join forces and launch a fatal blow against the Lord Devourer. We have to drive the Devourer dynasty's power out of the twin universe flowers. Otherwise, the Lord Devourer's power will only get stronger and stronger. The other emperors pondered for a while, and then agreed with the Blue Wings Lord. Over the years, when the two universes fought each other, countless spies investigated the Devourer dynasty. They have discovered that the Devourer dynasty's battle robots have never stopped production, and the number is getting higher and higher. Once Yang Feng gains a foothold in the twin universe flowers, the Gamana universe's powerhouses will have to pay 10 times or even 100 times the price to drive the Devourer dynasty out of the world of the twin universe flowers. The Blue Wings Lord uttered with a smile, "By attacking the Devourer dynasty alone, even if we win, we will have to pay a huge price. Our top priority now is to contact the other emperors, inform them of the intelligence, and have them join forces with us to annihilate the Devourer dynasty." When the other emperors heard this, they showed smiles, feeling even more satisfied with the Blue Wings Lord as their leader. Although the 10 sacred races are confident that they can defeat Yang Feng's Devourer dynasty, but a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. The addition of any emperor can enhance the fighting power of the 10 sacred races, and can even have a miraculous effect on the battlefield. Despite having the upper hand, the Blue Wings Lord still didn't forget to go all out and did everything possible to enhance the fighting power of his side. This naturally satisfied the 10 sacred races. Along with flashes of light, news spread by the powerhouses of the 10 sacred races fell into the hands of the Gamana universe's emperors. In the center of the stamen of a large tricolored flower, there is a beautiful and luxurious palace. Inside the palace, on a throne, sits a handsome young man with insect antennae on his head. This handsome young man is the Star Locust Lord, a fearsome being whose fighting power is second only to invincible Overlord rank emperors. Hundreds of beautiful girls of different races are dancing in the hall, and the fragrance of flowers permeates the air, making this place look like a fairyland. The eyes of the Star Locust Lord shimmered gloomily, and he sighed slowly. Dragon Lion Great Emperor, Gold Sea Great Emperor, they all died. The universe end tribulation is really dangerous. The Devourer Lord, a universe child of another universe, it's too dangerous. Let's withdraw. The death of 19 emperors in the Two Heavens world has shocked the Gamana universe's emperors. As supreme geniuses, the Gamana universe's emperors quickly understood the current situation and chose to withdraw to the Gamana universe. The other emperors chose to join the 10 Sacred Races coalition army. Originally, the emperors were unruly and didn't want to join the 10 Sacred Races and become the lackeys of the 3 eternal sovereigns. But with Yang Feng and them chasing after them, if the emperors still want to gain benefits from the twin universe flowers, they can only join the 10 Sacred Races coalition and defeat the Devourer dynasty together with them. The moment those emperors joined the alliance of the 10 Saint clans, it was like adding wings to a tiger. They crushed everything in their way, destroying all the mechanical armies in their way. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, Yang Feng's mechanical legion harassed the rear of the 10 Sacred Races coalition. Several emperors joined forces to form a terrifying mobile force. In the wake of the emperors, the mechanical legion was quelled and destroyed. Although Yang Feng's mechanical legion attacked continuously, but it was still crushed by the terrifying 10 Holy Alliance army all the way. A few days later, Tier 5 hives, spirit mountains, warships, floating cities, mystical flowers, 7-color cloud city, and other emperors' palaces appeared in front of the Devourer dynasty's largest mechanical city. In front of the largest mechanical city of the Devouring dynasty, there were countless mechanical fortresses and 36 mechanical planets floating in the void. Densely packed cannons could be seen everywhere, making one's heart palpitate with just a glance. The Blue Wings Lord looked at the huge mechanical city with a scorching shade in his eyes and said, "This is the final base of the Devourer dynasty. As long as we break through here, we will be able to expel the Devourer dynasty's power. Pass down my order, attack." From the Type 5 hive and the various spirit mountains, countless soldiers flew out towards the mech city. Chapter 1339. Countless battle robots flew out from the huge mech city to fight with the warriors of the various races. The robots and the warriors of the major races were all cannon fodder. Their role on the battlefield was to conserve energy for the emperors of their respective races. The huge mechanical legion clashed with the warriors of the various races. Beams of energy flickered, and tens of thousands of warriors of the various races were wiped out. Although there were battle robots that were besieged and killed by the warriors of the various races from time to time, the ratio of casualties on both sides was on a completely different level. The Lord of Blue Wings looked at the battlefield, and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. He said slowly, "The Lord Devourer's alchemy is indeed terrifying. These golems possess pinnacle Starfield rank, Infinity Warlock rank, battle prowess infinitely close to the Starcraft rank. Moreover, they can be mass-produced. If it's a competition of consumption, we really can't outlast them. In the Gamana universe, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses are already regarded as middle-high level powerhouses. They are bigwigs who can be conferred noble titles on many celestial bodies. It takes a lot of resources for each race to cultivate an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, on the other hand, are just cannon fodder in a battle of this level. If this goes on, even if the Gamana universe's side suffers 1-to-1 casualties, they won't be able to hold on. The Shadow Claw Lord smiled coldly and said, "The Lord Devourer's alchemy is indeed powerful. But the ones who will decide the outcome of the war are not those Starfield ants, but us." The rest of the emperors also revealed a smile. "I am the Blue Wings Lord, commander of the Gamana universe's expeditionary army. Lord Devourer, please come in for a chat." Surrounded by blue light, the Blue Wing Lord's figure fluttered, and he appeared above the Tier 5 hive, which served as the headquarters. Radiating mysterious blue light, he looked like a handsome and powerful transcendent. In the mechanical city, there was a flash of light, and a young man dressed in black armor with an extraordinary temperament and exuding an overbearing aura appeared above the mechanical city. It was Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked around and said calmly, "I am the Devour Lord." "That's Lord Devourer Yang Feng." As expected, he has advanced to Emperor realm. He is the most terrifying enemy of our universe. The universe-devouring battle isn't that simple. Although the world of Warlocks is half an energy level lower than our universe, but it is still a powerful universe that once gave birth to eternal sovereigns. If not for the calamity that befell their universe and lowered the energy level of the universe, there would definitely be Eternals born. A universe with such a deep foundation is the most terrifying. As long as it's given enough time, a new Eternal One will be born. As long as we kill him, we will be able to obtain eternal opportunities. Inside the hive, the eyes of the Gamana universe's Empyreans filled with killing intent focused on Yang Feng. The devouring battle between the two universes was extremely dangerous. Even the weakest universe had a chance to turn the tables, and that was to give birth to an Eternal. Along the way, Yang Feng killed countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe. Even if he wasn't originally a son of universe favored by the universe will, but he has become one. As long as the Gamana universe's emperors can kill him, it will be equivalent to making a great contribution to the Gamana universe, gaining the favor of the universe will, and obtaining the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. Lord Devourer, surrender. Your universe is much worse than ours. Our universe has 3 eternal sovereigns. When the time comes, the 3 eternal sovereigns will descend upon your universe, and all your efforts will be in vain. Your relatives, lovers, and friends will all suffer because of you. It's not too late for you to surrender. As long as you surrender to our universe and join the 3 eternal sovereigns, your human race can become one of our sacred races and obtain our inheritance. You can also become the ruler of the human race and enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. The Blue Wings Lord's eyes flickered, and he persuaded. Yang Feng uttered, if I surrender to your universe, more than 90% of the life forms in our universe will die. Besides, you will force me to personally suppress our universe's forces. Most importantly, once I surrender to your universe, I won't be able to advance to the eternal realm. Therefore, I can't surrender to your universe. There was a flash of frigid killing intent in the Blue Wings Lord's eyes, and he uttered frigidly, sure enough. I knew you wouldn't surrender. In that case, we can only meet on the battlefield. One after another, fearsome Empyrean auras gushed out from the Tier 5 hive. A total of 20 Empyrean auras gushed out from the depths of the Gamana universe's army and swept the sky. After receiving the message from the Blue Wings Lord, many of the Gamana universe's Empyreans chose to return to the Gamana universe. However, there are still 9 Empyreans who joined the 10 Sacred Races camp. The 20 Empyreans joining forces is a rare sight even in the Eternal Sovereign era. Without Eternal Sovereigns, there is virtually no force that can contend against the 20 Empyreans. Among the 20 Empyreans, there are even 2 invincible Overlord rank Empyreans. One is the Blue Wings Lord, and the other is the Swift Steel Lord. 20 Empyreans, the Blue Wings Lord is really generous. In the giant steel city, the first Demon King was holding a cup of demon wine in his hand. He leisurely took a sip and said with a faint smile. Deeply worried, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch sighed faintly. 20 Empyreans, even if we join forces, we still won't be their match. The first Demon Lord uttered with a smile, Blue Moon Sea Monarch, why are you worried? Let's see what trump card the Devourer Lord has. If he doesn't have a trump card, we can only abandon him and leave. If he doesn't have a trump card, we can only abandon him and leave. The covenant between us doesn't stipulate that we have to risk our lives for him in a situation of certain death. The Blue Dragon Great Emperor replied calmly, that's right. If the Devourer Lord doesn't have a trump card, then I can only leave here. 20 Empyreans have already exceeded the limit we can deal with. The Withering Flame Lord and Shenfeng Great Emperor nodded silently. They are all Empyreans who entered the world of Twin Universe Flowers in order to set foot in the Eternal Sovereign Realm. As Yang Feng's allies, they won't fight to the death for him. Even if the Gamana universe occupies the world of Twin Universe Flowers and occupies a great advantage, but it will still take a long time to capture the world of Warlocks. Of course, once the Gamana universe captures the world of Twin Universe Flowers, the world of Warlocks will be at a complete disadvantage. Standing quietly in the void, Yang Feng swept the 20 Empyreans with an indifferent gaze and revealed a smile. Blue Wing Lord, thank you for bringing them to die. In an instant, mechanical towers rose from the ground, resonated with each other, and shone with countless mysterious runes and formed mysterious chains of order. Countless mysterious runes shone, and projections of Zero and Shadow emerged in the void, looking like an indifferent, aloof, and invincible transcendent. 2 skywide level 7 strongholds emerged and resonated with the 36 mechanical stars as hubs. Numerous mysterious chains that could seal and suppress everything appeared in this expanse of space, and they swept towards the 20 emperors. When the 20 Empyreans saw the mysterious chains emerge, a sense of alarm welled up in their hearts, and they cast secret methods and barreled towards the mysterious chains. Under the attacks of the emperors, the incomparably mysterious chains broke one after another. After the chains were broken, all of the energy in the void was extracted, and the space became extremely stable, making it impossible to cast spatial spells. Countless mysterious runes appeared in the eyes of Zero and Shadow's projections, and they mobilized all their computing power to carry out calculations. 36 destruction cannons and 1,653 Saint Slaughter cannons appeared and flashed, and fearsome beams tore through the sky. Thanks to Zero and Shadow's frightening computing power, they adjusted their trajectories and barreled towards the 20 Empyreans. No. There was a flash of panic in the Blue Wing Lord's eyes. He discovered to his horror that no matter how he dodges, he will be hit by the destruction cannons in the end. Blue runes shone, and secret treasures flew out and blocked in front of the Blue Wing Lord. Damn it! This is a trap! Devourer Lord, I curse you, stop! Furious roars came from the Empyreans, countless mysterious runes shone, and secret treasures flew out of the Empyreans to protect them. This space has been completely suppressed and sealed by the mechanical towers. Even though the Empyreans are proficient in countless evasion secret methods, they can't use them. This area is a mechanical world, as well as Yang Feng's mechanical domain. Comparable to the world of demons created by the first Fiend Emperor using 18 eternal demon bones, the space is stable, and the past, present, and future are the same. The beams of destruction cannons and Saint Slaughter cannons engulfed the 20 Empyreans. Bombarded by the beams of light, the secret treasures of the Empyreans collapsed inch by inch, and were finally engulfed by the beams of light. There was a dignified look in the eyes of the first Fiend Lord, and he said slowly, so strong, "This is the Devourer Lord's trump card." The Azure Dragon Great Emperor's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Invincible defense. Unless an Eternal takes action, no one can break the mechanical world set up by the Devourer Lord." What fearsome alchemy! It turns out that the strongest ability of the Zero Emperor and the Shadow Emperor is not fighting, but using tremendous computing power to coordinate the trajectories of the cannons to achieve a prophetic effect. Without knowing this, even if 30 Empyreans enter this trap, they will be engulfed by the cannons. Chapter 1340. See, Emperor Blue Moon's heart was filled with fear. How terrifying! So the Lord Devourer still had such a trump card hidden. At the time when the 9th Warlock dynasty was established, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch had thought of stirring up trouble in the demonic fighting sect space. However, the thought flashed through his mind and he did not put it into action. If he had caused trouble in the Battle Demon sect's lair, he would have been reduced to dust by now. After the destructive light disappeared, only 7 figures were left in the void. Blue Wings Lord, Swift Steel Lord, Illusionary Butterfly Lord, Shadow Claw Lord, Lightning Lord, Green Caltrop Lord, Ghost Blade Lord, as expected of the Gamana universe's 10 sacred races. You are still alive, amazing. Yang Feng looked at the 7 Empyreans in the void and raised the corners of his mouth. At this moment, all of them were covered in injuries. Among the 7 monarchs, only Lord of Blue Wings had lost his right arm, and Lord of Swift Steel had lost his left leg. His injuries were relatively light. Most of the other emperors' bodies had been vaporized. Lord Qing Chestnut only had her head left. Blue Moon Neptune sucked in a breath of cold air. Amazing. All 13 emperors perished under this attack. This attack is even more powerful than a casual attack from an Eternal. The Azure Dragon Emperor said indifferently, in terms of power alone, it is indeed close to the level of an Eternal One's full power attack. However, he was still a far cry from a true Eternal. At the very least, this kind of attack cannot be launched consecutively. The other emperors nodded slightly as well. Retreat. A cold glint flashed in Lord Blue Wing's eyes. The blue wings on his back flapped, and he turned into a blue stream of light as he fled. Once the Blue Wings Lord returns to the Gamana universe, he will be deprived of all his power and punished severely. But it was still better than dying here. The figures of the other 6 emperors flashed slightly, and they fled in different directions. Snake Dowager, now is the time for you to make a contribution. Do it, capture them alive for me. If you can't do it, then die. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the Snake Dowager flew out of a jade box and landed in front of him. Yes, my lord. Looking at Yang Feng's ice-cold gaze, the Snake Dowager's heart trembled slightly, and she said respectfully, "The trap Yang Feng set up killed 13 Empyrean emperors and seriously injured the other 7 Empyrean emperors in one fell swoop. This is simply heaven-defying. After this battle, the twin universe flower world will fall into Yang Feng's hands. The world of warlocks gained the initiative in this war. If before this battle, the world of warlocks only had a 10% chance of winning against the Gamana universe. But after this battle, the world of warlocks will have a 30% chance of winning against the Gamana universe, which is a glimmer of hope. Yang Feng had also made a great contribution to the world of warlocks. The snake dowager's body shook slightly, and she turned into a giant snake the size of a star and chased after the 7 emperors who fled. Rays of light flashed as the first demon lord, the Azure Dragon Emperor, and the other emperors flew out and chased after the 7 emperors. Stop them. We must not let them pass. Once they go there, my lord will be in danger. Tier 5 hives and Tier 4 hives flew out from the ground, turned into powerful nest monsters, and attacked the first demon lord and the other Empyrean emperors. Strengthened by the power of the great holy and holy rank powerhouses, the Tier 5 hives are comparable to pseudo-Empyrean rank powerhouses in terms of battle prowess. Erupting with Empyrean rank battle prowess, the Tier 5 hives blocked the first demon lord, the Azure Dragon Emperor, and the other Empyrean emperors. The powerhouses of the 10 sacred races have gone crazy and are doing everything they can to stop the first demon lord and the other Empyrean emperors. Once the Steel Lord and the other Empyrean emperors die, the 18 sacred races will fall from their status as sacred races and become ordinary superior races. The 18 sacred races have countless enemies in the Gamana universe. Once they fall from the ranks of the sacred races, their enemies will swarm them and tear them to pieces. Damn ants! Get out of my way! There was a fierce flash in the first demon lord's eyes, and he turned into a star giant and slashed at a Tier 5 hive monster with a huge sword in his hand. The Tier 5 hive monster issued an earth-shaking wail, and its right shoulder was cut by the first demon lord's sword. Countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe were killed by the first demon lord's sword. The Tier 5 hive monster, however, still rushed towards the first demon lord and attacked him frantically, completely blocking his path of attack. The other Tier 5 hive monster also pounced over, attacking the first demon lord in a frenzy. With a cold look in his eyes, the first demon lord unleashed all kinds of powerful offensive secret methods to attack the 2 Tier 5 hive monsters. With his invincible Overlord rank Empyrean strength, slaying the 2 Tier 5 hive monsters is just a matter of time. However, it is enough for the Gamana universe's 7 Empyrean emperors to escape. The 4 Empyrean emperors, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, the Blue Moon Sea Emperor, the Withering Flame Lord, and the Whirlwind Lord, were blocked by the hive monsters. The hive behemoths weren't a match for the 4 emperors, but the 4 emperors had to use 100% of their strength to fight the hive behemoths. Otherwise, if they were careless, they would be seriously injured by the hive behemoths. In the void, the Wheel of Time suddenly appeared, shone with countless mysterious runes, and poured out torrents of time and shot towards the 7 Empyrean emperors. The time around the 7 Empyrean emperors fell into disorder. The Green Caltrop Lord, who only has a head left, the Ghost Blade Lord, who only has a lower body left, and the Shadow Claw Lord, who only has a claw left, have the time around the 3 Empyrean emperors reverse and fly back in their original direction inch by inch. Among the other 4 Empyrean emperors, the time around the Illusionary Butterfly Lord and the Luminous Lightning Lord distorts, and their flying speed slows down. However, there are no signs of time reversing. The Blue Wings Lord and the Swift Steel Lord are completely unaffected by the torrents of time. A black hole appeared and swept towards the Green Caltrop Lord, the Ghost Blade Lord, and the Shadow Claw Lord, and the 3 Empyrean emperors were drawn into the black hole. A fearsome devour force erupted and drained the life origin of the 3 seriously injured Empyrean emperors, and they turned into dust that drifted away with the wind. I'll block him, or we'll all die. When you go back, remember to protect my luminous lightning race. The eyes of the luminous lightning lord shimmered coldly, and a sparkling and translucent lightning crystal melted. His destroyed limbs were regenerated in an instant, and vast Empyrean might diffused from him. The lightning crystal is the life origin of the luminous lightning lord. Once it is broken, the luminous lightning lord is dead. Even if an eternal sovereign takes action, they won't be able to save him. The Blue Wings Lord shouted, "Luminous Lightning Lord, as long as I am alive, your luminous lightning race will be under my protection." The luminous lightning lord nodded. Like an invincible god of lightning, he stabbed at young Feng with a lightning halberd in his hand. Luminous lightning lord, your opponent is me. A fearsome aura came from the void, and the snake dowager, who has transformed into a giant snake, plunged towards the luminous lightning lord. Shocked and angry, the luminous lightning lord roared, "Snake dowager, how dare you betray our universe? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out by the three eternal sovereigns?" The snake dowager smiled sweetly and said coldly, "If my race is wiped out, so be it. As long as I am alive, I can create a race. It doesn't matter if all of them die. There are all kinds of Empyrean. Some Empyrean emperors put their race first and struggle for the rise of their race throughout their lives. However, even more Empyrean emperors are selfish and put self first. The snake dowager, on the other hand, doesn't put her own race in her eyes, because it is a race she created. Even if her entire race is destroyed, she won't feel sad." While the luminous lightning lord was blocked by the snake dowager, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the swift steel lord and slashed with his halberd. Among the many Empyrean emperors, the one Yang Feng wants to suppress the most is none other than the swift steel lord. The swift steel lord contains the secrets of the Blasteel race and the crystallization of their technology. Once he grasps the Blasteel race's most advanced technology, Yang Feng's strength will increase by a large margin. Black steel. The eyes of the swift steel lord shimmered fiercely, and he barked. A dilapidated black mecha emerged and merged with the swift steel lord, and a fearsome aura erupted from the swift steel lord in an instant. Break. The eyes of the swift steel lord shimmered fiercely, and he slashed down with a black blade. Accompanied by a copious amount of black light, the blade tore through the sky and slashed towards Yang Feng. Boom! Along with a loud blare, the black blade in the swift steel lord's hand was jolted away by Yang Feng, and the blade slashed into the swift steel lord and cut him in two. A devour black hole appeared and swallowed the swift steel lord. Countless mysterious runes flickered and frantically devoured the swift steel lord's life origin and his memories. The swift steel lord is an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. Originally, it wouldn't have been that easy for Yang Feng to defeat him. But when he was blasted by the destruction cannon, his fleshly body almost collapsed and his soul was severely injured. He only has a tenth of his strength left, which is why he was easily defeated by Yang Feng. The Blue Wing Lord gritted his teeth and took out a feather, which exudes wisps of eternal breath. The feather burst out with countless mysterious runes, turned into a feather of light, enveloped the Blue Wing Lord, and swept him away. In an instant, the Blue Wing Lord disappeared.